Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Trapped in Horrifying Coffin. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya shivered. Why was it so cold? Midoriya liked to sleep in a colder room as his mother always said it was for a better night's sleep, and he agreed. Not like the cold bothered him with his 7 All Might-themed blankets sprawled across his bed. No, he doesn't get cold. But yet, he's so cold, he's shivering. Gee, he huffs, turning over to get comfortable, grabbing at the invisible blankets. Slowly, he opened his eyes. This was not his room. This wasn't even a room. Midoriya quickly sat up only to smack his head hard on the ceiling. The force sends him back to the cold metal floor, his hand shooting up to rub his forehead. Wait, he mumbles, panic slowly setting in. He wades his arms around. Cold metal walls entrap him on all sides. He kicks his feet and shimmies his way up and down. There are maybe 4 inches from the back wall to his feet. The ceiling is only a couple of inches from his nose. The walls at the ceiling the darkness they're so close. Midoriya took a deep breath. He needed to calm down. He had no answers yet. Until he knows something, he needs to keep a level head, like All Might would. He took a deep breath and looked around. Or at least felt. His hands could only move so much before hitting the walls. They were metal and cracked? He could feel where the metal met the other pieces, so the box he was in was wielded. His punches could break through walls, so a piece of metal would be nothing. But with maybe a 3-inch windup, there wouldn't be any moment or room for him to get a powered punch in. He couldn't flick his way out either, as metal shrapnel might kill him. Kicks were also out of the question. No room for his leg to bend. Midoriya started to cough when he realized he mumbled it all. That was wasted air. He couldn't speak. He read somewhere that a normal-sized coffin had about 5 hours. He didn't know where he was, but there was no air filtration system in this box. It was only his breath that filled the air, so if he was asleep or unconscious for half that time, he would be down to maybe 2.5 hours. The panic started to bubble, but he pushed it to the side for now. Survival instincts now. Emotions later. Midoriya patted his left hand around when something smooth, long and thin hit his fingers, along with something colder than the metal encasing him. He grabbed the small thing first and fingered it up. When he squeezed it a bit hard, a faint crack echoed off the walls while a soft green light lit up the space. A glow stick. Midoriya was about to crack it up again, but that would just waste the glow stick's time. He didn't need lots of light for a short amount of time. No, he just needed light for a long time. The cold object was a plastic water bottle that would stay sealed for the time being. He didn't want to waste water for however long he was here for, nor did he want to quicken his possible death if it was drugged. He maneuvered the water bottle to his armpit area for ease of access and continued to pat around. A hard rectangular object met with his fingers. He felt a long fat buttons were and a large circle-like thing on the side. A tape recorder? He hit the first button. Midoriya Izuku. A low distorted voice sounded out. I apologize we must speak like this, but know you, your abilities, and more importantly, your connections. The voice paused before continuing. My name does not matter now. What does is your survival, Midoriya Izuku. I want you to survive. I want you to live and become a great hero. If the sports festival was anything to go by, you would make a great hero dash. Then would you kidnap me? Midoriya mumbled as he brought the recorder closer to his ear. This has nothing to do with you either. This has to do with pro heroes and your UA teachers. I won't say as the past does not matter. The future does. More importantly, yours. Your situation right now is a test for them. How much do they really care about their students? Out of a student body of 2,000 children, how far will they go for just one? Will they fail and move on like nothing happened? Will your teachers bring up your death? Will UA even announce your disappearance? Or will the entire school just sweep you under the rug, forgotten and discarded? The voice shook as it continued. UA is not as great as the public says. This year only villain attacks have overrun your class only. How are students supposed to learn to protect others if their own teachers can't do the same for them? They say lead by example, but those teachers are no example to be followed. Pro heroes are supposed to save, protect, and remember. They don't do that now. They forget students like you, Midoriya. The ones who try so hard and push themselves to just get the mere glance of a pro and look away. I believe that you would make a great hero. The question is, do they? There was silence as those words sunk unbelievably low in Midoriya. You have 5 days in your situation as I have handled the air quantity. More than enough time for them to find you. However, you and the other dorm members of your school were drugged. You should have woken up not too long after I left you. Air supply doesn't depend on you either, but your so-called teachers of UA. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. I hope you make it out alive, Midoriya Izuku. I hope you make a greater hero than the ones you know and worship. Goodbye, hero. The recording ended. Midoriya just stopped. Was he going to die here? What did UA have to do with anything? His teachers? Will they find him in time? How long has he been here? How much time does he have left? Will he die? What? Be trapped in this limbo forever? The slow build of panic began to snowball into full-on panic as he laid out the facts. He's in a box. With limited air supply. It's dark, cold, and small. Was he buried alive? Midoriya's heartbeat picked up the pace. This was a dream. Not a training drill. This was real life. Was actually happening. To him. Right now. He was buried alive. His friends were drugged. And he's alone with no one there to save him. Buried in the ground. In the ground. 6 feet under. Under where people are. Where people are. People are. People. His people. Was he the only one taken? Who took him? Where was he? How long has he been here? It's a coffin. He has a limited amount of air. Not enough air to panic. To panic. Panic. Not enough air. Not enough. Help. Help. Someone. Please. He needs. Help. To get out. Out alive. He needs. Help. 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 So Mepni? Help me. His breaths got too much for him. Breathing in too hard and exhaling too softly. He blacked out before he could say any more, completely oblivious to the hidden camera in the corner or at the horrible timing that he awoke. Midoriya Izuku was buried 6 feet underground. Time, 12:15 a.m. Aizawa rolled over with a satisfying snap, crackle, and pop of his bones. It was Saturday, meaning no early wake-ups and no late-night patrols. Instead, he was tucked underneath a black comforter and resting upon his overpriced but very much worth it futon. It was cool in his room. Dim from his shades and quiet with the walls. Honestly, just the way he liked it. Aizawa stretched out with a loud but muffled groan. A good groan from a surprisingly good night's sleep, but a groan because he's awake now. He sat up and rubbed his face before begrudgingly getting ready. While he'd much rather sleep the sun away, he was on payroll and had to teacher-like duties to get the teacher-like paycheck. Also, he needed to check up on his students. Knowing them, they were all either passed out in the kitchen making midnight brownies or still up from all-nighters. He'd let them do whatever as long as they were within curfew and didn't set the place on fire, like last time. The talk with Todoroki was both a funny and a serious one. Apparently, he got spooked by Kirishima's antics and set his clothes on fire, which then spread to the communal couch where the others were sitting. That night ended with Mizurufu's fire department getting a close-up view of the dorms and detention for several of the students. When he walked to his desk in the teacher's lounge the next day, he saw an envelope with the peppermint-haired boy's tight scrawl and a credit card. When he flipped it over, his reputation for not laughing or smiling was almost over. The card belonged to one Todoroki Enji, also known as Endeavor. For the expenses and anything else you want. Todoroki Shoto. P.S. The card has no limit. Aizawa didn't call Endeavor that day, but he did drop his card off at the man's agency anonymously. He didn't want that talk with either Todoroki, so he just pretended it didn't happen. On his way out the dorm's door, he noticed the lounge area was empty. Normally, Aizawa was the last one up of many teachers who lived there. All Might was typically the first as he does training with Midoriya in the morning. Snipe and Cementos next at normal waking hours, followed by Nemuri and Hisashi. The others would trickle out at other times, but all were up by at least 9 o'clock. He looked at the doorway where all shoes were sitting, untouched from yesterday night. Aizawa narrowed his eyes as he looked in the sink. Each apartment had its own kitchenette, but some teachers liked the communal one better. No mugs, plates, or silverware. He looked outside the windows where the sun was up and shining. He glanced down at his phone. Maybe there was a meeting he forgot about. 2:12 p.m. Aizawa stopped. 2 p.m.? Aizawa stopped. No way he slept in that long. He may enjoy the casual cat nap in sorts, but his circadian rhythm has been trained to not sleep a full night into the afternoon. Nothing extraneous happened yesterday night, so there was no reason for a late sleepin'. Aizawa opened his phone and looked for any alerts from Nizu or anyone. No new notifications. He scrunched his eyebrows. It would make sense if none of his coworkers were here. After all, it was a Saturday and people do have social lives. Nothing Aizawa was jealous of. Everyone had their own shoes in their rooms, so it'd make sense why everyone was still there. Aizawa shook his thoughts and continued to the Heights Alliance. He typically checks up on them every morning, but not many would care if he was a few hours late. Aizawa turtled into his scarf against the cold wind. Chilly, windy and sunny. Quiet, a peaceful day. He slowly walked up to the building steps and scanned his ID card. Pro Hero, Eraserhead. Aizawa Shoda. Access granted, an automated voice cheered. Aizawa swung the door open, thinking about all the grading he still had to do. Maybe he'll get Hisashi to help him? He still owed him for last week's bar outing anyway. Expecting a room full of teens all talking about training or homework, it is. Silent. Empty. No one there. Not in the kitchen, not in the common area. No teas or coffee or lunches are made. No music is being played from Jiro's room, nor any swears from Bakugo. No laughter, no shouts, no banterings, nothing. It was quiet. Too quiet. Hello. Aizawa called out, setting his papers down on the table. It wasn't his birthday, so no surprise parties there, and it wasn't any of the students either. No field trips would have happened without him. Nothing could have been going on to have completely quieted the teachers' dorms and Class 1 as suspicious. Aizawa walked to the kitchen, passing the floor vents when he froze. Something minty was coming out of it. Aizawa took a hesitant sniff of the air. Maybe it was one of the girls' perfumes or Sato's extracts. Sure. Aizawa quickly dropped everything he was holding and held his sleeve up to his nose. He knew that smell. It was a narcotic gas well known on the black market. A minty-smelling drag that could knock out even All Might out for a day. It was usually harmless, but in their sleep, they wouldn't wake up. Not until a body naturally wore it off. Simply, they would be in a mini-coma. Aizawa quickly rushed to the windows and doors, opening them all up as much as they would allow. He tried not to breathe too deeply as he ran to the kitchen and started grabbing towels, tying one around his face. It wouldn't do much for him not breathing the drag in, but it would slow the process. He tied it tight before going for the rooms. He pulled out his phone and dialed All Might. If Aizawa was awake, that means the drag he assumed the teachers were gassed with too had worn off. Everyone now was just sleeping, and being All Might's dorm neighbor, Aizawa knew how light the man slept. After 2 rings, the man groggily answered. Aizawa? What can I help you with? Get to the 1A dorms. Get as many teachers as you can. There's been an attack, Aizawa quickly yelled, not even trying to be quiet. He stopped stare after stares, hoping the vibrations would wake Jiro or someone up. Aizawa, All Might's voice much more awake and serious. Aizawa could hear blankets ruffling in the back. What happened? Give me a report. Students have been drugged. We have 2. Get down here quickly. Try not to breathe too much. The gas is still here. Be there in 2. They both hung up as Aizawa broke through another door. The cursed mint smell wafted through the halls. He didn't smell any of this in the teachers' dorms. Was there a higher dosage in the students' dorms? If so, that would mean every student here would not be able to hear Aizawa, and he couldn't carry all 20 students without falling prey to the gas himself. Thinking fast, Aizawa reached the 5th floor first. He shot down the hall, hitting the doors as loud as possible, hoping at least someone was up. Get up. Everyone outside, he yelled. He's already let his students down enough. He couldn't do it again. Let's go, come on. Get up. Now. He reached the end of the hall where a red button encased in glass sat. He elbowed the glass and slammed the emergency button. Immediately, the alarms were raised and blaring with flashing red lights across every hallway, area, and dorm room. Aizawa knew the police would be notified, as would every alarm both within the school, facilities, and other dorm buildings go off also. He kicked Shiro's door open hard, its handle wedging itself in the wall behind it. Aizawa jumped over start books and dirty laundry to his unconscious student tucked under his covers. He looked, simply, asleep. And that got Aizawa worried. Shiro, it's Aizawa. We gotta go. Wake up. Wake up. At the silent response, Aizawa swore, picking up the kid and carrying him to the window where a fireproof slide was waiting for them on every floor. It was an invention a student from the support classes created for fire emergencies in bigger and higher-up buildings. Aizawa quickly dropped the student onto the slide and let go. He hated the fact that he had to literally push his students out of windows, no matter how many times he's threatened Mineta with it, but it was either that or leave them vulnerable to whoever set this attack up. Aizawa watched as Shiro gently rolled out onto the grass, unharmed and unconscious, before going to Ajui's, Todoroki's, Sadu's and Yayarosa's rooms. The 5th floor was finished as he stumbled to the 4th, where he could hear someone shouting. "Let's go, listeners." "Up and at 'em," Mix Quirk yelled out. It was loud. Louder than usual, and for once, Aizawa was happy his eardrums throbbed. He rounded the stairway to see Kirishima limp in his arms. "Wake up, young Ishido. Young Bakugo," All Might's voice yelled. Still smiling for the hero hopefuls, Aizawa could see the worried glint in his eye. The buffed-up man had Bakugo looking too peaceful over his shoulder and Ishido cradled in his arms. They had the 4th floor covered. "Hisashi! All Might! Take the 3rd floor too." "I've got the 2nd, Aizawa yelled when something inside him pulled. His sense started to tingle and his body felt heavier. Aizawa shook off the creeping effects of the drag and stumbled down to the 2nd floor, banging on every surface he could reach. Only half of the 2nd floor was occupied, which made it easier for Aizawa to throw everyone out the window. He kicked open Mineta's door and carried him out. He was by far the lightest, so he took both him and Tokoyami out simultaneously. He gently rolled them down the inflatable slide and watched them hit the grass before returning for the others. Ryuma was next, and last was Midoriya. Aizawa, now panting and stumbling more than before, threw a weak kick at the door. It didn't open. Was the drag already acting on him? One student. He had one student left. He had to get him out. Get him to safety. His next kick blew the door wide open, ruffling the All Might posters inside. The room was cold, colder than Aizawa's, colder than the entire building. He let the chill run through his body as he marched for the bed. His legs were shaking and his mind seemed to fog, but again, Aizawa fought it off. He was so close. Midoriya. Midoriya was right here. Right in F-front. Sheet. He breathed as his vision started to blacken. The sounds of the alarms began to muffle. The smell of mint stung his no mint? Aizawa jumped to the side of the bed as the smell of mint got stronger and stronger. The invisible pull begged for his body to follow. His head was getting heavy and his shoulders were wobbly. Every part of him wanted to give in, but he couldn't. Not when his students needed him. Not now. Not when Midoriya was right here. He rubbed his eyes as he reached out for the mass under the blankets. Expecting a warm shoulder, his hands grasped around. Nothing? Aizawa's heart stopped. He pushed the multiple layers of All Might-themed blankets off the bed and through the pillows behind him, but no matter how bare the bed got, it didn't change the fact there was no one in it. His student was gone. Midoriya Izuku was missing. Time? 2:56. Midoriya's senses were slowly coming to him. He opened his eyes to a barely visible green light in his right hand and a tape recorder in his left. The memories of what happened yesterday, no hours before? 2 days ago? 3 minutes? He had no sense of time and no way out. Midoriya laid there. quiet, still. As if he looked dead enough, they would let him out. As if he behaved somehow, they would release him. As if he just suffered, they would let him be. How long has it been? Days? Hours? Minutes? Seconds? He just laid there. He had no room to stretch out, to roll over, to move. He simply had no room. The thought got his heart pounding. His hands sweaty, mouth dry, stomach nasouse, lungs constricting so hard, Midoriya didn't have to worry about using up air as his own body wouldn't let him breathe. It sent his body into the second wave of panic. A type of panic when the body is so freaked out, not even the mind could control it. His breaths got deeper, sharper, so tight, not even sound could escape. He was alone. He had no one. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He was going to die. That thought cracked him. That fear, raw, unaltered, reasonless fear was enough to shock whatever frozen trap panic had set on him. Like a sponge wrung out, Midoriya's lungs unhinged as he drew in a loud, expensive breath. All to yell one thing. Help, Midoriya choked. Help me, someone. Please dash. No one answered. Please. Midoriya shouted, desperate for anyone to come. Something in him started rattling, getting restless. Anxious. He started tossing and turning only to get wedged between the top and bottom of the coffin. His coffin. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. Midoriya powered up one for all and started pounding on the ceiling. He didn't care if the coffin would collapse. He didn't care if he was going to get suffocated by the dirt. He didn't care that he would die slower that way or that no one would be able to save him if he did break the coffin. He didn't care. He just needed out. Let me out. 5% did nothing. 10% dislocated his wrist. 20% bruised his bones. He threw all injuries out the window and went 50%, shattering his hand and doing nothing to the metal. He kept punching the ceiling while kicking hopelessly at the walls. He screamed and screamed till his voice was no more. Tears started to pool in his hair, mixing with the sweat on the ground. Whatever feeling racking his body felt so instinctive, so survival-like. This was a battle of fight or flight, and Midoriya tried desperately to run away. Help me! Please, someone. Please! He drew out every vowel as he tried to catch his quick breathing. He kept punching at the ceiling even with his shattered wrist. The pain was nothing compared to the overwhelming shadow of despair, anxiety, and panic that was swallowing him whole. Let me out. Let me out. Please. His voice wheezed. I'll do anything. Just let me out. He couldn't think. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't see. He kept trying to move. Wiggle. Worm his way out somewhere. He just needed to move. To breath. To do something more than nothing. He screamed again. Cried aloud. Called for someone. Anyone. His punches lost form. Kicks lacked technique. He flailed inside the box like a fish out of water, like a child too restless for their stroller. He clawed at the ceiling and the walls till his fingernails were broken and bloody. He elbowed at the ceiling and the walls till his limbs were numb. Some throws with one for all and others will sheer panic fueling them. He looked around feeling so lost. So helpless. So useless. It felt as if the very wall would cave and crush him to death. Aizawa-sensei. Please help me. Help me. Help me. Let me out. Please, sensei. I'm sorry. He screamed for his teacher to come to save him. To let him out. To rescue him. Midoriya wedged himself between the walls and pushed, one for all coursing through his legs and arms. All might. All might. Please. Help me. He screamed. He kept pushing, kicking, elbowing, anything to keep the walls at bay. It did nothing. He did it over and over and over again. Each with the same pitiful result. His breathing was deep and hard, but no matter how many in and out breaths, his body couldn't get enough. His pathetic cries and tiny useless yelps fell to deaf ears as he continued to fight the coffin. Over and over until he got tired. His arms were tired. His legs were tired and the green lighting just showed how little room he had. Midoriya dissolved into a hopeless fit of tears, not even caring about how many hours worth of air he just used up. His hands pitifully slapped at the ceiling while the stress of everything pulled him back into an unwilling unconscious. Unknown to him that it was only the beginning of day 1. Time, 2:42 p.m. There was something in his arm. His eyes hurt. His body hurt. It's plugged. Head aching. Cold. Aizawa. A soft beeping of a heart monitor told him he was in a hospital, as did the sweet smell of chemical antiseptic. His eyes wanted to stay close, but his head forced them open. He blinked a few times at the ceiling's white lights before rubbing them. Aizawa? Are you all right? He wasn't wearing his clothes. His uniform, black, flexible, warm, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he had white scrubs on, all without the UA logo, meaning he was off campus. In a hospital. Of campus? His eyes caught the window scenery. The sky was a dark blue. The kind where it could be either dawn or dusk. If Aizawa was 10 years younger, he'd be getting off his patrols. A few stray leaves fluttered in the wind while trees swayed with the October breeze. There was a kind of serenity that came with these kinds of hours. Everything existed. Everything was still. Whether it be the day winding down or the night receding back into the west, this time overlap never failed to stop Aizawa. It was beautiful. Aizawa turned to his right where All Might sat deflated in a chair. His has was almost as disheveled, hair more wild than usual and unusual bags weighing heavy under his eyes. He looked so small, so defeated, so broken. But All Might, Aizawa acknowledged, wincing silently as he sat up. Why am I here? Aizawa, do you not remember? All Might's soft voice asked. Aizawa turned towards the man who was refusing to meet his eye contact. Not remember what? Keith, slowly. Aizawa had no idea why he was in the infirmary. Last he remembered was getting up Saturday. He remembered it was quiet in the teacher dorms and quieter in the students' dorms. He remembered fatigue, a pang of fear. All Might look up at Aizawa's face as the realization hit. There was an attack. Minty. Too minty for perfume. Too cold for an October day. Where are the students? It's the afternoon. You called me saying the dorms had been drugged. All Might continued. Get up. Everyone outside. He yelled. He's already let his students down enough. He couldn't do it again. Let's go, come on. Get up. Now. Mike and I cleared the 4th and 3rd floor. You cleared the 5th and 2nd. Young Ashindo. Young Bakugu. All Might's voice boomed out. Mike was shouting something in the back too. What was it? All the students were accounted for. He pushed the multiple layers of All Might-themed blankets off the bed and through the pillows behind him, but no matter how bare the bed got, it didn't change the fact there was no one in it. Except one. All Might have trailed off. He looked away as his breathing got quicker. Aizawa raised his hand with scrunched eyebrows. He flexed his fingers and rotated his hand as his memories all came back to him. His student was gone. Where is Midoriya? Aizawa whispered. His blonde hair fell as his head lowered. He's gone. Midoriya Izuku is missing. He wanted to think that maybe Midoriya snuck out during the night and hasn't come back. Maybe it has something to do with his father and domestic issues? The majority of children who go missing are kidnapped by a family member, and Midoriya's father wasn't in the picture. Maybe he went into the woods to train and got lost? Made a bet that he lost and had to leave his dorms? Maybe he was just hiding? Maybe he caught the villain that did this and was hiding from the others? Maybe. Aizawa took a deep breath. Maybe Aizawa just failed. There was a dead silence. A horrible silence. His student. His problem child. His kid was gone. Missing. This would be the 6th time he's been caught up in something. 6th time he's failed his students. He failed Midoriya. Aizawa shook his thoughts. He would not think the worst. Not now. Not when he still had 19 other students on his watch. The other students. Where are they? Aizawa asked quickly, eyeing the folded clothes on a nearby table. It wasn't his uniform. There wasn't his capture weapon. Your hero uniform was still infused with the drag. Everyone's stuff was. Recovery girl has it, and the dorm's on lockdown as the place airs out. It's all we can do for now, All Might informed, eyeing Aizawa's line of sight. Mike dropped some stuff off for you. All of the teachers that were drugged are fine now. Mike and I were the only ones, after you, who got a second dose of it, but we are both fine. All Might looked out oddly calm. Maybe it was compartmentalization that came with hero work, or maybe it was the shock delaying his reaction. Whatever it was, Aizawa was glad he didn't have to care for the number 1 hero and 19 students. Where are the students? This isn't UA, Aizawa said, throwing the blankets off him. He's been in Recovery Girl's office enough to know a room when he sees one. He yanked the 4 out of his arm and ripped the heart monitor off his chest. Immediately, the machine started to beep and a blue alarm went off. Outside the door, doctors and nurses could be heard tumbling after another when another voice shut them all up. Enough. This is Eraserhead's room. Knowing him, he ain't dead. Go help the other patients who aren't stupid enough to rip out their own heart monitors and scare the entire hospital. Recovery Girl's voice yelled. Aizawa felt a twang of guilt as he heard the mumbled apologies of the outside doctors. The door swung open to see a short, elderly woman with a cane and a syringe in her hair. She looked tired and irritated. Aizawa Shota, lay back down in that bed before I break your kneecaps and force you to, she threatened. Aizawa begrudgingly sat in the bed but did not lie down. He needed to be alert. The students, where are they? Aizawa asked again. He just wanted to know where they were. They are in quarantine together on the 11th floor. Everyone is awake except for Mineta and Aoyama, All Might answered, sensing Aizawa's irritation. Midoriya's neighbors? Aizawa asked worried. How long have they been sleeping? What if they never wake up? Are they all right? Side effects. Recovery Girl went to Aizawa's side and started to check his vitals before answering. Physically, yes. A few had minor carpet burns from the slides and others a few cuts from the landing, but all were fine. With the exception of the 2 sleeping ones, everyone is fine. Some just missing their homeroom teacher. Aizawa shook the old woman off his arm and went to stand up again. He was still lightheaded and dizzy, but nothing he hasn't worked through before. He grabbed his clothes and went for the door when Recovery Girl's small but iron-tight grip grabbed his wrist. I have to go check on them. They need dash. Aizawa, Recovery Girl interrupted solemnly. She looked down, resembling the suddenly quiet All Might before speaking. You should know the time first. Time? It's... Aizawa looked at the clock on the wall. 6:03. 6:03 a.m., Recovery Girl repeated. Sunday morning. Aizawa looked at the woman. What Ash? All Might found you in Midoriya's room, passed out from the gas Saturday afternoon. It's 6:03 a.m., Sunday morning. Recovery Girl said slowly. You've been asleep since then. Aizawa let that hit him. He let that hit him hard. He took a moment to digest it. Chewed it around in his head before prominently throwing it out. He wasted an entire day asleep yesterday, yes, but he can't change that. He can only focus on the present, which is where his kids are. Where they need him. I'm fine. I'm going to see my students. All Might, come with me. They need their symbol of peace just as much as they need their teacher, Aizawa said, standing in the doorway. All Might nodded as the 2 teachers made their way through the blinding white hallways to the 11th floor. Aizawa quickly changed before they got to the elevator. With some small talk to the receptionist, the 2 were led into a large back room. A set of sliding doors separated 17 students from their 2 teachers. Each student had their own cot, packed tightly next to each other like sardines. While it didn't look like a comfy bed, most of them were probably too out of it to care. As the doors opened, Aizawa's foot stumbled. What was he supposed to say to them? Aizawa, their teacher, lost one of their own. The classmate. First Bakugo at the training camp and now Midoriya from his own bed? Their trust in him was no doubt broken. Would they still want him as a teacher? Would they hate him? Through curses and swears? He wouldn't blame them if they did. He deserved. Aizawa-sensei? The doors automatically slide open with a ding, alerting 2 students of their presence. 2 awake students. Ashido and Jiro were the only ones up, sitting across from each other on their cots. Ashido looked at him curiously while Jiro focused on his shoes. It was 6 in the morning and those 2 definitely weren't early birds. The receptionist told them that the drag was off all the students except the 2 still in their personal rooms, but the side effects had some students still more tired than others. Aizawa-sensei? Ashido asked in a quiet voice. She looked tired. The bags under her eyes and ruffled up hair just showed an unwilling All Might. Are you two all right? He asked first. All Might went wandering into the other parts of the room, watching over the sleeping students. He readjusted the blanket skewed over Bakugo. Yeah, Ashido said, looking up into Aizawa's eyes. Are you okay? We heard from the doctors that the teachers were drugged. She said, hesitantly, playing with her hospital clothes. The teachers are all fine, Aizawa said. Don't worry about me, Ashido. But you're our teacher. Of course, we'll worry about you. Bakugo and Kiri were about to break out to go see you, but Ida ended up tackling them both, knocking Kiri unconscious. Again, she said with her own laugh. She looked up at Aizawa's eyes and immediately backtracked. Sorry, I make jokes to ease up the heavy times, you know? I realize my timing isn't the best dash. Don't apologize, Ashido. You are doing everything right. Everyone copes in their own ways. Making humor and easing the tension works well for you and for others. You care about the ones around you just as much as you care about yourself. Never apologize for that, Aizawa scolded softly. Ashido's eyes widened at this softer side of him but nodded. Yes sir, she smiled. Jiro? Are you all right? He asked the purple-haired student. She was playing her ear jacks, wrapping them around her finger then watching undo themselves. Her eyes said there was something else eating her, but Aizawa couldn't tell what it was. She nodded, refusing to look up. Aizawa didn't push. It wasn't time for that. They'll come to him in their own time. Sensei, what happened? Ashido asked. Her body swayed as she talked, no doubt trying to keep herself awake. No one has told us anything. All Might hasn't even come until now. Aizawa chose his next words carefully. While Ashido and Jiro both looked like a feather could take them down, Aizawa knew how good their memory was. There was an attack on the dorms. The police are still following up on details, but you all are safe here. Ashido looked down and Jiro looked away. Aizawa didn't blame them, they were mad at him. Angry for losing one of their own. He understood. Thank you, she said. Aizawa looked down at his two students. I heard from the doctors you, Mike-sensei and All Might-sensei, threw us out of windows, she said with a tired giggle. Thank you for saving us. It's just my job. When this is over, sensei, I'll start a petition for teachers to get paid more, Ashido said with a big yawn, leaning back on her cot. When was the last time she slept? When did she wake up? You'll have my signature then, Aizawa said with a small smile. Ashido closed her eyes and fell instantly asleep. Jiro fell asleep too sometime in the middle of their conversation. He'll pull her aside later to ask her if everything's all right. It probably wasn't given everything that just happened, but still, a one-on-one talk would be beneficial to anyone. Aizawa pulled their blankets over their shoulders and walked over to All Might who was on the phone. He hung up when Aizawa approached him. Detective Tsukachi just called. There is something urgent the staff should see. We'll meet up at the school, All Might whispered. At Aizawa's nod, they made their way out of the hospital and back to UA. Time, 6:41 am. Chapter text. Detective Tsukachi sat in UA's biggest conference room. Desks lined the rows while large windows light the room. Tsukachi had the projection screen pulled down too. They'd need it for this meeting, the meeting that called every UA teacher from every subject, grade and subclass to discuss Midoriya Izuku's disappearance along with some newer details that the detective had acquired. Should I give them the option to watch it? He asked the small principal. It was just the two of them in the room. He looked across the rows and rows of seats, separated into categories. Netsu had notified the staff of Friday night, but on Tsukasi's request, kept the details to a minimum. At the time, Tsukachi's team was still gathering information he was ready to share. No. They are all pros. They need to watch this, especially a certain two teachers, Niza said, sipping his tea. Aizawa is up and going now too. He and All Might are on their way right now. They aren't going to be happy when I tell them. None of the staff will be, Tsukachi said, collapsing into one of the chairs. He didn't want to watch it again, to listen to it again. While he'd do what duties call for with honor, this kind of thing took a different kind of strength, one even the mightiest are bound to stumble. It's the nature of being both a pro and a teacher, Detective Tsukachi. Their students' well-being tops everything, including their own stomachs. The mouse bear rat dog said, his fur slightly ruffled. Netsu had seen the tapes too. He may not be human, but a child's scream shakes everyone, including the suited animal. As their precious time trickled on, a slow stream of teachers poured into the room. A few of the 1A teachers looked more tired than usual, all of whom were kept at the hospital for the night. Some cast curious glances at the detective while others silently nodded. They all knew Midoriya was missing and that the dorms were drugged, but that wasn't all this meeting was for. Eventually, all teachers were there except for two. Eraserhead and All Might were still nowhere to be found, but they were coming from the hospital. He'd give them time. After a few more mindless chattering moments, the doors opened for the last two guests. Aizawa looked dead. Having worked cases together in the past, Tsukachi knew Aizawa. He knew his dry humor, his witty sarcasm and his stiff personality that balanced between sophistication and narcosis. Today, though, all lazy elegance that is Aizawa Shoyuda was gone. Replaced by should-weight fatigue and mental exhaustion no amount of physical work could match. All Might looked the same. Thinner and tired, the symbol of peace hunched over himself. The man had no gray hairs, but Tsukachi could see how the stress was getting to his friend. He knew the close relationship between Midoriya and All Might, one that went beyond just successor and predecessor. After all, they hadn't had a conversation yet without the young teen coming up. All Might saw him as his own. In a situation like this, Tsukachi couldn't fault him for anything. Gentlemen, Nizu nodded to the newcomers. They took their seats in the front as Netsu addressed the rest of the room. For those of you who don't know, this is Detective Tsukachi of the Mizudafu Police Station, the lead detective on this case. Tsukachi bowed to the room. I believe many of you know why we are here. Friday night, the teacher and student dorm rooms of Class 1A were attacked. The drag used was TGW-34, also known as Sleeping Darkness. It's an easy-access drag that is used mostly in a medical setting for induced comas due to its dosage sleep time sensitivity. How did you know it's that drag? I've heard it's colorless when it's a gas. One of the heroes asked. Mint. Tsukachi looked at Aizawa, who looked directly at him. The gas has a strong mint smell. It was still lingering in the student dorms, which meant a double or triple dosage there compared to the teacher dorms. On the second floor, Midoriya Izuku's dorm was doused in it. It was strongest by the bed. He was targeted? Another asked. Yes, however before that, I want to update you on easier details. All teachers were unharmed from the drag, as were all 19 1A students. The teacher dorms and the Heights Alliance are closed by the recovery girl and should be available for everyone to return in a day or so, Tsukachi explained. He wanted to get the light-hearted stuff out of the way first. Was anyone else drugged? Other than the dorm buildings? Vlad King asked. No. By the time UA's alarms went off, all buildings were locked down and emergency personnel was contacted. So far, no other class or building was drugged. Whoever did this was directly attacked Class 1A. How are the students? Another asked. From what I know, 17 students were cleared this morning. 2 are still fighting off the drag and 1 is missing, he said bluntly. The drag was more concentrated in Midoriya Izuku's dorm. His neighbors, Mineta Minoru and Aoyama Yutaka, still under the normal dose everyone was affected with, plus the triple dosage from Midoriya's room. Do we know why he's been taken? Midnight asked. Why would villains want a hero in training? Unless this is the work of the League. He's been a part of all the attacks and missions of UA. Stain Incident, Kamino Ward, Overhaul Raid. To come out on top in them all is a feat that potential villains could see as a threat. Midoriya is too strong of a hero. Cut him down and that one less symbol of peace you have to worry about, Aizawa said bitterly. He might have complimented the boy and put him on par with All Might, but paired with his tone in this situation, no one called him out on it. That was one thought, Tsukachi began. Aizawa's eyes locked with his own. We explored that reason along with a more personal one. His father is absent. Left when he was 4 years old. We also hypothesized that this was a dad coming back from the dead. Most kidnapped children are often taken by a family member after all, but based on some recent evidence, it is not the case. Evidence. New evidence? Why is it recent? What changed? Tsukachi took a breath as the murmuring got louder. This, he said, turning on the projector. I'll warn you now, there will be disturbing footage that will appear. You are all trained to handle situations like this, but it can still be difficult, Tsukachi said, looking down at his computer. Borderline horrific went unsaid. He clicked on a few tabs before pulling up a file with 2 links. At 4 p.m. Saturday night, a flash drive was dropped off at the station with some very strong evidence. Because of this has nothing to do with the League but with a completely different person. He pointed at the piece of plastic sticking outside of his computer. This was dropped off too. He tossed the evidence bag in front of All Might, who fingered the bag carefully. Midoriya's ID? Tsukachi nodded. To show that the flash drive was real and authentic. Typically, captors send more painful or living remnants of their victims, so I truly believe this person's goal is not to kill or harm Midoriya, no matter his situation. Tsukachi looked at all of the skeptical faces. He knew they wouldn't see it from his point of view and they may never, but the kidnapper could have sent anything of Midoriya's. A lock of hair? Fingernail? Toe? Something more painful? Something that would really scare the public? No, they send his school ID. This along with his captor's messages, Tsukachi saw humanity in this person. Extremely distorted, but humanity still. What's his situation then? Aizawa asked, probably with more bite than intended. Again, Tsukachi understood. Aizawa knew the teen much more than he did. Hey, Eraser, Present Mike whispered, grabbing onto Aizawa's arm and holding him back. Take it easy. We're all worried for the boy Dash. He isn't just a boy, Mike, Aizawa said, looking up at Tsukachi. He's my student. My responsibility. He was under my protection and I lost him. This isn't exactly the moment to be withholding things. Aizawa, Nizu warned. Aizawa mumbled something before giving a silent apology. Please continue, detective. The room was silent as Tsukachi nodded. He understood, but that small slip of emotion just proved what he had to say. He had a feeling the hero won't be so kind after that talk, but that was for later. On the flash drive, there was a message for the staff of UA. I listened to it and made my notes, but I am no member of this school. With the exception of All Might, who was just hired this year, I hope some of you will be able to fill in some gaps for me. With a room of nods, he pressed play. Hello, a distorted voice greeted. The screen showed an audio recording with the voice's fluctuations going up and down on the graph. I would introduce myself, but you all know my name. I leave out UA's newest staff member, however. He would have no recollection of me and for that, I apologize for my actions. This does not concern you as it does with your coworkers, All Might. He is your student. A good one in fact. I am truly sorry for using him but it had to be done. The UA teachers needed their eyes opened and Midoriya Izuku was the perfect candidate. A strong, smart, innocent child whose the love of heroes fuels his everyday goals. I've told him myself that he'd made a great hero one day. I hope he makes it too. He seems like the type to save, smile, and remember his people. The boy, Midoriya, reminds me of someone I once lost, the voice said, tone dropping as they reminisced. They were like Midoriya. Blinded by UA's reputation and possessed by their lies, they fell off the pristine radar of Japan's #1 hero school. When they fell, no one tried to stop them. No one even remembered them. When I needed someone to be saved, someone to be protected, the heroes of UA did not deliver. Instead, you all left and forgot. It's been a while since it happened, but not a day goes by that I don't miss them, the voice cracked. A small bit of silence followed. I believe that heroes are supposed to save, protect, and remember. Not every victim they've saved or every person they pulled from a burning building, no. But every lesson they learned from their small encounter. Think of this like a second chance, heroes. You already lost one student in the past. Will you lose another? Do you care enough to risk everything for one student? I saw what All Might did and the sacrifice he made for the young blonde hero in Kamino Ward. He's a true hero. Midoriya Izuku chose well when looking for an idol. I hope you find him. He could have made a great hero. He still can too. So save him, you so-called heroes. Put everything on the line and remember. The voice recording stopped. No one spoke. How could they? What were they supposed to say? Tsukachi cleared his throat and looked down at his open computer. The live stream still going on another tab. He swallowed as he looked up to the room of pro heroes and teachers alike. This was one of two links. Time, 8:02 am. Chapter text. Toshinori sat in the comfy padded chair. Drowning in his clothes and swirling thoughts, he continued to listen to Naomasa. His longtime friend was explaining something, but he couldn't focus. Not with what just played before. Not when his boy was out there. Cold. Alone. What kind of symbol of peace is that? Prepare yourselves. This isn't an easy video, Tsukachi said, grimly. Aizawa, All Might, Nizu called out. At any time you want this to stop, just raise your hands. Toshinori rose his head and looked at the tiny principal. Raise his hand for what? He saw Aizawa give a stiff nod next to him before following in the young hero's lead. What did he nod to though? Suddenly, the projection screen turned back on. This time it looked like there was an actual picture. Toshinori stared at the screen as the mouse hovered over the play button. It clicked and the Toshinori's ride to the darkness started. The screen was dark. Through the darkness, the camera was placed in the corner at the foot of this narrow-looking box. What is this? Blood King asked, livid. A game? Please, save your observations until afterwards, Nizu said. Toshinori didn't look around. He just stared at the screen as if it would somehow bring his boy back. Something in the box moved. Legs? It hit the side of the box and shook the camera a bit. There was no light, but an outline of a body could be seen. Oh my God, Aizawa? Whispered next to Toshinori. What's wrong? Present Mike asked somewhere in the room. Toshinori disregarded them all. What did Aizawa see? Just watch, Present Mike, Tsukachi said. All eyes were on the screen again. Silent. Something was humming in the background of the video. Are those snores? Midnight asked, straining her ears to the speakers. Oh my dash. The thing inside the box started to move and twitch. The thing felt through the air, grabbing at nothing. Gore, the thing said. It was Midoriya's voice. There was more ruffling as fabric nudged up against each other until Midoriya shot up, smacking his head on some kind of metal top and was sent crashing down. Ow. He wasn't. More rustling and more silence. Wait. He couldn't be. Everyone could hear the soft taps of Midoriya's hands on the box. A few shakes on the camera showed he started to kick at the walls. More movement could be heard and skin against metal echoed through the box. The camera still couldn't see anything, but it did pick up most sounds. Quick breaths could be heard mixed in with slower, shakier ones. What's he saying? Someone asked. That metal, wielded 0.3 inches, no power, flick. Suffocate. No room to bend. He's describing the different situations he could use to get out. The box he's in was welded shut. With only 3 inches for a wind-up, no punch would pack any power. If he flicks his way out, the dirt above him would suffocate him. He can't kick his way out either without any room to bend his knees, Aizawa deciphered, emotionless as always. Toshinori spared a glance at the stoic homeroom teacher. How could he speak like it was nothing? Like Midoriya's situation was an afternoon tea subject? How could he speak so nonchalantly about his student? His boy. His Izuku. Not when he was. He shouldn't be mumbling though. His air supply dash. A voice Toshinori recognized as Cementos noted. Air supply? Where is he? Someone asked. A small crack rang through the room and a small green light the box up. The teacher's jaws dropped and Toshinori's frail heart stopped beating. There, Midoriya Izuku laid horizontally with maybe 3 inches from his nose to the top. The camera was placed by his feet, allowing the teachers to see his entire body shift uncomfortably. His all-might shirt was rumpled against his thin basketball shorts. He had no socks on or anything that could give him warmth. Toshinori could see his legs shake under the cold. Is he in A? Another hero trailed off. Midoriya picked up what looked like a tape recorder and hit the first button. Midoriya Izuku. A low distorted voice sounded out. I apologize we must speak like this, but know you, your abilities and, more importantly, your connections. The voice paused before continuing. My name does not matter now. What does is your survival, Midoriya Izuku. I want you to survive. I want you to live and become a great hero. If the sports festival was anything to go by, you would make a great hero dash. Then would you kidnap me? Midoriya mumbled as he brought the recorder closer to his ear. Toshinori could have laughed if it wasn't for the situation. This has nothing to do with you either. This has to do with pro heroes and your UA teachers. I won't say as the past does not matter. The future does. More importantly yours. Your situation right now is a test for them. How much do they really care about their students? Out of a student body of 2,000 children, how far will they go for just one? Will they fail and move on like nothing happened? Will your teachers bring up your death? Will UA even announce your disappearance? Or will the entire school just sweep you under the rug, forgotten and discarded? The voice shook as it continued. UA is not as great as the public says. This year only villain attacks have overrun your class only. How are students supposed to learn to protect others if their own teachers can't do the same for them? They say lead by example, but those teachers are no example to be followed. Pro heroes are supposed to save, protect and remember. They don't do that now. They forget students like you, Midoriya. The ones who try so hard and push themselves to just get the mere glance of a pro and look away. I believe that you would make a great hero. The question is, do they? You have 5 days in your situation as I have handled the air quantity. More than enough time for them to find you. However, you and the other dorm members of your school were drugged. You should have woken up not too long after I left you. Air supply doesn't depend on you either, but your so-called teachers of UA. I've said it once and I'll say it again. I hope you make it out alive, Midoriya Izuku. I hope you make a greater hero than the ones you know and worship. Goodbye, student. The recording ended. Every teacher in the room could feel the sinking panic in Midoriya as the information passed through. Suddenly, the camera picked up on Midoriya's chest going way too far up and way too far low. He's breathing too much and too deeply. He's going to use up his air supply. He's having a panic attack, Toshinori whispered, his chest getting tighter and tighter as he watched Midoriya's slow accent to panic. Izuku's panic. The boy kept breathing heavily for another 5 minutes before he stopped. Stopped moving. Stopped breathing. Stopped everything. Every jaw dropped. Toshinori couldn't move even if he wanted to. He stared red-eyed at the screen with his unmoving child. Did he just watch his student die? There was no way he was buried alive? Blood King asked briefly. Every teacher wanted to look away from the unmoving boy on the screen, but no one could. Toshinori stole a glance at Aizawa, who simply was as still as Midoriya. Toshinori felt something moving on his hand. He looked down at, it was just his shaking hand. Hand shaking so badly, he couldn't hold a glass of water. He felt the eyes on his as he shook his hand and folded them under the table. Now wasn't the time for him to break. Not yet. He had to hold on. For who though? If Midoriya was? I'm going to fast forward it a bit. He's still alive, but this next part could be difficult for some, Naomesa's voice rung out, snapping everyone back to the present. Please, leave the room if you need. But I believe you all need to see this. See the urgency in this situation. What kind of statement was that? Toshinori could clearly see the urgency. He could see it loud and clear right above his own son's unmoving body. Toshinori rolled his hands into fists. How dare Naomesa think that he doesn't understand how important this situation is? He was the one who ran in after Aizawa to carry his limp class out of a drugged building. He was the one who hauled an unconscious co-worker out of his own successor's empty bedroom. He of all people saw the urgency in. Play it, Aizawa demanded. Toshinori whipped his head at Aizawa. The detective nodded. Why am I crying? His voice rang through the green light coffin. Toshinori wanted to hit something by listening to Midoriya's soft and confused voice. Suddenly, Midoriya started to toss and turn. He started to cry and scream and bang against the coffin door. His voice shot through Toshinori like a bullet through glass. He's heard Midoriya cry, but never like this. Not this high-pitched, gut-wrenching panic and desperate-filled scream. Those cries weren't his typical sniffles but terrified, tormented back-of-throat yells that tore every one of his teachers to shreds. "Don't cry, Izuku. I'll dash. Let me out." Midoriya cried out in anguish, completely oblivious to Toshinori's shattered heart. His screams ripping his vocal cords in pain. He kept tossing and turning, kicking and punching, clawing and crying. Midoriya let out another ear-piercing tortured scream as he desperately fought the metal walls. "Oh my God," someone said. Hands were coming up to mouths and tears fell from eyes. They couldn't do anything except watch their student bang and injure themselves against the metal cage. It was like watching a bird try to fly away in a too tiny of a cage. Pitiful and hopeless. A loud snap of a wrist sent an inhale through the teachers. The green glow of his quirk showed how little room the teen had. The camera kept shaking as the lightning boy kept fighting and kicking the walls of the coffin. "Don't hit anymore. You're done, Izuku. Please just breath. Breath, Izuku dash. Help me. Please, someone. Please." Midoriya screamed out. He kept smashing his limp wrist against the top of his coffin while his legs flailed around, desperate for some escape. "Stop it, my boy. Stop hurting yourself. Please. Let me out. Let me out. Please." The poor boy wheezed in anguish. Sweat mixed with tears dyed red with blood ran down his face. His knuckles were black, broken and bloody, while his knees looked the same way. A few of his toes looked out of place also. But none of that stopped him. Midoriya, the happy cheerful teen with too bright of a smile, laid tormented by the metal walls with nothing but his own distressed wails to fill the dead silence. Toshinori went deaf somewhere in the middle of it. He couldn't take it. Those screams. Those cries. Half was a mumbled mess, anyways. Toshinori subconsciously closed his eyes until he felt the teacher next to his stiffen even more. "Aizawa-sensei!" Midoriya yelled. Pain, panic, sadness, desperation, all the emotions dripped from his voice. "Please help me. Help me. Help me. Let me out. Please, sensei. I'm sorry." The boy started to wedge himself between the walls, the flashes of lightning blinding the camera. All might, please. Save me." From the sorry hit some rugged part of his voice. It was hoarse, dry, and painful. Yet here he was, using his oxygen, his lifetime, screaming out a name who couldn't help him. How could Toshinori let him go this? How did it ever come to this? Just 2 days ago they were running together, laughing together as they made their way around campus. Yet here was that same boy Toshinori was in charge of, crying out his name. He couldn't do this. He can't handle this. Midoriya. His boy needed him, but he couldn't go to help him. But, why was he so pathetic? He couldn't help one student. Why was he so pathetic? "All might," Aizawa said quietly but sternly, taking the symbol of peace from his mind. It took everything Toshinori had to rip his eyes from watching his boy wither in fits of panic and anxiety. "Take a minute if you need." "Why would I dash?" Then something hit his pants. Toshinori looked down as his dark trousers. Another hit. He squinted at the small circles of water splashing innocently on his pant leg. He took his bony, shaky fingers and touched his face. What? Why were they wet? Why would there be water on his dash? He was crying. Toshinori took a teary glance back up to Midoriya. Was that him screaming or Midoriya? Time, 8:14 am. Chapter text. "Aizawa-sensei!" Midoriya's voice cried out. Aizawa stiffened. He had been keeping his emotions well under wrapped this entire time. That's what 10+ years of underground heroics gets a person. He's had plenty of cases where people cry out for someone, anyone, to save them, and he'd try. He'll save who he can. It'd be illogical to think everyone can be saved. But Midoriya Izuku's case is anything but logical. Please help me. Help me. Help me. Let me out. Please sense it. I'm sorry. He screamed, banging, and wiggling in his limited space. Why are you apologizing, problem child? What have you ever done wrong that would make you apologize right now? Aizawa thought. Maybe if his logical thinking was strong enough, he could hold up his crumbling stoic facade. Then no one could see how his heart was shredded by Midoriya's words. He'd sacrifice himself over and over again if that meant his kids could live another day. He'd do anything for them. So why couldn't he do anything now? All Might, please help me. Midoriya yelled, wedging himself between the walls. Aizawa never took his eyes off the screen, nor did he ever said anything. He'd never let something slip through his emotion-proof gate. He never does that ever, let alone in a room full of his coworkers and allies alike. However, listening to Midoriya, watching Midoriya, feeling his screams penetrate his very soul, Aizawa came mighty close. Midoriya's face was contorted in panic and fear. His cries never got quieter and his screams never softer. His movements only lost technique and soon form as his panic-fueled spasms continued. So much pain for someone so young. For some reason, Aizawa wondered if he felt any pain when he died. He shook his thoughts. He couldn't think like that. Midoriya wasn't dead. He was still alive. Savable. But Aizawa would save him. Rescue him. Answer his call for help. Like last time? He spared a glance at All Might, whose tears didn't match his shocked face. Aizawa nudged him. All Might, he whispered, trying to keep his voice steady. Take a moment, if you need. He may not be able to help Midoriya at the moment, but he could at least lend a hand to a fellow teacher. The #1 hero faced him, fat, miserable, pitiful tears ran down his confused face. Why would I dash? Aizawa looked away for All Might's privacy. He was crying and didn't even know about it. He envied All Might's ability to openly show his emotions. He could easily do the same, but not here. Not with All Might secretly thanking Aizawa for not breaking under his problem child's screams. Not with said child was shaking with shivers and tears in front of them. Not when Midoriya Izuku is so close, yet so far. He turned back to the screen just as the man beside him screamed out so loudly, Aizawa jumped and went for his non-existent scarf. Yagi! The detective yelled, pausing the video just as Midoriya's foot was going to connect with the wall. Again. Aizawa looked down at the hunched-over #1 hero. The man was full-on sobbing, his own wails matching the ones on the screen as he buried his face in his hands, eyes shut in pain. His mouth was hanging open, tears and saliva rhyming it while his breaths were rough, irregular and rigid. Aizawa didn't even know if he was trying to keep his cries in or not, but they were loud enough for everyone to look over and then away in condolences. His emotional yells were incoherent with the occasional, "my boy," or "Izuku." Aizawa could sympathize with All Might. He knew what it felt for his entire world to come crashing down, but there was a time and a place for it. A conference room filled with a lead detective and 169 other pro heroes trying to discuss a missing student was not the time. Nizu caught his eye somehow and nodded at the doors. Aizawa sent his own nod before gently grabbing All Might's arm and pulling him up. "Excuse us, detective," he said, slowly and with a deep bow. Aizawa ignored the teacher's glances as he half-dragged the man out of the room. Once they were out of earshot of the conference room, Aizawa pulled him into an open classroom and quickly shut the door. "All right, I get Midoriya is missing and that whatever connection you had is beyond a teacher and student, but right now, you cannot play father to the kid. You may not just be a teacher to Midoriya, but you are to 19 students. You are a staff member at this school and a pro hero who needs to be both mentally and emotionally strong," Aizawa scolded. "I'm not asking you to put that fake smile on, but you need to pull yourself together. Let loose and spill your emotions later. A pro is a pro, so start acting like one." Aizawa didn't even shoot him a glance as he walked out of the classroom, slamming the door shut so hard, it rattled the neighboring walls. He might have let a few drops of his own anger slip into his rant, but it didn't matter now. All that did was Midoriya. All Might was an adult. He didn't need to hold his hand. Aizawa walked back to the conference room, trying to dilute whatever anger was threatening to bubble over. His little rage slip seemed to flick a switch in him, making him angry at everyone. Anger at All Might. Anger at this kidnapper. Hell, even anger at Midoriya. Deep down in some logical part of his brain, he knew this anger was no one's fault but his. He was angry at everyone because he was angry at himself. For losing Midoriya, for letting another student get kidnapped, for failing again taking it out on others was just an excuse to not deal with it himself. Aizawa sat down alone at his table, sinking in a mix of fatigue, frustration, and guilt. All Might should be back soon, Aizawa said, keeping his emotions out of his voice. He'd be a hypocrite after his talk with All Might to blow up now. Sorry for the interruption. The detective blinked at him and nodded. I believe you all get the idea then. How long was it? The video? Someone asked. The detective's eyes studied Aizawa for a second too long for a passing glance before looking away. I'll get to that later. The suit and tie cleared his throat. Because Midoriya's captor had addressed you all, with the exception of All Might, I would like your help on this. Clearly, the captor has had past differences with UA and its teachers, and by working with you all, using your quirks, ideas and planning, Midoriya will have a higher success with your assistance. What about school? I'm all for helping with this case, but tomorrow is Monday, a third-year teacher asked. The school will be shut down this coming week. I have contacted parents and such already, Nedzu said. Tsukachi nodded. Also, please do not share any details of this case. This is not to go public. Of what the parents and public know, the Class 1A and teachers' dorms were accidentally gassed by an experiment gone wrong. Of the recovered, no one was injured. It was no student's fault. Vague as it is, it's for the safety of everyone. What about Midoriya? Don't the parents have the right to know about a missing student? The public could help us look dash. No, the detective interrupted bluntly. For the time being, too many dangers could come from the public knowing about Midoriya's disappearance. His kidnapper dash, Aizawa cringed inside. Called out UA's teachers specifically. There is something only you can remember, as the video put it. If the public knew, they would be all over this school, and resources would be spent on publication versus Midoriya. Trust in UA would go down and parents may pull their child from the dorms. Having several UA students out of campus and unprotected could prompt this kidnapper to strike again if... Aizawa looked at the man. If what? The detective, bless his soul, stared right back into Aizawa's eyes. If Midoriya Izuku dies, his kidnapper might take another and do the same to them. This could start a serial kidnapping cycle around UA. If that happens, well, I don't need to explain why that would be bad. Several people gasped. Coward. That was all Aizawa could think of. Taking their issues out on innocent students than with the staff? Were they afraid that a head-to-head match left them as a crater in the ground? Were they that cowardly, they had to take a hostage to ensure business? That's stupid to pick one of Aizawa's students. What was the other reason why school is shut down? Midnight asked hesitantly. The detective looked solemn. He'd been hit question after question surrounding a child disappearance while watching them torture themselves 6 feet under the ground, helpless to help. He leaned back over his computer and brought up another tab. Aizawa glanced back up on the screen and frowned. The screen looked like a picture. Almost? Midoriya laid there still as ever. His green glow stick was at his feet now. Was this another video? The video you just watched of Midoriya was an edited version of this video. He pointed up at the projection. Through the green glow, Aizawa could see Midoriya's chest go up and down. Slower than usual. But it was. Going? How would an edited version of this video be possible if this video was still going on? It's a live stream, Aizawa whispered. The room froze as the detective continued. When we first opened the flash drive, the live stream had already started. We rewound it to watch from the beginning at 12 a.m. Saturday morning. The first video was just a snip of the live stream. How is he now? Another asked. He hasn't done anything else too extreme lately. He's been unconscious since his latest panic attack. Tsukachi read from a notebook. Did he watch Midoriya all that time? Record what times the kid woke up and cried? No wonder his eye bags are more prominent today. What does this have to do with school? The live stream has been playing since 12 a.m. Saturday morning, he said slowly. 1 out of the 5 days his kidnapper gave him has passed. With the excess breathing outside a calm state, Midoriya could have used up over a day's worth, limiting our time limit more. We still don't know exactly when Midoriya's air became limited, so there are many unknown factors, but details aside. If we don't find him soon, Midoriya Izuku will be dead midway through this week. Silence. Silence. Deafening. Silence. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. There is no way he is letting his student go that quickly. There is no way his class will be reduced by 1. There is no way Aizawa Shota is letting Midoriya Izuku die. Then we work all night. This person said they have business with the UA staff. If we stay here together and go through UA's archives, we might dash. Yes, but the detective cut Hisashi off. UA staff will be working closely with a few other outside pro agencies. We will split up through quirks to go out and start searching the grounds. The security system wasn't tripped, nor were there any disruptions in other areas Friday night. Yesterday, we began interviews with potential informatics and started marking out possible sites. We'll alternate between field and desk jobs, especially those with suitable searching quirks and those closest to Midoriya. All the teachers are staying? One of the general education teachers asked. Just ones with Midoriya in their classes, Nedzu answered. Everyone else will conduct search and rescue points with the police and other heroes, rotating every 12 hours. I'm asking for a lot here in such a short time, so I thank you for cooperating. Swakuchi bowed the room. We'll break off and split up now. Thank you again, everyone. It'll be a long 4 days. The room returned the respect and jumped to action. Midoriya's class teachers all stayed in the room while others huddled with the officers to begin search points or general profiling. Aizawa was about to check up in all might when someone called his name. Aizawa! He turned to see the detective standing right behind him with Nizu on his shoulder. Tsukachi? He's known the detective for some time. They've worked on plenty of cases together to the point where they both know each other's investigation styles. Aizawa appreciated the man's straight-to-business bluntness, skipping over the typical diabetic sugarcoating and getting to what matters. He sighed deeply at Aizawa. I'm going to be blunt here, Eraser. You're off this case. You too close to Midoriya, as is All Might. It's a time-sensitive case that needs a clear mind. Aizawa's eyebrows disappeared into his hair. Excuse me, Dash. Aizawa, Nizu said solemnly. His black eyes bared down at his own. You are far too emotionally attached to this case. It would lead to non-existent conclusions, illogical reasoning, and risky behavior. You know just as much as anyone why you are off this case. I'm an underground hero, Principal, Aizawa stated calmly. He was not calm. And both Swakuchi and Nedzu knew it. What better person to work on this than Dash? You were the one who found Midoriya, Nedzu interrupted. Automatically, that puts you in a different headspace than the other teachers. Second, you are 1A's homeroom teacher. Underground hero or not, you still have a duty to the other students. At times, doing the most for the ones you love is doing nothing at all. It is the true test of heroics. Midoriya has 168 other UA heroes behind him along with an entire police force while your other 19 students have only each other. Be there for them. Your student will be taken care of. Aizawa understood where Nizu was coming from, but he was still a hero. A teacher, as he said. His student needed him and Aizawa needed to be there. I still believe Dash. Don't forget, Aizawa. The little rat interrupted again, jumping from the detective's shoulder. The principal looked up at the confused hero with a gentle smile. He called for you first. Time, 8:26 a.m. Hey, Uraraka, Midoriya said with a nervous smile. He mentally slapped himself for stuttering as he walked towards the brown-haired girl. It was a nice day out. Not too cold but not too hot either. The sun was bright and the breeze was gentle, kissing everyone's cheeks with its red touch. Hey, Deku, she said back brightly, waving at Midoriya. She was already at the meeting spot after school where she, him, Ida and Todoroki would walk back to the dorms together. The meeting spot was just an old street lamp outside the gates. It wasn't anything special to them, but it was to Midoriya. It was a reminder of how good of friends he had. How much they all meant to him and how much he meant to them. He smiled as she and Ida walked up to him. "Hello, Midoriya," Ida said loudly, his hand poking his glasses. "How was your day?" "Tired but good now." "I'm glad it's Saturday tomorrow, though," Midoriya said, readjusting his backpack straps. He looked around for the last member of their group. "How was yours?" "Full of important education and daily motivation," he exclaimed. Uraraka giggled as she nodded. "Same here, Ida," she said, a breeze twirling her hair in the wind. Midoriya tilted his head slightly. Maybe it was the way the sun reflected off his shiny but silky smooth hair or the way her eyes crinkled as she tittered at Ida, but Uraraka looked, in simple terms, beautiful at that moment. She looked beautiful and was beautiful in more ways than just one. Her blazer was rolled up at the arms a few knots, showing off the scars she got from Gunhead's internship and Mirako's work study. It was a testament to how tough and driven she was. She was never afraid to show them off either. Uraraka would tell him how they matched whenever he wore a short-sleeve shirt or when he was doing dinner's dishes. Her determination was simply beautiful. Her smile too. Midoriya couldn't think of any words other than beautiful. Exquisite? Stunning? Breathtaking? Now that he thought about it, he couldn't think of any words that could describe her and do justice. Some words like badass, kind, and simply cool only did half the work. Nothing in Midoriya's mind could come close to matching her smile, her bubbly aura, her beauty, her skills, her heroics, her strength. He loved it all. "What are you staring at, Midoriya?" someone said in his ear. "1, 2, 3, Todoroki. And no one. Why would I be looking at someone? I mean, something," Midoriya quickly fixed with a nervous laugh. "Not someone. Why would I want to look at people? What makes you think that I would be looking at something anyways? Unless citizenal might websitter something, I typically don't look at anything goranyon cause it would be weird and I'm not weird." Todoroki eyed Midoriya and then followed his original line of sight. "Uraraka?" "Huh." The girl in question broke off her conversation with Ida and looked at the two boys. "Oh hey Todoroki. You need something?" "Why was Midoriya looking at you?" the peppermint teen asked, curiously tilting his head. "Todoroki," Midoriya interrupted, waving his hands in front of him. It's not like that, Uraraka. I would never look at you," he said with a kind smile, his cheeks bright red. That is until he realized what he said. "No. I mean I wouldn't stare at you. Not that I was saying I was staring. Todoroki is just doing something like being horrible wingman," he trailed off quietly, looking away. "What does Hawks have to do with this?" Todoroki asked, confused. His blunt analysis would be the end of Midoriya. "You going on another hero spiel, Midoriya?" Ida asked, taking the lead for the walk. The three followed closely behind as they made their way back to the dorms. "And no," Midoriya took a breath. "Never mind. Do you guys have anything planned for the weekend?" "Sleep," Uraraka said with a yawn. "Meeting with my brother." "Training." "What's your training for this weekend?" Midoriya asked, glad to talk about something else. "Is it with your father or just on your own?" "Swimming. It's a good workout apparently, and UA has a massive pool for it. It's a bit cool, but nothing I can't help with," Todoroki said, holding a small flame in his hand then quickly extinguishing it. "I'm doing it on my own. Fire and water normally don't mix." "Ooh, can I join you?" Uraraka asked excitedly. "I've been trying to control the amount of gravity an object or a person has lately. I don't have great control over it, though. It always fluctuates when I use it. I could do quirk resistance training with you in the pool? See if I can hold a floatable object under while the water pushes them to the top." "Sure," Todoroki shrugged. "Midoriya, would you like you to want to come?" "Why yeah?" He yelled too quickly. What did he just say yeah to? Swimming? Would he wear a shirt? He didn't want to make anyone uncomfortable by not wearing one. Plus, what would Uraraka think? Would she think that he was trying to show off? He wasn't. Summer was different because it was hot out, but it was cooler now. Would she think he was one of those player types? He didn't want her to misinterpret him. He wasn't wearing a shirt for her. At least, not just for her. The added drag would help with his resistance in swimming, but what shirt would wear? Are you coming? Uraraka asked, running up next to Ida. Where you guys going? Someone asked behind them. The group turned towards a smiling Kirishima dragging an irritated Bakugo towards them. The pool. Todoroki, Deku, and I are going to go swimming and do some quirk training later on. Want to join? Uraraka asked cheerfully. Sometimes her smile could rival Midoriya's and to literally anyone that was saying something. Oh, like the races we had in summer? That was fun. Bakugo and I'll dash. PSH, I ain't going anywhere near Deku, Bakugo scoffed, shaking Kirishima from his blazer. He's bad enough on land. Hey, man dash, Kirishima started again before getting interrupted. Again. Oh, or is it because he's a faster swimmer? Uraraka egged him on with a daring smirk. She took a confident step forward so she was toe and toe with the explosive boy, her head barely reaching his chin. Or because he would have beaten you at the last swimming contest? Ha ha ha, Uraraka, Midoriya nervously laughed. He wedged himself between the two, silently wishing Bakugo wouldn't kill him, then her, then him again. Keikaken always faster in the water. I don't even float. Get out, Deku, he said, pushing Midoriya out of the way. He looked down at Uraraka, who didn't flinch under his intense red-eye gaze. You're on round cheeks. Keikaken dash. Nah, Dek'll use his quirk again and easily beat you, Uraraka said nonchalantly. She ignored the teen's explosive hands and the redhead's hardened arms holding him back. How about whoever can hold their breath the longest wins? Wins what? Todoroki asked, his interest piqued. Ida too stopped walking as he noticed the group not following. A kiss on the cheek. Uraraka yelled. Todoroki, Ida and Kirishima's eyebrows disappeared into their hair while Deku immediately turned red and quickly looked away. Even Bakugo had some wind-burnt cheeks. Or brownies. Sato and I will make some for the winner, she said, noticing the boy's reaction. He scoffed at the first offer. Deal, but if I win, I don't want no bacteria-filled lips on my face. No, if I win, Deku plays against Kirishima and me in slap pong. He smiled to himself in evil contentment as he continued. With quirks. Midoriya didn't really know what slap pong was but heard it was a more painful version of table tennis. He was alright with normal tennis, so slap pong shouldn't be too difficult, right? Deal, Uraraka said, grabbing onto Bakugo's hand. Hey, why are your hands so soft? Do you moisturize? I thought they'd be rougher like Deku's or even Kirishima's dash. Get off me, he yelled quickly, the wind burn on his cheeks getting a bit redder. He wiggled his hand from Uraraka's before facing Midoriya. Fool. 6 o'clock. Be there. I reserved it for 5 o'clock, Todoroki interjected. Go, fridge rate yourself, half and half, Bakugo yelled, grabbing Kirishima and walking off. Let's do our best, then? Midoriya yelled out after him. Bakugo threw him the finger in response. At least he heard me. He whispered awkwardly. He faced his friends again. Uraraka took a step closer to Midoriya. Sorry for making that deal, but I know you can beat Bakugo. I believe in you, Uraraka said, throwing her fist into the air, narrowly missing Ida's glasses. Thanks, Uraraka, Midoriya said sheepishly. Even if he didn't make the deal, he would still try his best. Go beyond. Plus ultra. The four walked back to the dorms with Ida's scoldings on forcing others into bets and such filling the background noise. Ida left for Hosu when they got back while Todoroki and Midoriya both got changed into their swimsuits. Are you wearing a shirt? Midoriya asked, quietly looking around the empty common room. Todoroki was wearing a long-sleeve shirt and holding a pair of sandals and a towel. He raised an eyebrow at the fully clothed Midoriya. He was wearing his trunks but with a short-sleeve shirt and a jacket. No. If I use my fire, my shirt will burn. I already lost 5 shirts and 3 school uniforms, he said sadly. Are you? Probably. It might get, cold, Midoriya said, lying horribly. Maybe he'll ask All Might on how to properly lie without being an awkward mess of obviousness. I already said I can warm the pool, he said, refolding his white towel. And no, cold swimming helps with breathing control, and if we go to the deeper end, it gets cooler over there. Warm water doesn't go that far down, you know? He said gawky, not meeting Todoroki's eye. Man, he really needs lying lessons. I see. Are you ready then? Todoroki said, standing up. Yeah. The two already got permission from Aizawa-sensei to use the lap pool and notified him of the others that were coming. When they all arrived, however, Uraraka, Mina, Hagurake, Momo and Azui were already there, as was Kirishima, Kaminari, Shiro, and Bakugo. Well, what Aizawa-sensei doesn't know will kick them all into week-long detention, but that's future Midoriya's problem. You ready, Deku? Bakugo asked tauntingly. The teen was already dressed in black swimming trunks and orange tie around his waist. He was holding two 20-pound weights while standing at the pool's edge. Kaminari and Kirishima were talking next to him. Don't you want to swim or something first, man? Get your lungs warmed up? Or just wait till the water warms up? Our human heater just arrived after all, Kirishima said, nudging Bakugo and pointing at Todoroki. They all turned to see Todoroki knee-deep the water with all the girls seeping in the literal man-made jacuzzi. Kaminari mumbled something about lucky Todoroki, while Midoriya dropped his stuff off on a bench. He walked over to the trio, ready and somewhat excited, challenging Bakugo in an innocent contest was always fun to Midoriya. It reminded him of when they were both quirkless younglings who would race each other to their houses or eat ice cream the fastest or even sleep in the longest. Back when they were best friends. It may not be like old times, but the way Bakugo treats Midoriya now is different. He's still blunt, rude and offensive to Midoriya, and really everyone, but not in a degrading way. Their discussions are banters, not arguments. His hits aren't aimed to maim and his comments rarely hold as much venom as they used to. Times aren't the same. Somehow they're better. A step closer to an actual friendship between rivals. Midoriya internally smiled at the thought. No. Cold water will constrict breathing, making the weaker one drop out first. Right, Deku? Bakugo said, throwing the weight at Midoriya, who caught it easily. Demon, already starting with the trash talk. Good luck, man, Kaminari said, flashing a grin at Midoriya. The two left as Midoriya confidently nodded at the blonde. If he was going up against Bakugo in any sort of competition, he knew the other would bring nothing but his best. Midoriya would have to do the same. His eyes narrowed in determination as the two stepped up the middle of the lap pool where the bottom was 10 or so feet deep. You got this, Deku, Uraraka said, appearing out of nowhere and slapping a hand on his back. Suddenly his entire chest felt heavy. Heavy. He shook the feeling off and readjusted the weight in his hands. Ready, Momo called out, holding out the stopwatch she made for all eyes to see. All the girls plus Kaminari and Shiro were sitting in the jacuzzi area of the lap pool with Todoroki awkwardly standing in the middle. Get set. Go! The two jumped into the pool, sinking even quicker with the weights. Eyeing each other as the two sat on the bottom of the pool. They both resumed Buddha-like positions, the weights holding their legs down. Red eyes bared at green ones in the one-sided staring contest which Midoriya just ignored. The seconds got longer as the two sat there. It was oddly peaceful. Kaken wasn't exploding at Midoriya and Midoriya wasn't kicking Kaken. The simple silence was somewhat comforting to him. Something splashed next to Midoriya with the muffled sounds of laughter. He looked behind him to see Todoroki disheveled in the water with Kaminari's hand holding on to him for dear life. Another set of hands was grabbing at Kaminari as Shiro wrestled Kaminari from above. Midoriya was about to warn them that they were still in the shallower end when Kaminari's foot accidentally kicked Todoroki's chin, his head hitting hard against the shallow pool. Midoriya was about to swim over but stopped as a wave of ice-cold water hit him. He looked back over at Bakugo, who finally shut his eyes from the staring contest. Shiro and Kaminari would help Todoroki out of the pool, so he'd alert Bakugo. Whatever happened, the two needed to get out and get help. He walked over to Bakugo as the water was getting colder and colder. His toes starting to get tingly and his head a bit woozy from the temperature drop. He looked up when the entire surface of the water was covered in a thin layer of ice. Someone grabbed Midoriya's shoulder. It was Bakugo, his red eyes wide and alarmed. "Swim up!" he yelled, mumbled due to the water. Bakugo dropped his weight and started to swim to the deep end where the ice hasn't reached yet. Midoriya was quick to follow. As he started to swim, however, something kept dragging him down, closer and closer to the pool's floor. Soon he couldn't even kick off the ground. Midoriya tried to jump off and swim upwards just for something to pull him right back down, deeper and deeper in the pool's depth. Every jump made it harder for him to move and wasted his energy. His paddles became steps as the pull firmly kept him on the ground, pushing him harder and harder into the floor. A quick glance at the UA's underwater logo told him he was mere inches from the deepest part of the pool, while another glance at the surface where the light was getting dimmer and dimmer said the ice was thickening. Bakugo was almost to the surface too, not even noticing Midoriya not behind him. "Kakin!" he yelled, running out of air. He watched as his oxygen-filled bubbles escaped from his lungs and floated away, his life source disappearing before his frozen eyes. "Kachin!" The boy in question turned at the marbled sound and quickly started to swim towards him when someone jumped in, breaking the ice with their hardened body with a loud splash. They grabbed onto a fighting Bakugo and threw him to the surface. Kirishima didn't see Midoriya at the bottom of the 17-foot deep pool, its darkness hiding him from the surface. Midoriya watched in horror as the water got darker and darker as Todoroki's ice got thicker and thicker. He was feeling dizzy, light-headed, nauseous. He was running out of air. He grabbed at his throat and desperately tried to swim away. One for All couldn't lift his legs, which were kneeling on the rough ground. He didn't have any more air. No more oxygen. He was going to drown. Die. He couldn't breathe. He threw off his shirt in hopes that it would alleviate his sinking. Surprisingly, it did. He felt lighter than ever but colder than before. No, it wasn't even cold anymore. It was freezing, paralyzing, bitterly icy. The water's temperature was piercing his every move like frozen pins and needles as he swam towards the ice-covered surface. He couldn't feel his toes and his legs were numb. His fingers would barely function and his eyes were burning from the freezing water. His teeth chattering so hard, he could have broken a tooth while his lungs were squeezing and contracting too fast for the rest of his body to keep up with. The frosty fangs of the water bit deep into Midoriya's skin, skinning out any sort of warmth he had. The only sound he could hear was the deafening pumps of the frigid blood in his ears. Hey! He yelled at the dense ice, pounding at the 4-foot-deep ice. He tried to power up One for All, but his head couldn't focus enough to use it. He couldn't even feel his limbs to throw a punch or kick. Midoriya couldn't breathe. His vision started to blacken as he fought as hard as he could against the ice. He banged his useless legs and arms against the ice in hopes anyone, would hear him. "Help," his voiceless voice said. Was he thinking that or saying it? The pressure was building in his head, making his mind want to explode. He couldn't breathe. There was no more air to breathe in and no room to breathe out. He was drowning. 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 He was cold and drowning. Tired and drowning. Alive and drowning. The rapidly growing ice, now 5 feet deep, was only pushing him further and further down, back towards the ground. Back into the shadows of the living. No. No help. Help me. Please. Someone. I am drowning. Help me. Save me. Rescue me. This couldn't be the end. He didn't want to drown. Not here. Not with his friends and his family above him. He wanted to be with them. He couldn't drown. Yet he could drown. He will drown. He'll die at the bottom of this pool. He could die. He will die. If only someone came. If only someone would. There was one last thought before his consciousness faded. One last thought before he took his fatal inhale of water. One last thought before Midoriya Izuku drowned in a sea of cold, lonely darkness 0.6 feet under the ice. Let me out. Time, 7:04 a.m. Toshinori took a breath. After Aizawa slammed the door behind him, he seemed to have woken up, or at least, as he said, get a grip. He calmed down, regained control, shook out his shaking hands as he composed himself. It may have taken 10 minutes, But he was alright now. Or, as alright as one can be in his situation. Toshinori shook off the thought as he walked through the busy hallway. Busy? Toshinori looked at the heroes' faces as they all shuffled past him in the tight hallway. All wore the same tired, horrified, and sympathetic looks. Everyone's shoulders were hunched and auras a bit darker. Toshinori was about to tap someone on the shoulder when someone called out his name. Yagi, Naomasa called out. Toshinori nodded at the man as he gently worked his way to the now empty conference room, his shoulder accidentally hitting the last person in the room. Sorry, Aizawa, Toshinori said, his voice still raspy from the previous minutes. Aizawa just grunted, shoving his hands deeper into his pockets and walking off. Toshinori turned back to his detective friend. What did I miss? He looked up at the screen which had a sleeping Midoriya on it. His breaths steadily went up and down, albeit a bit quicker and irregular than usual, but still, he was breathing. I'll cut to it, Yagi, the detective said bluntly. He took a breath before starting. It's a live stream. Midoriya has 4, maybe 3.5 more days of air. The police and other pro-heroes will be returning to UA in a couple of minutes to start the investigation. You and Aizawa are off this case, Naomasa said straightly. His ability to compartmentalize in the most serious situations won his detective title. To watch a child wither in pain 6 feet under the ground and keep a calm face is no easy feat, yet here a man who did it for a full day stood, eyes straight, serious and stoic. Toshinori's heart stuttered at his words. 3 days? That's all his boy had? And he couldn't do anything? He knew that it was coming. He knew that being buried alive meant a limited air supply. He knew what was to come for Midoriya, but it didn't feel real. Toshinori shook aside his thoughts. Midoriya needed him. And he would be there in any way he could, even if he wasn't directly helping him. I understand, he said softly. You understand? Naomasa asked, surprised. Yes. I'm too close to Midoriya to think of this case with a logical mind. Aizawa no doubt is the same, no matter how much logical thinking he says he has, Toshinori said quietly. There would be no way the detective would let him in this case. Toshinori was exempted from the captor's threat, so he wouldn't remember anything helpful. His quirk, or lack thereof, wouldn't do anything to physically aid Midoriya, and he wasn't trained or experienced enough as the police in kidnapping cases to help with the search. Naomasa eyed him before nodding. Good. I have another job for you two then. Toshinori quirked a brow. Naomasa looked back to the projector. The live stream needs to be watched, he said slowly. One of my officers was on first watch but had to take a break. I took over from there, noting times and reactions for the police records and medical needs. It needs to be logged. I suggest you and Aizawa do it, but in shifts. No one person could do this alone, especially when he's awake. Toshinori looked at his friend, concerned. You did it though. I suggest to go find Aizawa and talk to your students. They need to know what's happening. I know, Yagi said. Thank you for watching over my boy, Naomasa. The detective nodded, turning to the doorway. I'm sorry, Yagi. The man whispered so softly, so quietly, so solemnly, Toshinori could have cracked again. Those 3 words just mocking him with the reality that is now. The situation was far too familiar to his liking. His only family was on the verge of death again, and Toshinori could do nothing but watch. Again. He took a breath as he looked up at the screen. What are you dreaming about, my boy? He asked aloud, not even trying to hide his sadness in his voice. He watched Midoriya's face contort in discomfort and panic before reading the clock and turning to go find Aizawa. Naomasa was right, the students needed to know what was happening. 7 a.m. He was a fool to think that it'd be easy finding an underground hero. It's been 10 minutes of Toshinori walking up and down, floor after floor trying to find the hero when the next best thing popped up. Present Mike. Toshinori said, his voice carrying down the hall to the other blonde hero just about to enter the archive room. All Might, what do you need? Present Mike, like the others, wasn't dressed in his hero costume and instead sported his normal civilian attire. Toshinori eyed the man in front of him. From one flashy hero to another, The difference between his hero and civilian persona was a drastic one. From the tired eyes to the ponytailed hair to the normal blue shirt, this wasn't present Mike. This was Yamada Hisashi. Have you seen Aizawa? I've been looking for him, Toshinori said, meeting the man halfway. Last I saw him, he was in the restroom. He looked at his watch. 5 minutes ago? Check his classroom or the lounge. He'd be there. Thank you, Yamada, Toshinori said with a head bow. Yamada's green eyes softened at the use of his real name. It's nothing, All Might. You know, you and Eraser are a lot more alike than you think. He and Aizawa were probably polar opposites on everything. From heroics to teaching methods to personality, they were on complete opposite sides of everything. I don't think we have much in common. Neither did me nor Midnight, but here the three of us are, teaching at our alma mater. You went to UA with him? Toshinori asked. Now that he thinks about it, they both seemed like good old friends and Aizawa didn't seem the type to befriend random acquaintances. He's also friendly with Midnight, who he thought was around Aizawa's age. Honestly, he didn't even know how old any of his coworkers were, or young for that matter. Yes. We were the dumb bingos of 2A, Yamada laughed. When we graduated, he went underground while I stayed in the light. Somehow, Nem and I dragged the sleeping bag he calls home to UA, and here we are, 5 years later. Yamada said with a smirk. How long have you been teaching here? Toshinori asked, thinking back on the kidnapper's message. The entire staff knows them, or at least should. So somewhere between this year and the newest teacher, outside of himself, something must have happened where everyone met this person. An event that UA hosted? A past teacher's resignation, an attack that involved every teacher here? Surely, some kind of attack that included UA and its teachers All Might would have known about. The USJ invasion spread quicker than wildfire through both the school, the press, and Japan entirely. Unless it was kept under tight wraps like his first fight with All for One? Does UA have that kind of power though? Why was he in the dark about an attack on UA, his alma mater and now workplace? And why would Nizu want something like that kept quiet? Too many questions. And not enough answers. Toshinori sighed. He was grasping at straws. He leapt at any sort of connection, even the ones that may not even exist, the exact reason why Naomasa kicked him off the case. The man knew how he would react before Toshinori himself knew. He was just desperate for anything. Any type of answer. Truth or lie. He just wanted something. 6 years, Yamada answered, breaking Toshinori from his so-like Midoriya thoughts. UA is protective over its teachers and students, and Nizu rarely hires a new teacher. But exceptions must be made for Japan's #1. He smiled. Hope you find Eraser then. Thank you, Yamada. Both heroes nodded and parted ways. Toshinori walked down to 1A's room when the man himself popped out of the restrooms, almost body slamming into the retired hero. Oh, sorry. Toshinori apologized, taking a step back. I was looking for you. Aizawa jumped ever so slightly before glancing at Toshinori. His old eyes didn't miss the way Aizawa hid his left hand behind his back. Is something wrong with your hand? Toshinori asked. He could have sworn to see some bruised knuckles. No, Aizawa said, brushing past him. He hid his hand in his sleeve as he walked down the hall. I'm fine. Toshinori got a sudden montage of every time Midoriya said the exact thing and was not okay. Did you hurt it? He asked, following Aizawa to wherever. No. Liar. If it's bleeding, you should clean it. It may get an infection or not heal correctly. I've treated a bleeding before, All Might. Do you need recovery, girl? No. A hospital? No. Help. With your hand? No. Toshinori sighed as Aizawa dipped into a hallway. He opened the door and walked inside, letting the door hit All Might behind him. Aizawa. Do you need something else, All Might? Or are you my personal nurse now? Aizawa interrupted bitterly, sitting down at his desk. Desk? Toshinori looked around the room. Large rows of desks filled with computer monitors, half-drunken coffees, and mountains of ungraded worksheets filled the spacious room while lesson plans, class schedules, and facility reservations littered the tables. Toshinori's own jacket sat thrown over his chair while a box of old donuts from Friday lay stale on the counter. They were in the teacher's lounge. Sorry, Aizawa mumbled quietly. It's been a stressful morning. Oh, it's fine. Toshinori awkwardly stood there. He could go to his desk and talk, but he needed Aizawa to go to the hospital for more reasons than just one. Tsukachi talked with me after the meeting. He told you he wants us both off the case? Aizawa rummaged through his bottom drawers and brought out a small first aid kit. Yes, but there is another job he would like us to do. That stopped him. What? For the first time in the 7-minute meet, greet, and walk, Aizawa looked at Toshinori. He gazed at the man in front of him. Toshinori could tell Aizawa was exhausted, despite having 30+ hours of sleep. From the slower movement to the slight jumpiness, he could see the mental stress finally taking its physical toll on the man. Yet there was still that spark of energy behind all that. Fatigue. Determination. Desperation. Maybe Mike wasn't that wrong. He wants us to record the live stream. Midoriya's routine needs to be tracked for legal and medical records. Toshinori started. We should take shifts. Tsukachi's first officer couldn't do it after Izuku dash. 2 pro heroes will stand a lot longer than a new police recruit, Aizawa interrupted. I'll take the first shift. We both need to go to the hospital. Warn and inform the students. Nizu wants them moved back into the dorms as quickly as possible. Toshinori's mouth opened, then closed with a smile. Even after knowing he'll spend 12 straight hours watching one of his students sleep or freak in a coffin buried somewhere alone, he never forgets his other students. My thoughts exactly, Aizawa. Aizawa huffed, pouring a bottle of alcohol into a cup. He grabbed a few cotton ball and started cleaning the hand he was hiding from Toshinori, wincing when he hit a tender spot. The hand didn't look bad. Just a little beat up. Like a fist fight. With a wall. Time and a place, huh, Aizawa? Aizawa threw the cotton ball into the trash and got out some medical tape and small scissors. He tried to find the tapes beginning when the entire thing dropped and rolled away. Let me. Toshinori offered, sitting at present Mick's surprisingly organized desk. Aizawa looked at Toshinori, borderline offended. He grabbed the runaway roll. I know how to patch myself up. It doesn't mean you have to. I've had my fair share of injuries that need personal care, Toshinori said, thinking about his left side. Aizawa studied him, narrowing his eyes and slowly holding out his hand to Toshinori. Toshinori didn't miss a beat as he unrolled a thing of black tape and wrapped his knuckles and wrist in place, careful to not tussle his hand more than need be. So you are my personal nurse now? When you have young Midoriya as a student, one must be well versed in the medical field, Toshinori chuckled, thinking back all the training he did with the boy. This was almost second nature. During training sessions, when Midoriya would go too far than his body would accept, his hands be bruised from hitting the punching bag too many times. Toshinori would sit the sweaty boy down and tend to his injuries. Other times, during the summer prior to UA, heavier pieces of trash would slip from his hands and land on his foot or fingers. For a student who cries during a baby bird hatching, he sure could handle pain. Never during those times did he shed a tear. He never cried at the USJ when 3 of his 4 limbs were broken like twigs. He never cried at his battle match with young Todoroki at the sports festival. He never cried at his injuries with Stain. He never cried during his encounter with Muscular. He wailed. Sobbed in fear and panic. Shouted. Yelled. Screamed a scream that would haunt Toshinori for the rest of his days. Apologized. Pleaded, desperate for someone, anyone, to rescue him. After all Midoriya's villain encounters, the one that gets him is the one neither Toshinori nor Midoriya could fight. Toshinori finished up the rap, his head drooping to the spiraling thoughts of what-ifs. Aizawa accidentally nudged his chair as he got up. Let's go. What? The students need us, all might. Midoriya is taken care of, Aizawa said, slowly. He faced Toshinori. There is nothing we can do right now for him now. Toshinori sighed. He was right. Naomasa was right. He picked himself out of the chair and followed Aizawa out the door. All might? Aizawa-sensei? Kirishima asked, sitting on the lounge chair. His hair was de-spiked and in a high ponytail, courtesy of one Ishido Mina who was sitting next to him. Unlike the hour ago, all 19 students were awake. Aoyama and Mineta were in private rooms getting checkups from Recovery Girl, but they were all awake. Okay. What you doing here? Shiro asked, playing cards on the floor with a very tired look. Sato. The doctors said some may feel side effects longer than others. Is everyone here? Aizawa asked, his voice low and serious. Shiro and Kirishima must have sensed the change in tone as they all stiffened up. No. Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka are in the cafeteria with Momo, but everyone else is here, Ojiro said seriously, reading the sudden change in atmosphere. Young Azui, would you please go gather them? There is some information we must share with you all, Toshinori said softly. His somber voice was supposed to ease and calm the heightening students, not add fuel to their anxious embers, yet every student looked even more nervous now than before. Yes, sir, she said before exiting the room. Toshinori and Aizawa were standing by the doorway while the students subconsciously circled around them. Shuji raised one of his appendages. Should we wait for Aoyama and Mineta? I heard they both woke up. Midoriya should be waking any time now then too. Toshinori's heart clenched. Ishido, Aizawa called out. The girl was sitting on the couch across from the two standing heroes with Jiro next to her. Jiro looked saddened, as did Ishido. Did Aizawa already tell those two? The pink girl shook her head. Not yet, the pink one said quietly. How are the three? I heard Midoriya, Aoyama and Mineta got drugged the most, Kaminari asked. Knowing Mineta though, he's probably oogling at the nurses or something, he said with a snicker, trying to lighten the heavy mood. Nobody but the silence set. Mineta and Aoyama are awake. They are getting a private checkup with Recovery Girl but will be fine, Aizawa answered in his normal tired tone. To some, his stoic manner calmed them. It was the same voice he used in class. What about Midoriya? We should wait until the others get back, Toshinori said. The wave of nerves washed over every student like a tidal wave. Is he still asleep? Or is he hurt? What happened to Dash? Where's Deku? Everyone, including Aizawa and Toshinori, looked at the new Bakugu's wide red eyes and stiff, almost nervous posture told the two pros he already figured it out. Toshinori should give him credit. After all, saying one student's dorm neighbors woke up from a double dose of a sleeping drag but not the person in between them would allow anyone to figure out what was really happening. Young Bakugu Dash. Aizawa-sensei? All Might-sensei? What are you going here? Uraraka's cheery voice asked, walking next to Azui. The automatic doors opened for the missing students. Are we free to go now? Sensei, how are the others? Ida asked. Todoroki just nodded with his question. How's Midoriya, Aoyama and Mineta? Aizawa didn't answer them. Come in the room, he said. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Midoriya has been kidnapped, Aizawa said, looking directly at his students. Friday night, he was taken. The teachers and 1A's dorm were drugged with a narcotic gas. Your dorms had a double dosage from the teachers, which is why you woke up later. The second floor had a triple dosage in Midoriya's room, affecting Aoyama and Mineta more. Midoriya has been missing since. The police, teachers, and several agencies are working on the case. No classes for the rest of the week. It got cold. Very cold. It killed Toshinori to see the normally rambunctious class so quiet. So still. Like statues. No one moved. No one breathed. It was if anyone made any movement, life would overturn this pause in time and the truth would actually be the truth. That one of their own was gone. They looked desperate. Desperate for Aizawa to tell the punchline. Desperate to wake up from this horrible nightmare. Desperate to get Midoriya back. Yet both Aizawa and Toshinori were as desperate as they were. Every eye was dead set on Aizawa and Tohinori, except one. Time, 10:17 m. Chapter text. What? Someone said quietly, the shock still making its way through the room. What do you mean Midoriya's gone? Was it the League of Villains? Is he okay? Who took him? How's the rest of the students? Is he safe? Is anyone else missing? How did they get him? Why could no one hear him? Are we safe? Koda whispered in the back. Aizawa tuned out all questions except that one. He looked right at Koda. Despite him being close to 6 feet 0 inches, the kid looked like exactly what he was, a kid. His hands were curled together and clutched closely to his chest. His head was down, but his eyes never left Aizawa's. The kid was scared. They all were. Aizawa couldn't do anything for Midoriya's recuse right now. But he could be here for the students. For his own kids. I don't make promises I can't keep, but I will never let another one of you get hurt under my protection. Unless I die, no one will ever touch any of you, Aizawa reassured. Koda nodded a small nod. There was another silence. This one more subdued than the one before. What must you and All Might Sensei do? What will we do? Kirishima asked, his voice also quiet. Private matters with our lead detective, Aizawa answered. None of you will be alone, however. One of us will always be here, he said, looking at All Might next to him. We'll get him back, right? If the teachers need help or the police, we can all use our quirks to find him. Momo could make another tracker or some kind of locator. We'll all fight whoever took Midoriya too. We have our provincial license too, so we can help the others. Just like last time. No, Yoroyozu interrupted. All eyes, including Aizawa's, were on the class vice president whose head was lowered. Last time was foolish. We were just stupid kids who thought we could do more than we knew. Azui started. Last time we were almost killed. If it wasn't for Midoriya's geniuses or Todoroki and Ida's quirks, we would have died, Yoroyozu said. It was rare to see her speak this bluntly. It was the truth, but to openly state it in such a way was so unlike the creation hero. Last time, Kaminari retorted. If we weren't there, All Might may have not won. You should know better than anyone. Bakugo could have died. You were his escape. You rescued him. And Midoriya could die now too. Yoroyozu yelled, looking up at the electric boy. Don't you understand? This isn't the League of Villains. This is a completely new and unknown force. Whoever took Midoriya could want anything. Information? His quirk? His life? He was targeted for a reason. They were willing to waltz into a school of pro-heroes, drag Japan's most famous institution, and sneak into a dorm room of heroes in training just to take one person. They were willing to risk everything to take Midoriya. If we were to go in irresponsibly, we could screw everything up. We could die. Pros could die. Midoriya could die. For once, we all need to let the others handle this. She took a breath to compose herself. You weren't there, Kaminari. Bakugo's life was in our hands. It was only luck and Midoriya that he made it out all right. Midoriya wouldn't want us to go anyway. We would only be in the way, she finished quietly. Kaminari was quiet before apologizing. I'm sorry, Momo. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shouted at you, she said, bowing. Nah, it was the truth though, Kaminari said. I was just speaking from emotions. I can never find a balance between heart and logic, can I? Don't say that, Kaminari. You'll make an excellent hero. We all will, Yoroyozu said, looking at the blank faces of her classmates. Silence. Sensei, Uraraka finally said. Aizawa looked at the bubbly girl, eyes were threatening to drown the room in its tears. What do we do? The dorms will be reopened later on today. The drag is being aired out as we speak and drag inspectors are arriving soon to ensure the place is safe. Our principal is installing extra security measures in all dorm buildings for the safety of both staff and students. All Might will take you all back where you can resituate yourselves, Aizawa said. The class slowly nodded, sensing the end of his speech. They wandered away from his meeting circle and strayed into their own groups, each person working through the shock on their own. All Might, Aizawa nudged the blond man next to him. Stay with them and protect them. See that they get back to the dorms safely. All Might nodded as Aizawa swiftly left the room. He was halfway down the white hallway when someone pulled on his sleeve. He turned ready to punch anyone when, there? At least, until he looked down. Jiro. Aizawa looked down at purple hair. The young student's head was down and her hand was holding on to his sleeve like a lifeline. Aizawa-sensei, her ragged voice breathed out. She was crying, Aizawa realized. Trying with all her strength to hold her sobs at bay, she kept repeating his name. "Come here," Aizawa said, gently guiding her to a private waiting room. When they were alone, Aizawa got a cup of water and set it on the table. Jiro was still standing, her hair falling like a curtain in front of her face. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I'm sorry, sensei. I'm so sorry," she cried. "Jiro, what's wrong?" "You have nothing to apologize for," Aizawa asked. His voice was a bit softer than usual, but he kept his strong day-to-day manner on. Changing his attitude now was not going to help. Not when Jiro obviously needed the teacher she sees every day, the teacher she knows and understands. "I did something," she managed to say. Oh my god, I killed him." "Jiro, what dash? I can't do this. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. He's going to die because of me. It's my fault. It's all my fault." No. Midoriya dash. Her attempts at holding back were gone. Her words become mumbled together as her cries overpowered her words. Jiro started to hyperventilate, her breaths becoming too shallow 1 second and too deep another. Aizawa took a moment before stepping forward and gently putting his hand on her head, guiding her to his chest. He wrapped his hand loosely around the young student and pulled her into a hug. Jiro's movements didn't stutter once as she pushed herself into Aizawa's comforting arms. It was as if she was trying to hide from Aizawa's eyes. No, that wasn't. She was hiding from his judgment, his thoughts, his words. She was scared of what he'll have to say, yet had no one but him to turn to. He could feel her tears seeping through his shirt, but he didn't care. He tightened the hug a bit more as Jiro grabbed onto his shirt with white knuckles and buried herself in it with tears, cries, and mumbled words. Jiro's legs gave out, falling to the ground and taking Aizawa with her. He took a step forward to balance himself and Jiro out before slowing her descent into a praying-like position, her head and arms still in Aizawa's chest. He and his student just sat there. She seemed so small in his arms. So fragile. So innocent. It was just another reminder of how horrible his job was. He had 3 years to train and prep these excited hero wannabes for the real world. 3 years to teach them how to fight for their lives. 3 years to give them all the possible information he could to make sure they don't die. How to call for help when your legs aren't moving. How to fight when you're weaponless and quirkless. How to fight when it's your life and 300 other civilians on the line, all depending on you to save the day. Are 3 years enough to teach them how to mourn a lost one? How keep living when everyone is dying? How to keep fighting when everything is gone? It's why he expelled so many students. It wasn't if they had potential or not, but if they could survive the horrible world of heroes. It had nothing to do with how fast they ran or how high they jumped or how even strong they were. It was if they were on the bottom of life's food chain, if they were alone against everyone, if they had nothing but themselves, could they persevere? It was about the race, not the finish line. He was going to expel Midoriya the minute he finished the first 6 tests. Sure, he saw his determination. He saw his drive. But he also saw a hero fanboy. Engulfed by flashy heroes' facades and high on a hero's supposed happy lifestyle, he saw someone who was finally living out their dream but wasn't ready to make it a reality. He saw someone who thought saving a person from a burning building was all that was needed to be the hero. He saw a naive go-getter who would only get himself killed because of his heroic blindness. He was proven wrong. When Midoriya knew he was the underdog in the race to the top, he fought. He fought and fought until the very end. Through a broken finger too. He was indeed a hero fanboy who believed and grew up in the world of heroes, but was also ready to make it a reality. Ready to face anything that came to him, even expulsion from his living dream, and fought with everything he had. He may not know what was to come, but he would be ready when it did. He looked down at Jiro crying into his shirt. He was still a kid. They all were. Was 3 years enough time? Should it be enough time? Aizawa felt Jiro calm down a bit. "Jiro," he called out softly. "What's wrong?" "I heard them." It was the first clear sentence she had in the 10 minutes of crying. Aizawa took a breath. "What do you mean?" Jiro gently wormed her way out of Aizawa's arms and looked up at him. Her eyes were red and puffy. She was still shaking, but not as badly. The bags on her eyes were prominent. Her cheeks were red and tear-stained. Aizawa's eyes softened. I have special earbuds I wear when I sleep. My quirk tends to activate when I'm asleep, which means I hear everything around me. Kaminari accidentally overcharged them Thursday night and broke them. Friday night, everyone was already asleep. I could hear them all breathe and shift around in their beds. I counted them. To me, it's like counting sheep. It puts me asleep. I was about to fall asleep when I heard footsteps. Aizawa's breath stopped. They walked up and down the hallways, stopping on the second floor. I thought it was you or All Might Sensei, so I ignored it. But I know your footsteps. I know how both of you walk. They weren't like yours, but I still rationalized that it was you. I thought maybe it was someone going to the kitchen. But still, I knew it wasn't any of them. I still ignored it though. I fell asleep then. And because of me, Midoriya is gone. It's my fault, Sensei. She shoved her head back into Aizawa's chest, hiding from his line of sight. Aizawa didn't dwell on that information. Jiro was spiraling into sobs and self-guilt again, and he needed to pull her out. He did the only thing he could think of in that moment. He gently and subtly moved her head to the left part of his chest so her ear was against his shirt. "Do you hear that?" he asked softly. "Why your heart?" Jiro asked, sniffling. "Heartbeat. Did you know that when people lie, their heartbeat changes?" "Yeah. I'm going to tell you the truth. You can check for yourself if I'm lying then." She nodded. "It is not your fault. None of this was. You were tired. You physically exhausted from a day of training and mentally tired from a day of school. You wanted to sleep. Your body wanted to sleep. When you heard something, your mind told you the first thing it could to focus on sleep. Do not blame yourself for a body's natural reaction. I'm glad you didn't go out there and confront whatever or whoever that was on the second floor. Not because you aren't trained enough or aren't smart enough, but because that floor had a double dosage of the drag. If you went down there, you would have landed up like Mineta or Oyama. It was smart to keep to yourself. With something as unknown as this, it is only logical to protect yourself," Aizawa finished. "Will you expel me?" Jiro's small voice asked. "Do you want to be?" Aizawa asked. "No. I want to be a hero. But what kind of hero turns a blind eye in a situation like this?" Aizawa didn't hesitate. "A smart one. A hero who subconsciously knew that this intruder wasn't a teacher or a student and kept herself safe in her room while being half-conscious and half-sleep-ridden. You deserve your spot in this class. You deserve to be a hero, Jiro. And even if you did go out and look at who's up, you may not have gotten to the second floor. Because I'm not fast enough. I'm not strong enough. I'm not Dash. The drag would have already taken you." Jiro went silent. If this was Friday night and the person was already in the dorm room walking around, they were probably setting off the drag. You wouldn't have made it to Midoriya's room in time or with enough energy to fight without breathing the drag in and falling to its contents. You are not to blame. There was nothing anyone could do. But you or All Might would have Dash. Clones ourselves? Woken ourselves up from a drag-induced coma? Slept, walked, talked, and fought off an intruder no one knew of or saw. Heroes can't do everything, Aizawa said. But that doesn't mean they still don't fight. I don't understand. At times, the hardest part of the fight is the one after the dust has settled. Whether it is physical recovery, emotional mourning, suffering a loss, a death, or anything, the moments after a fight is when heroes have to fight the hardest. You made it through the fight. You survived the night. Now you have to live the day, Aizawa said. Oh. Don't blame yourself, Jiro. There is nothing to be blamed for after all. There was more silence as Jiro continued to listen to Aizawa's heartbeat. After a while, she asked him something. Aizawa-sensei? Yes. Is it true that you once fell out of a tree and into a pond when you were at UA? That you tried to rescue a cat, but it jumped at you and you fell? She asked innocently. Aizawa's ears went slightly red, but he shoved it off. Where did you hear that from? Present Mike. Then no. There was another silence. Aizawa-sensei? She asked again. That was a lie, she said, her ear still against his chest. Aizawa could feel her smile. He playfully pushed her off him before looking at his student. She looked more relaxed now. Maybe because she finally took her secret off her chest, or because she was so tired. Aizawa didn't know. He helped her to her feet and walked her back to the quarantine lounge where Toshinori had the majority of the class around him like a bunch of little kids and their childcare teacher reading a storybook. The doors opened and Aizawa and Jiro walked in. Glitter bomb right to the face. News reporters and photographers got that picture of me at sunset and thought it was the most picturesque moment in history. I'll you all never do a photo shoot with glitter or run into a villain whose quirk can shoot glitter out of their hands. All Might's loud but gentle voice said to the smiling teens. What? Are you suggesting we just run away? What if the glitter villain is holding a person at glitter point? It is our jobs as heroes to save the civilians. Ida said, chopping his hand up and down at All Might. Uraraka was next to him holding in a laugh while Kirishima and Kaminari were already dying in giggles. G glitter point? Ashido whispered to Yoroyozu, stifling a laugh. Are you suggesting we run away? Ida asked as seriously as he would in class. Just run away. Run away while you can. All Might deadpanned, his voice so serious, it could have rivaled Aizawa's. But All Might? Ida stuttered out, flabbergasted at All Might's suggestion. That sent everyone over. It was nothing like seeing 14 students laugh so hard, they started to cry in a hospital quarantine room. Several of them fell to their knees, holding their guts and trying not to pass out from laughs while rolling back and forth on the rug like they were on fire, all with smiles and crinkled eyes. Aizawa savored the moment. It wasn't long before All Might look up at Aizawa and Jiro. A bit shocked to see him there in Jiro's tear-tracked face, he played it off well. Young Jiro, tell me as a hero in training, what would you do if you ran into a glitter villain? Save the civilian but condemn your hair to be a sparkling purple for the next 3 lifetimes, or, as the Americans say, get out a dodge? Jiro looked at her classmates, then at Ida, whose sharp eyes begged Jiro for an answer. I mean, glitter is the HRPS of the art room. And I'm all about health, so… Jiro, that is not the hero mentality. Ida scolded while the rest of the class dissolved into even more teary laughs. Aizawa-sensei, as an underground hero, the civilian always comes first, correct? A few spurts of glitter would be nothing compared to a normal person's life, right? Aizawa looked down at his student who was the only one standing sans himself and Jiro. He had 2 options. 1, be the teacher and correct his confused student's thoughts, or play along with All Might's antics. Ida, he announced. The entire room shut up. Even All Might stopped smiling. Did he really scare this class that much? The boy in question straightened up even more than before and turned all ears on Aizawa. Sir, glitter is both harmful to the lungs and to the environment. Should you march into a situation where there are more losses than wins? Think about the future and think about the other outcomes when you decide on villain attacks. There is more thought in a rescue or hostage situation than if the victim makes it out alive or not. Bystanders, building structure, your own personal health. Everything affects everything. In a manner with a glitter villain, chances are they would hit me with a glitter shower, forcing my eyes shut. I would be at a disadvantage in more ways than one. My quirk would be useless and my visibility would be shot. I wouldn't be able to use my capture weapon as accurately, which would give the villain another way to take me down. Instead, I would request backup. Take them out with numbers and overpower them without the use of their quirk. That way they would be secured without any possible lung damage. Aizawa said. When the class didn't pick up his over-exaggeration on a glitter villain, he begrudgingly added the last remark. Kissing his stoic and cool reputation down the drain, he took a breath. Plus, glitter ruins the aesthetic. Silence. Absolute silence. The entire room busted with loud, obnoxious laughs. PFF, FIFA, ha, ha ha. Kirishima screamed, laughed. Ha, I can't dash. Breath, my dude, Kaminari said, struggling to breathe himself. You gotta be breathe dash. Ha, gee guys. Please tell me someone got that one tape? Ha ha. Ashido's asked the group with her normal big smile. Momo? Did you get that? Why, you were recording All Might's past adventures already, so pretty please tell me you got that. Yoroyozu looked shamefully at Aizawa and nodded. I'm sorry, sensei, but I did. She clicked the button in her hand and Aizawa's voice rang out. Plus, glitter ruins the aesthetic. That sent another wave of laughter through the room. Kirishima's contagious laugh infected everyone in the room. He looked at everyone rolling, crying, and dying of laughter. Why they were laughing so hard? He had several thoughts. What? They were all sleep-drunk and anything would send them over. Their immature behavior just found his words and Ida's attitude funny. Or 3. They were all still shocked and sad that they all lied about their feelings to each other. Caught up in the fake laughs and smiling facades, they started to believe those thoughts in a desperate escape from spiraling self-doubt Aizawa knew they all were drowning in. Any and every emotion suppressed by them from Midoriya's disappearance expressed themselves in the form of rib-cracking laughter. It was so sad to see them this happy, knowing full well it wasn't happiness any of these kids were feeling. The truth was that none of them knew what they were feeling. So when All Might shared his apparently funny story, it gave them all an emotion to feel, even if it wasn't what they were feeling. The body and mind took it the extreme. It was their way of releasing emotions. Aizawa looked at his class, blissfully oblivious to their fellow classmates' situation. They all had smiles and teary eyes and he was the reason for it. He really does hate his job. Time, 10:56 a.m. Midoriya's eyes shot open as he gulped down breath after breath, desperate for air. Expecting to be shivering wet with water in his lungs, Midoriya woke to be shivering dry with tears in his eyes. He quickly wiped them away as the dream replayed in his mind. He was drowning under 6 feet of ice freezing cold and alone. In his dream, Midoriya was absolutely terrified. He could fight a villain any day. Be held hostage or at gunpoint at any time. He could go 6 villains against 1 and not back down. He could shine his bright smile at any sort of danger. He would give everything he had to protect someone, even if there were a foe. It was an ideology rooted deep inside him since he first fell in love with heroes. But, drowning, cold and alone, that terrified him more than any villain could. Thank goodness it was just a dream, right? There was a split second when he woke up that felt like every weight on his chest had been lifted, a kind of relief almost. That it was just a dip in the road and that he could easily jump out and continue on his way. That it was 2 a.m. in the morning and he had school in a couple of hours. That he would meet up with his friends and all walk to the classroom. That he would train and study harder than the day before. That he'd make it as a hero with his friends and family by his side. But the weights were still there. He was still cold. He was still alone. His friends weren't with him and he didn't know the next time he'd even be able to see UA again. The split second wasn't over in a flash either. Instead, it took its sweet time to draw in hope and blissful ignorance for Midoriya to believe that everything was fine, only for the truthful realization to hit. Sure, him drowning in a freezing pool was a bad dream, but he's alive and awake now. So why does it feel like the nightmare just started? Suddenly, those stray tears kept coming. Midoriya viciously rubbed his eyes, but the tears wouldn't stop. He didn't want to cry. He couldn't cry. He only had 5 days of air and probably already used up 1 day. Once his air is gone, Midoriya choked. Something in his stomach turned. He wanted to throw up at the mere thought. He'd die. Midoriya first stopped rubbing his eyes as the shock, no, the realization settled in. He'd die alone. He'd die failing at his one and only dream. He'd die before he could actually save people and make a difference. He'd die before he could become a pro-hero. Midoriya's breath hitched. He'd die before he could graduate his first year at high school. He'd die a 16-year-old boy who hadn't even had their first kiss. Midoriya's eyes were flooded with silent tears. How sad was that? His classmates depended on him. He'd fail. His mother loved him and wanted him to just be safe. He'd fail. His teachers looked to him and expect greatness from him. He'd fail. All Might needed him. He'd fail. That broke the dam. Midoriya let out the loudest silent cry the world will never hear. His mouth was stuck in an O position while tears rolled down his face in shocking horror. His eyes were squeezed tight as if he shut them hard enough, nothing would be real and he would go back to his old life. Midoriya brought his bloodied and broken hand to cover his mouth and nose as he let out another pitchless agonizing cry. The waves and waves of realization washed over in gut-wrenching, excruciatingly horrible tides, drowning him in a sea of guilt, regret, and fear. It was sad. There weren't really any other words to describe this cry other than painful. Silent. If no one found him, he would die. Such a simple concept. Midoriya knew was going to die. Everyone does. Maybe he was just naive in thinking he would go out in a more meaningful way. Jumping in front of a bullet for a friend? Taking down a foe? Dying of old age? Maybe that stuff really does only happen in fiction. Midoriya shakily inhaled. There's still so much he wants to do. He wanted to go to America and train where All Might used to train. He wanted to try Todoroki's mother's sobo one day. He wanted to race Ito with their quirks. He wanted to re-befriend Coffin and mend their shattered relationship. He wanted to tell Uraraka how much she means to him and how much he wants her. He wants to make it pro. He wants to open his own agency. He wants to eat chocolate cake all night and pay for it in the morning. He wants to hop rooftops in the night. He wants to travel the world. Train till he collapses. Beat Kirishima in poker. Get a tattoo. Beat a big-time villain and save the day. Become the next symbol of peace. Protect everyone and anyone he can. Maybe even start a family. He wants to go to school. Turn in that essay. Help Mina and Uraraka with math. He wants his eardrums to be blown out by present Mike again because he sat in the front row once. He wants his bones to ache after a day of training. To clean the kitchen with his classmates because they did a blindfolded brownie challenge. He wants to be stupid. To be smart. To be heartbroken. To have fun. He just wants to live. But now, he has only 5 days to survive. He exhaled with a silent sob. His life was over before it even began. He shuddered as the emotions rolled through him. Was he just that naive? He bit harder into his hand, drawing blood onto his pale, scared hand. Or was life just out to get him? He got lightheaded. He was finally starting his dream. It was a good time even with all the villain attacks. His back curled in on itself. He loved every moment of Yue. His teeth started to numb. But just like all good things, his entire body tensed and the emotions pushed through him one last time. It must come to an end. Midoriya gave up trying to twist and curl. He instead laid there helpless with pitiful sobs rocketing through his decaying body. His head hurt from bouncing against the walls and laying in such a position for so long. His broken and jammed toes finally started to tingle with pain. His wrist wobbled uselessly as the blood dribbled down from his bite marks. His body was exhausted, stiff, sore. But his mind, it kept going, and going and going. What about One for All? What about the power All Might gave him? The expectations set for him? He was supposed to be the next symbol of peace. But if he dies, then no one would be left to pass One for All on. The quirk that protected Japan for 200 years was going to die in a high school 16-year-old, 6 feet under the ground. Everything All Might has done, everything he sacrificed for the world, for him, it'd all be for nothing. He'd fail the past 8 predecessors. He'd fail Japan. He'd fail the entire hero world. Midoriya bit harder and harder into his hand as the guilt kept crushing him further and further into his grave. He'd fail everyone if he died. He tried to shake off the impending doom of his death and look to hope. He didn't know how long he was buried for, but his classmates and teachers will know if he's gone. They'll know that we was kidnapped. The heroes would come. They would save the day. They would save him. They had to. Midoriya shook his desperate thoughts. Heroes always win anyways. Right? Midoriya knew he was just lying to himself. He diverted all of his emotions into hope for the heroes. He wanted to live because he wanted to be a hero. He still wanted to save people. He couldn't do that if he was dead after all. He needed to be there for his friends, for his mother, for everyone else. He needed to live for others like a true hero. Or so his lies say. But reality is much more selfish. He feared dying. Dying a useless Deku he believed himself to be for 10 long years. It's only been a few months at UA, but he's changed. He's more social, loving, and outgoing thanks to the great friends he's made. His teachers care about him and want him to succeed, which only fueled his raging fire to be a hero. He's grown up, matured, learned. He's changed. But deep down, he's still scared. He's still the scared little boy who's afraid of the dark, who fears tight spaces, who's scared to be alone. And here he was, facing all three at once. Midoriya was not scared of death. Instead, he was scared of dying. The torturous seconds that could feel like a lifetime, it went beyond just physical pain. It's time where a person is still conscious and unwillingly dancing the line between life and death, where all they can think about is how many people will weep over their dead body. How many missed chances passed them. How many paths their life could have gone down. All of their wishes, their regrets, their everything, it all flashes before their near lifeless eyes. And Midoriya's seconds have been drawing on for the past 24 hours. He was alone, trapped with nothing but his thoughts, his failures, his disappointments, his wishes and hopes, with no power to make any of them come true. He was stuck dancing forever in the lonely land of the non-living and lively dead. Midoriya sobbed again, his bloodied hand pitifully scratching at the coffin's top at a last-ditch effort of escaping, tears streaming down his cheeks and neck. Please, just let me out," he begged. He breathed in deeply, only for all his air to escape him. The pain in his nailless fingers was numbed by the overwhelming torrent of desperateness and guilt. "Please." His eyes squeezed shut in a selfish realization. "That I don't want to die." Tsukachi shuffled the files in his hands as he stood in the cool October morning. The sun was up, peeking through the red, orange, and yellow leaves, dotting the surrounding trees like a child's finger painting. Bird chirps sounded the background and small buzzes sang with them. Not a cloud floated in the faint blue sky. A gentle breeze kissed Tsukachi's cheek, whipping his trench coat idly. It really was a beautiful day. He knocked on the large red door 3 times before a skinny and gaunt-looking Yagi Tashinori opened up. He looked oddly put together. From his wrinkle-free button-down to his nicely combed hair, he looked like he was going out for the night. "Naomasa." "Yagi," Tsukachi greeted. Yagi opened the door further as Tsukachi walked inside. Tsukachi hadn't been around teenagers in such a long time. As a detective, he's carried out interviews with teens and will sometimes intervene during domestic or school issues revolving around the youngsters, but he's never been around normal teenagers, let alone their living quarters. Maybe it was an assumption, or maybe it was a stereotype, but aren't teenagers supposed to be messy? He discarded his shoes at the door as he looked around the spotless communal area. The floors were waxed and washed, curtains cleaned and even, lamps dusted and shined. The couch was plumped and pillows turned, table ring-free, and perfectly perpendicular to the other pieces of furniture. The kitchen had no dishes in its shining sink, nor was there any pieces of trash lying around. In fact, other than coffee makers and a mug holder, there was nothing on the countertops. The entire place looked like a store showroom, not a high school dorm room. Yagi must have noticed Tsukachi looking around. They wanted to do a deep clean. The sanitization specialists already aired the dorms out, but still. "Young Ishido lead the force as everyone deep cleaned the entire building," he said fondly. "I see. It's, clean," Tsukachi said slowly. Yagi began walking to the kitchen, taking out 2 mugs and a kettle. "Is tea all right?" he asked simply. Tsukachi found Yagi's eyes, the one thing that did not match this facade. While his clothes spoke sophistication, his eyes spit pity. His pearly white teeth were nothing to his red puffy eyes. Yagi could try faking his emotions, but he wouldn't get far. "Yes, thank you," Tsukachi said, taking his seat at the breakfast bar. "How are you holding up?" The mug in Yagi's hand slipped ever so slightly before his hero reflexes kicked in and caught it. He filled up the kettle. "I am doing all right, thank you," he said too quietly. Was that the atmosphere around here? Soft? Quiet? Tiptoeish? And the students? Yagi took a breath before exhaling a long drawn-out sigh. "Coping. I have 2 students in the training room who haven't left since we all arrived back at the dorms." Midoriya's neighbors are sleeping the drag off, still wary of what happened. The girls are all in Uraraka's room and the boys are all in each other's dorms. They are all relying on each other and being there for each other, which better than them closing off. Aizawa thinks they are plotting to rescue Midoriya themselves, but if our last talk was anything, young Yaoyorozu will keep them all in line, he said with a faint smile. They are all removed in? Tsukachi asked. He knew that all the personal items of the students were also quarantined and sanitized while everyone was drugged up. Though going through 20 students' belongings and 8 teachers' entire apartment, Tsukachi's CSIs and Recovery Girls hospital connections made sure everything was safe, private, and properly handled. Most of them. Some just left their boxes outside their dorm rooms to go somewhere else. Others are completely revamping their dorms. A good distraction, I guess, Yagi said, putting 2 bags in their cups. Tsukachi nodded, allowing the conversation to go into a comfortable silence. The kettle began to whistle, steaming shooting out the little nozzle. Yagi poured the water, sipped the tea, and threw out the bags. Yagi added a small bit of honey to his own vial, offering to Tsukachi, who politely shook his head. After a few more moments of silence, Yagi spoke up. You need to interview them, don't you? Tsukachi gently put his cup down on the saucer, looking Yagi straight in the eye. For a man who's done years of police and detective work, from the thousands of cases involving children and families, from the hundreds of faces and criminals he's seen, nothing is worse than looking into a parent's eye and physically seeing them fall apart. The look they give him, the wobbly words, clutched fists desperate for his news to be lies, eyes tearful and shattered, it really does wear on him. The look Yagi is giving him right now, it looked too much like a parent. While Yagi wasn't tearing the seams, his entire body was filled with well-concealed tells. But now really, who'd lie to a detective whose quirk is truth detector? I do, he said simply. Knowing what Midoriya did, where he went, how he went about his day, anything can help find him. I see, Yagi said quietly. He looked down into his steaming cup of tea. Can I be there? None of my students have been interrogated before. Perhaps a familiar face will help them open up. Tsukachi looked at the poor man. He sighed. Yagi, I know you want to be there for them, but even you know how detrimental that can be. While they may open up with you there, they may also lie, change their answers, incorporate non-existent memories in their heads if they possibly knew something. Shame? Embarrassment? Whatever emotion they would be going through, their perspective is everything. You are their teacher, but they are heroes in training. Teenagers. They may not be able to hold a building up with their hands, but they can at least hold on to themselves. They all need some hand in this investigation, and this is the most important and safest way to do so. Ah, it was worth a try, Yagi chuckled. May I ask what questions you are asking? I know police interview confidentiality, but afterward. If they need me, I'll have some sense of what's in their mind. That, Tsukachi said, sliding the large binder of folders over the counter. I can do. A few more innocent moments, Yagi devised a line-up based on emotional levels and social connections. Friends groups would go one after another to comfort each other if need be afterward. Individuals whose emotions run high in these times go after someone whose emotions are a bit more reserved, to help with anxiety. Those who spent the most time with Midoriya would go first and would follow the web of students. A simple plan. He only had a few questions to ask, but going through 17 of them, some no doubt with longer stories to share, would probably take time. While time wasn't exactly on his side, Sansa was back at the school sharing the information the police already have gathered the day before and gaining some hero insight. Tsukachi already divided up the teachers that would be sent on the first patrol around UA and the surrounding sites just in case the kidnapper strikes again. He also made calls to the Hawks agency asking Hawks if he would aid in the actual search. His geographic prolifers created a rough outline of all the possible places a body could be buried in Musafatu, and with Hawks taking the skies and his heroes, officers and fellow detectives on the streets, they could cover more ground. Everything was pre-planned by him and his own team. Tsukachi trusted that Sansa would take care of everything there. Anyways, he had business here. Ida Tenya, right? Tsukachi asked. He and the blue-haired class president was sitting in the common room, on the floor surprisingly enough. Sitting awkwardly on the couches and chairs would only fan their fires of anxiety, and he didn't need that. He wanted them to be relaxed and sitting on the floor, allowed to take the stuffy sophistication out of things. Plus, having the coffee table come up to their chests would help anyone who needed some security in their answers, a place to hide. "Yes, sir," he answered. "All right," Tsukachi said. He didn't want to write anything down unless it was a very important detail. If watching Aizawa grade papers in front of them was nerve-wracking, a detective writing your every answer about your friend's disappearance couldn't be any better. Instead, his hidden mic would pick up all the other little details for him. "We're here on Friday night? Or did you go somewhere after school ended?" "I was, sir." Uraraka, Todoroki, and Dash. His slight hesitation didn't go unnoticed by Tsukachi, but it did go unsaid. "Midoriya came back to the dorms at 3:30 p.m., sir," Ida said, shoving his glasses aggressively up his nose. His shoulders were stiff and his words overly polite. "You're Nenjium's younger brother, right?" Tsukachi asked, taking another route. With a less stiff nod, he continued. "He's a great hero. I've had the honor before working with him. Quiet the Joker too. The last case we worked together, he tried to get Sansa to race him for 2,000 yen. Guess who won?" Tensei?" Ida asked uncertainly. While the question was far from his scholarly ones, the small glint of awe in his red eyes gave Tsukachi the opening he needed. Logically, that would be a yes. However, before they raced, one of my officers telekinetically tied his laces together. When the signal was given, Ingenium's laces snapped him too, blowing his shoes apart from his elbow's acceleration. He fell. Sansa won. Ingenium was 2,000 yen poorer, Tsukachi retold, reminiscing on the retired hero's days. "I'll have to talk to him about that, sir. He shouldn't be making challenging officers to small challenges like that. Focus is everything. I apologize for Tensei's actions, sir. Please forgive me," Ida said loudly, his arms up and chopping. Tsukachi smiled a bit before catching Ida's eye. "It's no problem. It was a good distraction." "I see, sir," he breathed, getting the idea. He closed his eyes and went through his afternoon. When we got back, Midoriya went to go do homework in his room while I went to the track field. He and Uraraka were supposed to study together after dinner too, I believe. I only came down for dinner before going back up into my room. His head dropped. "I'm sorry I am not to any use." Tsukachi frowned. Did all the students have this much self-doubt? "Ida, keep your head up. Your place in this case is beside your classmates. You are their class president, their leader. You all may be the same age, but everyone looks to their leader, Ida." The boy's head rose and met with Tsukachi's. He smiled slightly and nodded. "Thank you, sir. Will that be all?" "Yes." "Can you get Uraraka?" Tsukachi asked, looking down at the 18 more students to go. "Yes, sir." Turns out, Uraraka forgot about her study date with Midoriya and was in Ishido's room with Azui and Hagurake watching movies till they all went to their own dorms around 8 o'clock. The two other girls only talked with Midoriya that night at dinner. None of them knew what he did afterward. Wajiro, Tokoyami, Kuda never talked with Midoriya until dinner with bits of conversation here and there, and Aoyama didn't interact with him either. "I don't know," Aoyama yawned. His eyes were drooping and his shoulders were threatening to curl up right there on the floor and sleep. Made sense after all, he did just wake a few hours ago and was bound to feel the side effects. He had to get Yagi to wake the poor teen up. "Je suis endormi at 7:30? Je ne sais pas, monsieur." Aizawa-sensei's training was tiring. "Thank you, Aoyama," Tsukachi said, checking the 9th student off. Mineta was doing stuff Tsukachi wished he didn't have his truth quirk for, and Kirishima, Siro, and Sato were helping with dinner that night with Midoriya too. I baked everyone some dessert and Momo helped, but Midoriya went outside for some reason and never took a piece. "I have some leftover in the fridge too," Sato said, glancing at the refrigerator. "My parents sent me new extracts, but I just got them now. I don't know when Midoriya came back." "Thank you, Sato," he said. The teen nodded and left the common room. I went to the library with a few others. When we came back, I did some laundry and took a shower before dinner was ready. I asked if they needed help, but somehow, Midoriya knew I wasn't feeling the greatest because of my quirk overuse during training that day and sent me away, she said, fondly. I helped clean up after dinner, though, and helped decorate Sato's brownies. My favorite documentary was on at 7, but couldn't finish it. I went upstairs an hour later. Thank you, Yaoyorozu. We helped make Midoriya's mom's katsudon recipe. Cut my finger on the knife though, Kirishima said, holding his bandaged finger. Midoriya left for a bit after we finished eating but came back soon after. Todoroki, Kaminari, Midoriya, and I played a few games of poker. I made him cry, he chuckled to himself. He ran out of money and accidentally used up Kaminari's stock too. It was kind of funny too. He started to apologize and everything to Kaminari, but neither of us could keep a straight face. I mean, he lost well over $100 that night, but he kept betting against me. That kid can't lie for his life though, Kirishima said, a wide reminiscent smile on his face. I went to bed at 8 or so. Training with Bakugo really tired me out. Thank you, Kirishima. Before leaving though, he looked back at Tsukachi. We'll find him, right? He asked, his voice deeper and more serious. We found Bakugo last time, so we'll find Midoriya too, right? Tsukachi didn't answer. Bakugo's case and Midoriya are not the same. However, we will work just as hard to get him back. Trust in your teachers, Kirishima. Everyone is working to find him. Thank you, sir. After I taped Kirishima's finger, we all ate. Sato's brownies were really good, but I don't think Kaminari liked them, Shiro said, shaking his head. Midoriya didn't know what he was missing though. I thought they were the highlight of the night. Do you know why Midoriya went outside? Tsukachi asked for the 4th time that day. So far, everyone just saw him leave at 7 o'clock, but no one knows why. Kirishima said he left after dinner? No, sir, Shiro said, looking away. I think I heard his phone go off, but I can't be sure. Everyone was walking around after dinner. Thank you, Shiro, Tsukachi said softly. Shiro grimaced before walking back to his dorm. Bakugo Katsuki? Tsukachi asked. The blonde boy was unhappily sitting crisscrossed on the pillow, his arms crossed and his face scowling. Yeah, he muttered. You have any leads on Deku? No, Tsukachi said simply. But hopefully through your insight, we can see what happened and when. What did you do Friday night? Bakugo looked at the detective, something in those ruby-red eyes Tsukachi couldn't read. Came back to the dorms after school and changed. Sharktooth and I went to the gymnasium to train. Ate dinner. Went to bed at 8. Tsukachi's eye matched Bakugo's, who wasn't looking at his. The kid went to bed at 8? That's all. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at Tsukachi's staring. Yeah. Went to the gym at 4, worked out till 6, ate dinner, and Sato's stupid brownies, and went to bed. What about it? He said, defensively. I see. Did you talk with Midoriya that night? No. Told him to screw off a few times, but that's it. Last time I saw him, he was crying with half and half, Sharky and Pikachu. I went upstairs afterward. They talked a few more questions and the interview was over, but Bakugo didn't move. You can go if dash. This isn't the league, is it? He suddenly asked. Someone asked back at the hospital, but Aizawa-sensei never responded. This isn't them, is it? Tsukachi looked down at the teen and saw just that. A teen. The first-place winner of the sports festival, the tiny bundle of explosive power, one of the top students in Class 1A and all. He saw was a teenager. He never talked with Bakugo after his rescue, but he could imagine what scenarios are going through his head. No. It isn't the league. But Deku may be Deku, but no one, Bakugo hesitated. No one deserves to sit chained up like that. Shigariki, Dabi, it was like death itself radiated off them. Wherever Deku is, it's better than being with the league, Bakugo huffed. Tsukachi's reassures must have calmed him in some say as he walked much more fluidly back to his room. Oh, the obliviousness. Thank you, Bakugo. Looking down at his chart, he only had 3 more students to go. Todoroki said Midoriya got a text message and had to go one of the gymnasiums to grab something he forgot. Did he tell you who texted him? The red and white-haired boy's eyes coolly looked into Tsukachi's. like he was subtly trying to read the man without giving away any tells. No. When did he leave? 7 p.m. Yoero's favorite document show was beginning when we were downstairs, Todoroki said, his eyes gazing at the blank TV. Kirishima and Kaminari asked if we wanted to play a game of poker and began setting everything up while Sato gave us all something he made. We waited until he got back. When did he return? And with what? Tsukachi asked, actually pulling out a pen and paper now. Kirishima never said anything about Midoriya leaving before their game of poker, nor did anyone talk about what he came back with. If Midoriya was the only one gone from the dorms, then that could have been the time when they all were drugged somehow. A notebook. One of his hero analysis's notebooks, I believe. He came back 10 or so minutes later. We started the game and ended it. Kirishima went to his room around. I got very tired too and retired to my own dorm. Kaminari and Midoriya were the last ones downstairs. Thank you, Todoroki. The teen nodded and got to his feet. He looked down at the detective who was shuffling the next student's file around. Sir? Tsukachi looked up into the heterochromatic eyes. Yes. Is my father in this case? He asked quietly. No, Tsukachi said. While Endeavor's quirk is powerful, there is nothing physically he can do that isn't what the others are doing. Oh. He looked at the ground behind Tsukachi's head, imagining the Friday night he last saw his best friend. Do you need him? I can convince him to come to you. Him being the number one hero has its perks. Endeavor, though the number one hero, is still just a hero. Midoriya's case is taking priority in both UA and at the police stations, but the country is still moving. People still need saving. Tsukachi smiled, thinking of another situation he heard someone say this. And sometimes, doing the most for the ones you care about is doing nothing at all. While you are well connected, any means to recruit Endeavor will be purely through his agency and the police. Doing nothing at all? Are heroes not supposed to do everything they can do? Take the hardest path because no one else will? Todoroki asked with a bit more emotion than he expected. He stopped, recomposed himself, and bowed his head. I apologize. Don't, Todoroki. That mentality is more common than anything in a hero's head and is the hardest move to perform. You remind me of someone when you say that too, Tsukachi said with a gentle smile. One of your teachers, in fact. All Might Sensei? The teen asked, a bit surprised by his own words. Aizawa Sensei, Tsukachi said, taking a small pride in himself as the boy's eyes got slightly bigger. He too wanted to go out and search for Midoriya, but that was not where he would be most efficient. He is by no means doing nothing in his investigation, but doing something a bit more indirect. Taking the back seat for this ride. I see, sir, Todoroki said, his face a bit more relaxed. Thank you. With a little bow, he left, bring the remaining students down to 2. Jiro Kyoka? Earphone jack. Tsukachi asked, looking at the student in front of him. While the entire past 2 hours have been filled with nervous teens and shaky answers, Jiro looks by far the most nervous. Her head was down and refused to look up at Tsukachi, her purple hair dropping in front of her face. Yes, sir, she said softly. Tsukachi's detective skills picked up at her tone. Quiet. So, light? No, there was something else there. I can listen for ultra-quiet sounds with my mutation. There it is. Guilt. What did you do Friday night? Tsukachi started off. She hesitantly looked up at Tsukachi only for her eyes to find his nose instead. She looked tired, just like everyone else. Her eyes were red like Ida's and drooping like Aoyama's, but her shoulders were tensed and stiff. I went to the library after school with Momo and Hagurake. We came back to the dorms and hung out for a while before we ate dinner. IW went to bed at 8:30-ish, but didn't fall asleep right away. I heard something. Tsukachi's face never changed. Aizawa already told me what Jiro knew, but he wanted to hear it for himself. Something? Someone, she stuttered out. And my quirk works when I'm asleep and someone accidentally broke them Thursday night. I could hear everyone in the dorm that night and, she stopped, finally locking eyes with Tsukachi, guilt clear in her eyes. I heard someone. Tsukachi kept his voice light and welcoming, Even if he did want to scream and throw up every thought his detective mind came up with. Do you know who? No. Was it one of your classmates? No. I know their footsteps, their heartbeats, their strides, and they weren't anyone I knew. Their footsteps were really, light and really quiet even with my quirk, but I, could hear them as they got closer. They walked up to each floor and stopped on the second. I think I heard a door opening? I don't know. I never got up to see who it was and I, fell asleep right afterward. Zo-sensei said it was the drag-taking effect, but I dash. He's right, Tsukachi said, interrupting her. Jiro looked up. I'm sure Aizawa already told you this, but he's right. The drag's effects are strong but timely. These interviews have already given me a good idea of what happened that Friday night, and what you're telling me is only helping. Do you know what time you heard these footsteps? I didn't look at the clock. It wasn't long after I went to my dorm, so around 8:20 or so. Jiro said, thinking hard to herself. Okay, was there anything else you can remember? Anything that Midoriya did or anything out of the ordinary? No. I can't remember anything else, sir, Jiro said. Tsukachi nodded as Jiro sat up from her pillow and left the room. He could hear a bit of chatter before the next and last person came in. Kaminari Denki? Tsukachi asked. If his thoughts were in order, then he was talking to the last person to see Midoriya walking and talking. Yes, sir, he said with a nervous smile. The final one. How are your classmates doing? The electric boy frowned. They're going. All Might Sensei is talking to each other them as they come back. The majority of them just went back to their dorms, except for Ida. He's such a class president, helping every person out. It's kind of funny to see him try to hug Bakugo, he chuckled. Bakugo doesn't seem like the hug-able type, Tsukachi agreed. Unless you're a living wall like Kirishima, most don't go near him with a 2-foot stick. I try, but alas. He put his hand over his eyes dramatically. 'Tis I who gets blown up. It doesn't bother me though. I've learned that if Mina takes his arms and Kiri by his legs, I can body slam him into the hug. Tsukachi's eyebrows disappeared into his hairline. Kaminari's breath of new aura took Tsukachi by surprise. The majority of his classmates were by no means as enthusiastic as Kaminari, nor as excited to talk about anything, let alone his friends. The boy's energy was calming and he had a feeling it wasn't just for Tsukachi. I see. You should see our training together. Bakubro calls it grappling, but I say it's a tickle fight. It's how I win every time, he said proudly. What Midori and Bakugo do though, I don't think people can call it training. What would you call it? Tsukachi asked, fanning the flame that is innocent digressions. Wrestling? Sparring? Murder? Kaminari asked, his own eyebrow quirked. We always have to have either Kirishima, Ida, or Todoroki supervise just in case they take it too far. Like, last time, he muttered the last bit. Tsukachi knew he was talking about their after-exams fight when Yagi told Bakugo about One for All. Honestly, if the destruction was as bad as Yagi described, then it was good they had supervision. 2 powerhouses like that? Let me out. Please, I'll do anything. Just let me out. He internally shook the memory. Midoriya won't die. He'll make sure of that. He didn't know him personally, but looking at how he interacts with each of his classmates, seeing Aizawa worried and Yagi shattering over him, his influence on life is bigger than he knew. It just added to his determination. I can understand that, Tsukachi said, keeping his calm face on. What did you do Friday night after school? Took a nap, he said lazily. His bright amber eyes crinkled as he smiled. Probably won't be taking another one of those for a while, but yeah. I took a nap when I got back from school. Ciro and I were going to go play some video games, but he was needed in the kitchen. I ate dinner and went to bed. I apparently was really tired that day, he laughed. What did you have for dinner? Tsukachi asked. He didn't know. Maybe this was just his last student and has already milked any ounce of information he could think of off everyone else, and Kaminari was stuck with the odd, desperate, detailed questions. They made katsudon. Midoriya's recipe was always the best, and Sato's skills made for a good Friday night dinner, Kaminari said. Tsukachi sighed. His small burst of intuition was a bust. Dessert was good too. A bit too minty for me, but still good. Tsukachi stopped. His heart stopped. Time stopped. Everything in the room stopped. Did you just say mint? Time, 3:08 p.m. Chapter text. The room was bustling with teachers, detectives, officers, and outside heroes. Nizu and Tsukachi both thought it best that news of Midoriya Izuku's situation was kept on the down low for the safety of the other students. The public didn't need to know. At least not right now. UA trust has already dropped with the USJ attack and even more so with the training camp incident. If the current situation got leaked not by Tsukachi or himself, UA's reputation would be gone. He will go public with this, but until the control is back in their hands, the captor is narrowed to a general idea and the location of Midoriya is smaller than the whole country. It isn't a secret, not like the other incident, but a delayed announcement. He was ready for the backlash he and his school would receive. The hero society is judgmental. As glorified as it is, the hero would is just as sinful as the normal one. People judge. People assume. People think for others. Others think for people. The shots aren't called by the ones who should, and things get covered up. Things get exploited. Things get shared that shouldn't be shared, and what should be shared never was. Nizu sighed. This won't be a repeat. He'll make sure of that. Principal, is everything all right? Someone asked beside him. Nizu took a deep breath and looked around at the voice. Thank you, Present Mike. I am all right. The clad-in-leather hero nodded wearily before returning his attention ongoing conversation. It's been 3 hours that Nizu has sat in this meeting. Surrounded by 30 of his staff members, the others all on patrols, 20 officers, out-of-school heroes, and a few surrounding agency members, the meeting was slow going. The information they had lead to dead ends. Patrol reports were empty. And the messages were just as coded as the entire case. The heroes were at a complete loss. That was until their savior walked through the door. Detective Sansa, one of Tsukachi's right-hand men, called out. The huge UA doors opened dramatically as the tired but determined-looking detective walked through. Tsukachi, Snipe said, walking away from the 3-table large map to the detective. You find anything? Facts. Guesses. I hope with you all, those guesses will also be facts, Tsukachi said, his eyes filled with something Nizu couldn't read. Anxiousness? Fatigue? Drive? Human emotions are too confusing. Please share, Nizu said, sipping from his tea. The room settled down as heroes and officers all found their seats. The agency workers situated themselves near the officers while the UA alumni sat close to teachers. Everyone shut up as Tsukachi stood in the center of the room. He cleared his throat before opening his first file. I came from the police station after my interviews with Class 1A. While most of the information shared was relatively innocent and unrelated to Midoriya's case, there were a few things that weren't. One being TWG 34. I thought we agreed that the dorms were gassed after Midoriya was taken? A third-year teacher asked, pen in hand and eyes on Tsukachi. That was the most logical way, but according to, he narrowed his eyes at the paper. Kaminari Denki, Sato Rikido, and soon the rest of 1A, they all encountered the drag hours before the supposed 11 p.m. kidnapping. What do you mean, detective? Nizu asked lightly. Oh, how was he itching for more information? He needed just a little more to really let his mind go loose. At 6:58 Sato brought out a dessert he made with imported extracts and shared with the class. Simultaneously, Midoriya was called out by a text message, leaving the dorms and returning 10 minutes later with a notebook in hand. Afterward, everyone was asleep by 8:30. Tsukachi read off. He looked right at Nizu. The dessert was good. However, to a few, it was too minty. The second Tsukachi said the word minty, Nizu got the idea. Loud and crystal clear. Minty, you say? Minty, Tsukachi said, eyes drilling into Nizu. A few heroes looked at this silent conversation and decided not to intervene. Nizu was glad too. If time was on their side, he would have explained his thought process to them, but time is not on their side. Time is their enemy. 1 second is already a battle lost to it. And Nizu hates losing. Nizu smiled a small knowing smile. How much? Specifics aside, enough TGW-34 to put someone asleep without overpowering mint-flavored brownies. Highly concentrated then? Nezu mumbled aloud. He didn't keep up to date with all the drag reports on the news, but it was a logical enough conclusion to know the majority of drags, TGW-34 included, were rarely just that drag. They had other chemicals mixed in, lowering the intended effect for mass production. So, if this type of TGW-34 in its small baking dosage was enough to knock out a class of teenagers, it had to be pretty close to the raw, unaltered form. Pure TGW-34 is rare, Tsukachi continued as Nezu thought through thousands of possibilities. Its ingredients are hard to come by. Wait, are you saying that Sato tried to poison his classmates? Vlad King interrupted. He's a traitor? Several teachers were going to refute that statement, but Nezu merely raised a paw. No. Tsukachi said imported extracts. From whom, may I ask? Nezu asked the detective. Each family is interviewed along with their student before enrolling in the hero course to go over financial needs, forms, and waivers. When he talked with the Sato family, none of them had any connection to UA beforehand. With the dorms in place, he wouldn't be able to physically contact any outside source. While the chances of him being a traitor were there, it was just as probably as any other student in the school. His parents. I talked with them about said extracts and they said they sent them 2 weeks ago. Sato said he got them the other day. Tsukachi read from his notes. Meaning the kidnapper had 2 weeks to plant the drag in Sato's hands. Not necessarily for framing purposes, but for an unnoticed and accidental drugging. A smart but risky move. It seems like our kidnapper is full of those, Snipe huffed. It seems so. Nezu let Tsukachi's information roll around in his head. 2 weeks. This was obviously premeditated, but for how long? If his parents sent the extracts in 2 weeks ago and only this week did Sato receive them, then either UA's mailing system had a backup, which he knew it did not, or the kidnapper somehow got a hold of it between it leaving the Sato household and arriving at UA. And Nezu found it very unlikely someone tracked a package through a mailing warehouse too, so that left UA. The kidnapper was on UA's campus before Friday night. 2 weeks, Nezu said. Midnight, if you could go check the security camera on level B3, please? Nezu asked, taking another sip of his tea. B3 is where the mailing system was set up at UA. Granted, there were no cameras inside the room, but there were plenty in the halls. Look for any disturbances or physical distortions in the footage. Midnight nodded, walking out of the room. Tonka, go with her, Tsukachi said, pointing to one of his own officers. The less time it takes, the better. The officer nodded and followed the hero out of the room. You think they snuck onto the grounds? Present Mike asked. Would that be possible? Heroes patrol the grounds and halls every hour. Would it be wise to sneak into a hero school 3 floors in the ground to steal one package? Ectoplasm asked. Nezu hummed, thinking to himself. Yes. UA may be Japan's #1 school, but no one is perfect. We let someone slip by and for that, we are paying the price. The room was silent after his double-meaning statement hit deeper than intended. Please continue, detective. Tsukachi nodded. While the dessert was in fact drugged, Midoriya was coincidentally pulled from the dorms at the exact time. According to Todoroki Shoto, Midoriya's phone went off and he left, returning with a notebook 10 minutes later. The chances of Midoriya's phone coincidentally going off at the exact time a drag that would send his entire class asleep for the next 30-so hours seemed too coincidental. It seemed planned. The kidnapper somehow knew when to notify his phone to get Midoriya out of the dorms while the students drugged themselves. 2 questions, however. Who notified him? How did they know when the drag would go off? All of his classmates were around him and would need no reason to text him to leave the dorms in which they all were in. His mother could have texted him or called him, but why go outside when he can go to his room? And a phone call for 10 minutes? Mrs. Midoriya was in America for the time being. Tsukachi notified her of what happened and will be arriving back in Japan later on tomorrow. While that is one possibility, there was no planned way to sync the 2 occasions up and America was close to 16 hours ahead of Japan's time zone. The only other person a teen would text that wasn't his family or his friends would be a mentor. Now, Nedza didn't know Midoriya Izuku very well, but if it wasn't his friends, not his family, not his homeroom teacher, then there was only one other person he could think of that could text Midoriya at such an hour. "Thank you," Nizu said. He faced the detective again. "Have you talked with All Might lately? Possibly about his phone records?" "What? How would All Might text him and not say anything about it?" a second-year teacher asked. "I think the #1 hero would have seen a text he never sent." Nizu nodded. "That is true, however, All Might may have never seen the sent message. Say the kidnapper somehow stole All Might's phone, sent a message, and deleted it right after, replacing the phone before it was ever missed. Midoriya apparently left around 7 p.m. too. When the school officially closes, Cementos finished." "That's clever." "It is," Nizu said softly. 7 o'clock is when UA's main campus shuts down for the night. The doors are locked. Classrooms closed. Lights off. If the kidnapper needed urgency to get Midoriya out of the dorms, 7 o'clock, a time where he either goes then and get his notebook before he's locked out, on a Friday night, the night that starts the weekend, meaning if he didn't get his notebook, he'd have to wait till Monday to get it back, and by himself too, probably not wanting to let his friends know of his personal relationship with All Might. It'd be a perfect time. It was a three-way plan success, and Nizu could help but be amazed at this planning. This person knew when the teachers left the school, when the school closed, the layout of the school, where the mailing room was, the process of receiving and sending student packages. They must have watched Midoriya, studied him and his classmates' interactions. They knew Midoriya's habits. Who he hung out with, what his nights looked like, how he interacted with others. They knew the perfect time to enact their plan, and it worked flawlessly. "They really got us by the short and curlies, don't they?" Snipe asked, rubbing his temples. "No," Tsukachi said. "Not quite. If this kidnapper watched 1A, I believe they watched them for their social interactions with Midoriya and less as Midoriya's quirked classmate." "What do you mean?" someone asked. Jiro Kyoko, quirk earphone jack, has wide-ranged hearing, allowing her to hear the smallest of noises a good distance from herself, Tsukachi said, glancing down at his paper. "Oh, I remember her. She did well in the first trial of the sports festival," the 3C teacher said. "Yes," Tsukachi said. "And with that, her quirk is always active. During the days, her conscience keeps it at bay and under control, however, at night, it tends to run wild." Thursday, a friend of hers broke her specially made headphones that block sound, forcing her to fall asleep Friday night hearing everything. "Hang on," Present Mike said, holding up a hand. "Don't tell me she heard something." Tsukachi nodded. Around 8:30 p.m. Friday night, Jiro heard someone walking the halls, stopping on the second floor. It was none of the students, as everyone was asleep by then, and neither Aizawa nor Yagi were there at 8:20 p.m. Midoriya was still downstairs at that time, Tsukachi said, meaning our kidnapper was already in the building when this all first started at 6:30 p.m. when dinner was first served. Someone would have seen them if they got in earlier. I also believe the second dose was administered sometime near or after 8:30, as Jiro soon fell asleep afterward. "While it isn't much, we have a time frame now," Tsukachi continued. "We have more than a time frame now, detective," Nizu said, taking a sip from his room temperature tea. "If Midoriya was still in the dorms at 8:20 and the second dose was administered then, Midoriya should not have woken up at 12 a.m. Saturday morning. TGW-34 is strong enough to knock a person out with one drop. Any ingestion of TGW-34 would have Midoriya asleep much longer," Nizu said. "How did they take him then? He looked like he was actually asleep in the video?" a hero asked. "I believe he was. Unless the kidnapper used a completely different form for TGW-34, the effects wouldn't line up. How they kidnapped him, sealed him in a coffin, and buried him alive all while he's asleep is extraordinary. The only way we'll know is if we catch them," Nizu said softly. "Smart are they?" Ectoplasm sighed sarcastically. "Patient. Hours, days, even weeks, this person watched, studied, and surveyed every aspect of this kidnapping. Excluding Jiro's outlaying factor, everything they did was for a reason. They had time to wait. Time to plan. It's a direct mocking to us who have limited time to take. Limited time to plan. And no time to wait, Nizu said, slowly. The realization of just how limited their time was seemed to hit them all. This person had the entire past to plan this one event out. The heroes only had 3.5 more days. Nizu looked around at the conference room. The room was large. Even larger with the wall's windows letting in the beautiful day's sunshine. Leaves twirled through the air like red, yellow, and orange ballerinas while birds took peaceful flight in the fall breeze. The sky had no clouds in sight. Its pale blissful blue did nothing to subdue the sun's bright and shining rays, warming the cool day to a comfortable temperature. The fall scene was beautiful. Such a shame too. It really was a peaceful day. Time, 4:48 a.m. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa Sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. The strongest weakness. That's what this 2-page paper had to be on. What is a hero's strongest weakness? When he first gave out the assignment, they had just completed Hero Morality, which was a lesson that confused everyone. Saving one is more important than saving the million? Or is saving another more important than saving yourself? They talked about the trolley scene and discussed the baby on the rails. Honestly, the lesson just sprouted more questions than answers, but that was the point of the lesson. No one can teach morality. But with these questions, it can help develop it. The lesson soon evolved into hero morality and where the line between a weakness and a strength is drawn. In class, Momo said it's about confidence while Bakugu said it was about physical power. Uraraka could understand where both points come from, but if Aizawa-sensei called on her, she wouldn't be able to give an answer. The essay was due Wednesday at the end of class. Aizawa-sensei was hard on deadlines and would probably not give any work time on Wednesday. She and Deku were supposed to work on it together on Friday, to which she forgot about. And she's been ripping herself apart ever since. Ida suggested that she worked on it to distract herself, despite having this next week complete off from school. She frowned at the screen. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa-sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. It's been close to an hour since the detective came by. Everyone huddled together as they recounted their last moments with her best friend. She offered nothing. Neither did Ida. She never got the chance to talk with Todoroki either. She had nothing to help that detective. Nothing to bring to the table. Nothing to bring Midoriya back. She was utterly useless. In a pathetic pit of overwhelming self-pity, her pathetic fingers took to the pathetic keyboard, spitting the cold, guilty, pathetic truth so everyone could pathetically see just how pathetic she was. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa-sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. The strongest weakness is me. Me, Uraraka Ochako. A hero in training who couldn't do anything but watch as my best friend was taken. Kidnapped. Possible tortured. Maybe killed. Me, little hero wannabe who's nothing but weak without others. Who can't fight, can't rescue, can't even save one person by myself. Me, a person who couldn't do jack sure. Uraraka stopped. What was she doing? She looked down at the screen, guilt from writing such self-disgusting things crashing with the guilt from its truth. She wasn't useless. She wasn't. Friday night, no one could do anything. No one did anything. None of the teachers or her classmates. No one did anything because there was nothing anyone could have done. Based on what Aizawa-sensei said, they were drugged. They couldn't have done anything. She couldn't have done anything. She held down the backspace button. Right? Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa-sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. The strongest weakness is me. Me, Uraraka Ochako. A hero in training who couldn't do anything but watch. There was nothing anyone could have done. What happened, happened. No one, not even Aizawa-sensei, could have done anything about it. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa-sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. The strongest weakness is me. Me, Uraraka Ochako. A hero in training who couldn't do anything. Not even All Might, the country's symbol of peace, could have stopped Friday night. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa Sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. The strongest weakness is me. Me, Uraraka Ochako. A hero in training who couldn't. But he could've. Uraraka Ochako. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa Sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. The strongest weakness is me. Me, Uraraka Ochako. A hero in training. He, the best hero the world has yet to meet. Uraraka Ochako. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa Sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. The strongest weakness is me. Me, Uraraka. A hero. He, the most compassionate badass she's ever seen. Uraraka Ochako. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa Sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. The strongest weakness is me. Me, Uraraka Ochako. He, someone who could make her laugh when she cried. Uraraka Ochako. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa Sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. The strongest weakness is me. He, someone who could make her laugh so hard she cried. Uraraka Ochako. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa Sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. The strongest. He, her best friend and partner in crime. Uraraka Ochako. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa Sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest weakness. He, her symbol of strength. Uraraka Ochako. Hero Morality HR1. Aizawa Sensei. 10-15xxxx. The strongest. Uraraka looked down at her computer screen. The strongest, huh? Fitting. Uraraka steeped in silence, drawing her knees up on her spiny chair and resting her chin on them. Her eyes wandered to all the places that weren't her blinding computer screen, spinning the chair in silence. Her room did not change. The curtains were still plain white as they were before. Bed in the same place, same pictures, same posters, same everything. Even after the re-moving in, her room was still the same. When everyone came back from the hospital, she didn't have the energy to rearrange her room as the others did. All she could do was open box after box and put things back where they were, like a systematic robot who couldn't do anything but that. The silence was deafening. That cleaning thing Mina somehow roped everyone in with help for a while, but when the detective came by, it all just resurfaced. Her thoughts were too wild. She needed to focus on something. Tether herself down. Occupy herself with something or else. She'd fall apart. Her best friend. Her partner in crime. Her hero. Is missing. Gone. Kidnapped. She's known for a few hours now, but somehow it still doesn't feel real. It hasn't hit her. Uraraka's hazel eyes wandered from her neatly made bed to her simple small dresser where a green sweatshirt was folded up nicely. She put it there while she was packing so she didn't accidentally hang it up with her clothes. It was Deku's. He gave it to her a couple of weeks ago when the day got really cold. She should give it back. And that was all the logical thinking it took when she somehow found herself in front of Deku's door. The second floor just had boys on it, and unless they were just really quiet, no one was there. The majority of people were probably in the common area or in their own dorms still unpacking, catching up on homework, or still sleeping off the effects of this drag. Uraraka held onto the sweatshirt a bit tighter when she opened the door. "Oh," she whispered, eyes widening at the room. There was no more All Might covered walls. No posters on the ceiling. No happy colorful blankets. No hero merchandise. Nothing. Instead, bleak tan walls welcomed her. Lifeless air nipped at her skin, sending goosebumps up her arms. Depressing and desolate emptiness stared back at Uraraka just as hard as she at it. The window offered no sunshine, nor did the ceiling light. Honestly, it looked more artificial than the crappy fluorescent ones at school. What happened to the life? The energy? The sheer sparkle of joy? There it is. Uraraka's eyes caught the several sad-looking boxes sitting next to the sad-looking mattress, boxed up nice and plain. They all had the words Midoriya Izuku Class 1 on them with thick tape wrapped all around it. The exuberant personality of Class 1's resident innocent was trapped inside a cardboard box. How sad. Uraraka walked into the room, sweatshirt still in hand. It's been a while since she's been in an empty dorm room, But surely it didn't look this stark, right? She didn't remember walking into chilly claustrophobic feeling rooms when they all first moved in. She didn't recall the glass-like atmosphere. The feeling of not being welcomed. No, it was fun and games. It was dorm competition and room judging. Sato's sugar desserts and Ida's impressive glasses collection. It was learning a bit more about her peers than the typical day-to-day personalities they all originally showed. An individual and personalized snippet into each other's lives. This, though, wasn't that. Uraraka? Someone called behind her. Uraraka jumped before recognizing the new voice. She didn't turn around. What are you doing here? Uraraka thumbed the green sweatshirt, playing with its holy phrase while staring at the blank walls. I was returning this to his room, but dash. But what? Ida asked, walking into the noticeably colder room. He too started looking around the barren room. This isn't his room, Uraraka whispered, eyes trained on the dead and bare space. She could almost see the red stars on his American All Might theme curtains, the line of All Might bobbleheads that would sit undusted on his armor, the notebooks typically piled high on his desk. His bed would have had blankets of heroes on it while his nightstand would always have a hero book close by. The ghost of Deku's bedroom lingered in her mind as the pang of sadness and uselessness hit her again. Deku's room had life. This room did not. Ida seemed to understand this, thankfully, as he walked up to Uraraka. Do you want to go get Dash? We should make it his. Ida stopped. What? Uraraka finally looked behind her. Ida still stood a bit away from her with a water bottle that he probably got from the kitchen. His head was tilted in confusion and worry. She paid no mind to that as she continued. When Deku comes back, he'll need something to come back to. This Dash, she looked around the dull room. This is just sad. Uraraka, that is his personal belongings. He has private things he'd probably not want anyone to see, Ida rationalized. They separated personal belongings. Anything the police's people found was put in a separate box, so it'd air out naturally. Everything's already sorted. Uraraka nodded at the box labeled, personal. Still Dash. His bed can be made. So he'll have something to sleep in, Uraraka interrupted, guesting to the naked mattress. And his armor. So he'll have clothes to wear. Uraraka Dash. Posters too. He cherishes them more than he does his bones, Ida. You and I both know that. You probably even remember the big All Might poster that goes by the door and Dash. Uraraka. Ida yelled slightly, taking a step forward. His fists were balled and his eyes frustrated. Uraraka's eyes widened. Not only at Ida raising his voice but also remembering something important. Something so important that made her regret having this conversation at all. Something so big and precious to both Deku and herself, it was a mystery on how she even forgot it. Ida was his friend too. He was sad too. Lonely too. He was hurting just as much as she was. Probably focusing on himself, trying to let any worries about his best friend leave his mind while letting the heroes and adults take care of them. And here she was, begging him to seep in the Deku's memory with her only because she was the one unhappy. How could she be so selfish? I'm sorry, Ida, she said slowly, her head dropping. This isn't his room. He's only been gone for a day and it feels like an eternity. We can't do anything to find him, but we can at least do this. Give him something to come back to, Uraraka whispered softly, thinking about how cold the floors looked. There was a silence between the two. Ida still stood illuminated by the hallway's light while Uraraka hung her head in the dark corners of this foreign room. They were both quiet, both still, both tense. She didn't know why she needed Ida with her, but something about it would just feel wrong redoing his room by herself. You're wrong, Uraraka, Ida said, voice blunt and logical. Uraraka was going to give up when he continued, the big poster goes by his bed. Not his door. Huh, Uraraka said, springing on the spot. Ida stepped further into the room with a cheeky little grin. Don't play me like that, Ida, Uraraka said, throwing Deku's sweatshirt at him. He swiped it easily out of the air while holding his hands up in surrender. I apologize. Mina told me to make jokes more often. She's been tutoring Todoroki on how to do that and invited me to come along with him. I am proud to say I have learned much from her. Yurikaka opened her mouth and then closed it, ending that conversation there. The two began unboxing and reorganizing Midoriya's room, and, slowly but surely, life was returned to the once plain boring room. The color was back the minute they put up his red, white, and blue curtains. His clothes were neatly folded by Ida while Uraraka dressed his bed. His knickknacks were all handled with the most precious of care and placed like delicate snowflakes in their original spots, thanks to Ida's impeccable memory, as she moved bookcases and desks with her quirk. Ida turned on some music while they worked too, saying that working both the body and mind is the key to concentration. It was good music, so Uraraka made no complaints, except for the random ads and hundreds of notifications interrupting his playlists. "Who's texting you, Mr. Popular?" Uraraka teased. Their music volume dipped as a small chime went off before replaying. "I apologize," Ida said with a frown. He picked his phone up from the small cup makeshift speaker and read the little banner. It's just my news app. Apparently, there's an anniversary for something coming up this week." "You get news alerts?" "Of course. A hero must stay on top of the latest events," Ida said enthusiastically. He then went on a small rant about the importance of news alerts and notifications in general. Uraraka didn't know if he was actually being serious this time or just trying to lighten the mood. Either way, she appreciated it. After a few more minutes of gentle teasing and a sermon on the pros and cons of the public press, the two resumed their unpacking duties. The room was almost finished when she came across a small pile of photos in the box by his mirror she set up. She was about to put them in the personal box when the stack slipped from its paper clip and fluttered to the floor, some of which landed face up. One was a group picture of their entire class doing a jump photo. Everyone's hair was stood up wildly as they all ungraciously fell back to the ground. She remembered that day too. Kirishima threw Bakugu in the air to get him up with the others while Siro taped Mineta to a tree while trying to look up the girl's skirts. Oof, that was a day. Another was with a beautiful young woman with green hair a bit too familiar with her. On her lap, a mini Deku sat with viridian eyes blown wide at the all-might balloon tied around his tiny baby wrist. Uraraka giggled at the one picking it up and rest-tacking them. He had a few of the places he's traveled to as well as a few with All Might strangely at a beach she's never heard of. Yet, through all of those smiling faces, one stood out. The same bright, blinding, beautiful smile she's grown to love looked back at her, its owner laughing with crinkled green eyes and bushy green hair as the picture's wind ruffled the soft locks. A scared arm blocked half of the picture from holding the phone, but no one would have needed the full picture to see the sheer happiness radiating off the teen. She could see her own blushing face right under his chin, tucked safe and warm in his tight embrace. Her eyes were closed but her smile was big. The two were a blushing mess if the windburn was anything to see. The sunset illuminating them both in a divine pink glow didn't help either. Uraraka cherished that day. She, Deku, Ida, and Todoroki went shopping for Ida's mother's birthday. They hit up a mall and shopped every store in the place, eventually settling on gourmet chocolates and a quilt. When they were going back to the dorms, they stopped in a park when Ida and Todoroki went to get something to drink, leave Deku and her alone in the park. She was talking about how they didn't have many pictures together and that they should take one then because of how pretty it was outside. It was a joke. Completely 100% a joke. Deku didn't know that. So, to her surprise, he grabbed her hand and led her to a rickety red bridge over a small little river. When she asked him what he was doing, he just pumped. A smaller, more hearty smile that always warmed Uraraka's soul. Trust me. Kachin did this with his girlfriend back in middle school. Deku said with a nervous chuckle. Gee, girlfriend? Are you sure? Uraraka sputtered, her blushing mess of a mind still trying to reel back from his comment. If you, don't want to, we don't have to. I was just dash. Uraraka was silenced as the green teen threw his arm around her and pulled her flush his chest. The two stood on the very arc of the bridge together in their own pocket of frozen time. It's fine now, Uraraka. Do you know why? He asked, voice confident and soft. At her confused face, he leaned down to her ear, causing her to blush more than before, and whispered in the softest voice imaginable. I'm here. Can you ever go one day without an All Might reference? Uraraka laughed and, throwing all cares out the window, wrapped her own tiny arms around Midoriya's waist. She felt him stiffen at her contact but instantly relaxed in her hold. Uraraka smiled into his chest, nuzzling her cool cheek in his soft shirt as she felt him pull her closer. A small gentle breeze swept through the park, kissing both of their noses and ruffling their hair while the setting sun warmed their backs and cold hands. The amber sky dimmed the scene while the city's ambience muffled the park's patrons. In that moment, life seemed to still itself, allowing Uraraka 1 second to marvel in this thing called young love. To be warmed by the heat of her best friend and the sun's red rays. To be huddled and pulled close by the person she wants more than anything. To feel wanted and loved. To feel happy and satisfied. She didn't want it to end. Never, Midoriya chuckled, resting his chin on top of her head and holding up his phone. He flashed that signature pure-hearted toothy grin that had a bit more affection to it and pressed the button. Now, smile. She looked down at the picture and then at her reflection in his mirror. Uraraka felt empty. Despite taking a very long and piping hot shower when she got back from the hospital, she still felt incompletely cold. She washed her hair, exfoliated her face. Sugar scrubbed her body. Even shaved. She did more in that one shower than she typically has time for in a week, and yet, she's still cold. Tired. Empty. With her wacky ponytail and week-long unwashed sweatshirt, she looked like it too. Her eyes were slow and her head seemed to loll to one side like it didn't have the energy to keep upright. Eye bags were more prominent than Sensei's and hair more tangled than his too. She looked incomplete. Felt half-butted. Everything physically, mentally, and emotionally just felt empty. Where was the girl in the photo? The girl in Deku's memory? In her own memory? Where was she? Where was that smile? Uraraka? That smile. Smile. Are you Dash? That same naive one that didn't know how lucky she was. Smile. Hey. The one that grinned, smirked and chuckled because of her best friends. That same one that represents all things happiness and warmth. That same stupid silly smile she wants so badly right now. She wants to smile with Deku by her side. She wants that smile every day. She needs that smile. So where is it? Smile. 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 She yelled angrily at her reflection as if that was going to solve the never-ending emptiness inside her. She ignored the burning in her eyes as she continued her internal rampage. Uraraka! Ida yelled. He rushed to her side and pulled her into a hug while she wasted no time falling into him. She knew Ida had no clue what was going through her head, and honestly, she didn't know either. But he didn't ask any questions, so she didn't answer. She sees him now. More than what he was before. She sees him as power. Strength. She sees weakness. Broken bones and 100 barriers. She sees his blood. His sweat. His tears. She sees the drive. Determination. The passion. She sees him. She wants him. Not for herself, but for the world. She's had to absolute honor to love this hero wannabe, to see his raw being and be blinded by its beauty. His need to save everyone, his willingness and sacrifices need to be known to everyone. The world needs to see how much Deku can do. How much he's done. For his family, for his friends, for himself. People need to see him just like she does. I want you, Uraraka whispered, her voice breathy. She didn't care that Ida was right there hearing all of her thoughts. She'd let anyone know if it brought him back. I want you to be satisfied. Needed. I want you to feel the same way you made me feel, Deku. Exhale. Warm. Inhale. Safe. Exhale. In that moment, life seemed to still itself, allowing Uraraka 1 second to marvel in this thing called young love. To be warmed by the heat of her best friend and the sun's red rays. To be huddled and pulled close by the person she wants more than anything. To feel wanted and loved. To feel happy and satisfied. She didn't want it to end. Happy. Uraraka looked down at the slightly rumpled picture behind Ida's back. Come back to us, Midoriya. She whispered, feeling the drain of energy. Come back to me. The two stayed like that. Just for a short while. They sat crumbled into a folded mess of limps and tears in the middle of their missing pieces room. They sat in silence under the smiling faces of their idol. Despite the reputation and sheer reassurance All Might's face brought, both of them were at a loss for words. They didn't have to say anything. Neither of them needed to. The tears rolling down both of their faces said what was needed. Uraraka didn't pull away until her legs started to fall asleep. She gently pushed up from Ida's firm shoulder and wiped away her tears. "Are you all right?" Ida asked, cleaning off his glasses. "I'm sorry I haven't been the best friend through all dash." "No, Ida. You've been the greatest friend I could ever imagine. Even if Midoriya is gone now, have no fear for I am here," said, trying to cheer up Ida with a watery smile. Ida blinked at her. "What? Did you just make an All Might reference?" Uraraka's eyes went wide. "Oh no. Nope. She never makes hero references. Never. That's all Deku. So if she made one, then Ida might think no. No, pull it off. Cover yourself up. You got this. Why ya? He's the symbol of peace. Who wouldn't?" Uraraka said like it was the most obvious thing ever. Her very Deku-like stuttering didn't help her cause. It slipped out anyways. Geez, how could she out herself like this? And why is she embarrassed now when she's, not breaking down? Ida tilted his head before shoving his glasses back on his face, chuckling lightly. "I've known you like him, but I didn't know he's rubbing off on you that much? All Might references? Uraraka, tell me, will you start wearing an article of clothing with its name on it?" Ida teased. "Ida. Or maybe buy a pair of red shoes?" he said, resting his chin on his knuckle as if he was deep-thinking philosopher. "They really are a staple of the Midoriya look." "I would never." "Come on, Dash. You know they say imitation is the best form of flattery," Ida said, quirking up an eyebrow. He smirked a very Bakugu-looking smirk which unnerved her just a bit, so Uraraka responded like any person would, by slapping him hard on the arm. Ida put his hands up in defeat, again, as the two dissolved into gentle giggles. "Where did you get that teasing side of you, Ida? Is this what Mina teaches you in those tutoring sessions?" "No, I've been spending time with Kaminari. He asks me to watch over Midoriya and Bakugu's spars with him," Ida said proudly. "He teases Kirishima about Mina actually, and it always makes people laugh. So, I thought it'd work on you too." "I see," Uraraka said, surprised. Just going off personality, she would never put class president and class clown together, while she'd also never see the class president get tutored by the class gossip either. "Also, Todoroki never shies from sharing his conspiracy theories with me," Ida said, standing up. "He brought over the last unopened box and set it in between them. He always is willing to talk to me about those." "Is he still on Deku being All Might's son?" Uraraka laughed, pulling off the tape. "I don't think he'll ever let one be," Ida said with a sigh. "Even if it is true," he said under his breath. Uraraka stopped and quickly snapped her neck up to Ida. "Don't tell me you believe it too." Ida smiled as he pulled the rest of the tape off the box, ignoring the way Uraraka was gaping at him. "I'll say, while Todoroki's theories are far-fetched, I do believe there is something between All Might and Midoriya that transcends the typical student-teacher relationship. They are by no means biologically related, but more emotionally connected." Uraraka thought on that. "I guess I could see that. Deku really does love All Might, doesn't he?" Ida nodded. "It was the same thing I saw with Tensei. My father is no doubt a caring and loving father, but he worked often. As did my mother. Hero work does that, especially in a hero family. When I was young, it was Tensei who took care of me. Played with me. Trained with me. He helped me study for UA. He made me lunches when everyone else couldn't and would always spend his free time with me. I remember always smiling when I was with my brother and gushing to anyone near him about how cool he was. While that is your typical hero worship, it was Tensei who was my hero. Not Ingenium," Ida said, reminiscing fondly. Uraraka smiled, thinking back to her moments with her father. She always wanted to help. That's all she wanted to do. But her father and mother always said no. They shooed her away from the bills and adult-like worries and just smiled at her. They'd smile and reassure her everything is okay. They'd hug her and love her like time was ending every day. She believed them too. Everything was okay. Even if it wasn't, they made it okay for her. It was her time to pay everything back to them. Maybe that's where all of Deku's determination comes from? Yeah, she said, smiling in her memory. I see it now. The two unwrapped the last box, which was the heaviest of them all. What is this? Ida asked, flipping the box over so Uraraka could get the tape on the bottom. She didn't even have to open the box to know what it was. His notebooks. And she was right. She opened the two flaps and pulled open the box. Several stacks of books were neatly piled against each other on the bottom, while a whole ton of ripped, stained, burned, and very used notebooks covered the top. Each has the same tight and messy scrawl that bordered Egyptian hieroglyphics and Japanese characters. While their appearance was a bit worn down, Uraraka could tell how important they were to Deku. From the hand-stitched spine that reinforced older ones to the invisible pieces of tape closing ripped pages in, he made sure they all stayed together, no matter how much they threatened to fall apart. Uraraka respected that and would take it upon herself to carefully care for them. They both looked at the tiny empty bookshelf by the window and nodded. Uraraka took the notebooks to organize them on the bottom shelf, while Ida took the books to organize them in alphabetical order for easy access. It didn't them long, and in about 5 minutes, they were done. Or at least, almost done. In total, there were 26 notebooks. She knew that because the latest one was in his backpack and it wasn't completely filled out yet. Since there were so many notebooks and she didn't want Ida stepping on any, she kept them randomly in the box to place them correctly on the shelf instead of organizing them on the floor. Uraraka slid hero analysis for the future number 3 right next to the second, and went for the last notebook, which should be no. But her hand grabbed nothing. Huh, Uraraka said, confused. She grabbed the box again and looked. Inside, only to see it completely empty. Is something wrong, Uraraka? Ida asked, standing above her. He was lining each book's spine up with each other with a ruler he got from his own room. Yeah, have you seen notebook number 9? He's missing that one, Uraraka said with a frown. Her finger was holding the phantom notebook's place between number 8 and number 10 so the others don't topple over each other. Ida looked down at the shelf, his eyes reading notebooks 1 to 8 and 10. Maybe he was working on it. I'm sure it's in his bag or in the common room. Everything was cleared out, Ida, Uraraka said, frowning even more now. Anything in the dorms was sorted back to their owners. If Deku left his notebook somewhere here, then it should be in here. Ida looked around. I'll check here if you want to go see the others. Maybe it got mixed up in another's belongings. Uraraka nodded. She went to the rest of the second floor's occupants, all of whom are back in their dorms, and none of them had it. No one on the 3rd or 4th floor had his notebook either. Maybe the 5th floor held some promise. Todoroki? Uraraka knocked again. So far, no one on the 5th floor had it. She still had Tsu, Siro, and, well, Todoroki to ask. Hopefully, one of them will be her saving grace. She didn't want to tell Deku that she redid his room without him knowing, no touching or looking through the more personal things, but also lost one of his notebooks he probably spent weeks making. It's Uraraka. There was no answer. Todoroki? She did it once more. Tod or dash. The door suddenly opened right as Uraraka knocked, almost punching the peppermint teen in the face. Uraraka? Todoroki questioned in his typical stoic voice, not even flinching at her raised fist. What do you need? Have you unpacked yet? She asked slowly, taking in his appearance. He all in all looked tired. If the tired-looking eyes, noodle-like posture and messy red and white hair, which was a direct contrast to the typical split-down-the-middle type of hair she and everyone was used to, had anything to say. Almost, he said with a yawn. Oh, okay. Do you by any chance have something of Deku's? Uraraka asked eagerly. Like what? He asked, opening his door a bit more and inviting Uraraka in. From the closed drapes, gentle fan and baggy Todoroki, he probably was taking a nap. She scolded herself for waking him up, but Todoroki looked awake enough anyway. I have a few boxes that I haven't touched yet. His notebooks? Ida and I redid his room and noticed one of his hero analysis notebooks were missing. I don't know if he lent them to you or anything. Uraraka asked hopefully, walking into the room. She didn't want to tell Midoriya that she lost one of his prized possessions. His hero ones? Todoroki asked. Uraraka nodded. He narrowed his eyes before rummaging through one of the boxes. He set a pile of books on the ground while he took out a small set of notebooks. Uraraka's heart jumped when she saw a black composition one, but that was just his Japanese one. I don't have it. Uraraka sighed. Ah, thank you though. Maybe he left it at the school? Which one is it? Todoroki asked suddenly, standing up straight. Any aura of tiredness disappeared as Todoroki's eyes came alive. He looked over at Uraraka, who just stared back at him. Huh. The notebook. Which one? He asked again, a bit sharper than normal. Uraraka tilted her head, looking at him. His eyes were fiery and his posture straight. His fingers were rubbing back and forth against each other while his entire body was facing her own. She's seen this before. When Deku would have a very important thought, he would act the same way. Typically with mumbles and a pencil in hand, but that's beside the point. She could tell Todoroki had something on his mind. She wanted to know what it was. Number Y. Todoroki's eyes wandered off into space, eventually lighting up. He left it at school. Uraraka's heart actually did jump out of her chest. With sweet relief, she breathed. Really? Thank you, Todor Dash. Friday night. Uraraka's smile slipped off her face. What? Time, 4:03 p.m. Quiet. It's too quiet. Aizawa blinked away the burning in his eyes as he began another staring contest with the projection screen. It was 10:04 a.m. and he hasn't heard Midoriya say anything in the past 2 hours when he first got here. The officer watching Midoriya almost collapsed at Aizawa's feet when he said he'll take over. Are you sure? I can go longer if why you're needed somewhere else, the officer said hesitantly. Aizawa's eyes trailed to the man's iron grip on his pen. No. Tsukachi sent me here. Another colleague and I will take over. You're free to go. The officer visibly relaxed, dropping his pen and covering his eyes in his hands. He took a long sigh while Aizawa stood there awkwardly, not really knowing what to do. He woke up, he said quietly, breaking the silence. The officer didn't look up. Did he injure himself? Aizawa asked, sitting down at one of the desks, the projector up and running in front of him. He remembered seeing Midoriya's wrist hit the metal top, dislocating it at the best-case scenario, and shattering it at the worst. He didn't know how much more damage his bones can take at this state. No, not physically. At least not now, the officer said with a sad chuckle. He started crying, when he woke up. Understandable, Aizawa said, taking his own mental notes of the officer's recall. He saw 3 files, a laptop and a notebook sprawled across the officer's table. He'd look at everyone when he's alone. I don't expect him to wake up Dash. He said he didn't want to die. Aizawa stopped. The officer finally looked at Aizawa. His eyes were dropping and his skin a bit paler. Aizawa saw the crescent moons in his hands, but he made no comment. Please just let me out. The officer took a breath. I don't want to die. Oh. His student, his problem child, didn't want to die. Who would have thought someone didn't want to die? There was so much wrong with this situation he didn't know where to start. Midoriya was 16 years old. He isn't supposed to be worried about dying. He wasn't supposed to be scared because he's not supposed to be scared. He was supposed to be in this school, laughing with his friends, stressed over late assignments and sweating at a new training routine. He was supposed to be here with Aizawa. Safe and protected. Not there. 6 feet under the ground. Scared out of his mind. Crying of his own death. He's supposed to be here, not there. Wherever there is. A silence must have overtaken the room as the officer cleared his throat. Aizawa looked up to the now standing officer. You're his teacher, right? He nodded. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Everything Detective Tsukachi and I recorded is in the notebook and extra files are on the computer. You're free to read through. He woke up an hour ago too. With that, the officer left, leaving Aizawa with all the questions in the world, but no answers. Aizawa looked up at the screen. He couldn't see Midoriya's face that well, and the green glow stick was fast losing its color, but he could see the shivers and trembles of the boy's beat up, bloody, and bruised legs. "He's cold." Aizawa turned the volume up on the speakers so he could hear anything and everything. Nothing was heard. It was horrible to think that Midoriya's shaking body was the only indicator that he was still alive. He sighed. Midoriya's body was still, his chest rising deeply up and down. Through the grainy video, he could see his fingers tapping to something. Maybe a song? Morse code? Aizawa hoped it was something to keep him sane, so Aizawa followed. Aizawa spent an hour tracking Midoriya's tapping fingers. Aizawa knew Wabun code and his students too once they hit their second year, but none of the taps made any sense. Aizawa tried to break the random letters Midoriya was sending over, thinking that they were a code within a code, but it was nothing. It was just gibberish. He tried Morse code. He knew All Might spent time in America and probably picked up the Western type of silent code that Midoriya might have learned due to his fanboyness, but again, none of it made sense to him. He doubted Midoriya was even fluent enough in English to use Morse code. And even if he was, Aizawa himself recognized none of the English words he presented. Midoriya tapped the hours away for a while until he must have gotten tired and stopped. Aizawa frowned at the movement. "What are you thinking, Midoriya?" Aizawa whispered to himself. The boy readjusted, trying and failing to find a comfortable position. A new hero, perhaps? Analyzing your classmates? He hoped that Midoriya would say something out loud. Not for Aizawa's sanity but for Midoriya's. When they find Midoriya alive, his sanity may not be the same. Self-isolation does that. It's normal to see prisoners freed from solitary confinement. Suicidal tendencies, crippling anxiety, paranoia, depression, it's all side effects of complete isolation. Adult men and women suffer effects after just a few days alone. What would it do to a 16-year-old kid? He may be alive, but his mind would be far from fine. "Come on, kid," Aizawa said louder, eyes narrowing up at the screen. "You're always muttering. Tell me something." Midoriya didn't say anything. He sighed again. While scribbling down times and any movements Midoriya made, Aizawa re-listened to the kidnapper's tapes and racked his brains for anything that had happened that would prompt a person to kidnap a student. Of his years teaching, he couldn't think of anything. Any attacks or extraneous things that went wrong all happened this year, which he was not proud of, yet the tapes alluded to something in the past. Even before UA, the only connection he had to the school was that he went to the school. Before his teaching career started, he teamed with UA during a villain chase turned forest fire a few years ago. Again though, he never fought alongside them. They just happened to be there. Everyone at UA was a hero, meaning everyone had some kind of enemy out there. But who has a grudge against them all? It was surreal to think that Aizawa was sitting in a huge, sunlight-lit room with windows lining one wall and the UA logo on the other on one of the most comfortable chairs he's ever sat in. The air was crisp and light. The sun's rays made the room seem even bigger than it was, just adding to the sheer space of the room. Aizawa felt like it was a sin to be so comfortable. "Talk to me, kid," Aizawa said, taking another look up at the screen. The room's been silent for the past 4 hours. Midoriya's fingers laid still. "Tell me if you finished your essay. I know the majority of your class hasn't even started." "Nothing. My teacher assigned the same assignment to me when I was at UA. An essay written to help decide what kind of hero you want to be. If you thought I was harsh, you wouldn't stand a chance against him," Aizawa huffed. Laps for irritation, weighted squats for training mistakes, push-ups for idiotic answers. Be glad I only give out gym detention. Nothing. The cold hero, Winter. You'd be interested in him. He had the ability to create snow, ice, and frigid temperatures anywhere he wanted to. However, his body temperature was at an abnormally low level. Every time he used his quirk, it could kill him. Every fight could be his last, but that never deterred him from fighting. His stubborn but heroic determination is something I see in all of your classmates, Aizawa said, looking up at the screen. Midoriya's leg wiggled. He always pushed us past our physical limits, making new ones in the process. He taught mental toughness and emotional durability. Cut away all the gruffness, he was actually a decent teacher, Aizawa said absent-mindedly, tapping a pen against the table. Aizawa was never the talker. Never the social person nor the party animal. He preferred the back seat in conversations. If someone started one with him, he'd finish it as politely as he could, which was quite blunt at times. But what's the point of faking a conversation he has no interest in? He'd chip into Nomuri's conversations if he wanted and normally would let Hisashi start, carry and finish their conversation all on his own. He liked his voice. Good background noise. He never talked with any of his coworkers about personal matters. Never told anyone about past relationships, past jobs, past missions, past life, his past. No one needed to know but him. He wasn't ashamed of his past as there was nothing to be ashamed of, but again, it was his life. It took a decade's worth of friendship with Hisashi for the hero to know as much as he does now. The same goes for Nomuri. He hasn't talked to any of his classmates since he graduated and keeps in no touch with his sidekick days. He never shared his close calls on his patrols, unless Recovery Girl beat it out of him, and he doesn't have many funny stories to tell. All in all, Aizawa doesn't like to talk about meaningless things. But now, it's all he could talk about. He didn't know what it was, but something in him told him to keep talking. The more he talked, the longer Midoriya lived. Completely illogical, but logic had no place in Aizawa's head right now. So he talked, and talked, and talked. He talked about his old sensei, his first year at UA as a teacher, the first cat he adopted, the time he accidentally broke Hisashi's nose during Halloween, his overseas underground missions, his co-workers, his agency, his hero inspiration, his capture weapon idea, his hero name origins, everything that doesn't matter because somehow, he felt like it did. Mike chose it when I was a second year. I didn't care what my hero name was, so he chose it. Looking back now, there were probably better choices than Eraserhead. It's stuck for the past 16 years now, Aizawa said, his lips slightly upturned. He looked to the clock on the wall. 4:21 p.m. It's been 8 hours. And Midoriya still hadn't said a thing. Aizawa looked up at the close to the pitch-black screen. Midoriya's body was still. So still. So dead-like. He hasn't twitched. Wiggled. No taps, kicks, punches. No cries, shouts, whimpers. Nothing. Midoriya was completely and utterly still. Just like him. Something in Aizawa forced his mouth open and spit out the thoughts clouding his mind ever since this all started. Eraserhead was a name for me created by Mike, but it was used most often by another. Aizawa started slowly. It was different when I was here. The school was smaller back then and more selective with its participants, favoring more subtle quirks than flashy ones. UA has changed over the years, however. The one thing that has stayed the same is the students. From the years I went to UA to the ones I've taught here, the students never change. Too self-sacrificing. Too willing to die for someone else. Too stubborn. Every hero student has those traits in one way or another, and the way you act reminds me of someone from my own days at UA. A hero course with wild hair and a personality so big, it was suffocating. He was energetic, extremely smart, and full of humanity, Aizawa said slowly, his own thoughts muffling the sound of footsteps. He was a person whose heart outweighed his mind, who acted in the present and atoned in the future. An impulsive hero who could do anything to save the day and do it with that stupid grin, Aizawa said with the smallest of smiles, his eyes burning with something that isn't a dry eye. He was someone who anyone could rely on, who always had your back and always was there to hold yourself up, even when you can't do it on your own. But he was also someone who grew up too fast and paid the price for it, Aizawa sighed, his chest feeling a bit off. It's been years since he talked about him, but for some reason, it felt right. He was my best friend, my future agency colleague, the third musketeer in our little band of heroic misfits. He was a student, a friend, a hero, a child. I didn't see it back then, but we were only babies compared to us now, Shirokamo, Aizawa huffed, his chest getting a bit tighter. You really are just children, Aizawa breathed, looking up at the still video. Children aren't supposed to fight. They aren't supposed to pay. They aren't supposed to die. Back then, we were only wannabe heroes ready to die for a cause we didn't know. I'm the hero now. Not you. Not Midoriya, none of my students. They're children, not heroes. Heroes die. Children don't. None of you are supposed to lay down your lives for me. Why can't you stop being the hero, Shirakumo? He yelled up at the screen. Midoriya's leg shifted. Reality came back. Aizawa sat down. When did he stand up? You two both have similarities. From your personality to your intellect to your heroic heart, but one thing is certain. I won't lose Midoriya, Aizawa said fiercely. A certain rooftop memory popped into his head. He, Hizashi and a blue-haired student all sat on UA's roof. They were all laughing and joking with each other, skipping out of math class or some subject like that. Heroes, they all agreed they were all going to be heroes. If only they had known what that really meant. Aizawa looked up at the screen. I won't lose this time. Nah, it was a team effort. My partner was cheering me on the whole time, right Shirakumo? Second-year Eraserhead said happily, riding out the victory high of his first villain win. He couldn't have done it without Shirakumo's words in his ear either. Now, where was his partner in heroics? I can't. Aizawa? Someone asked behind him. Aizawa subtly jumped. What? He spat, using anger and irritation to cover up his moment of weakness. It's 4:30, you're free to go, All Might's quietly said. Aizawa couldn't look back at the hero. Not right now at least. 30 more seconds and he'll be. How are the students? Going. Midnight is watching over them until you arrive, All Might said, walking into the room. His eyes caught the dark and barely green-tinted screen and quickly looked to Aizawa. But they're all right. Detective Tsukachi talked with them about Friday just to let you know. I see, he said quietly. I wrote everything down. He hasn't said anything. My guess is he is trying to conserve his air supply, Aizawa said in the most logical way he could. He could have applauded Midoriya's intellect if it wasn't for the situation. Smart boy, Yagi admired. Get some sleep, Aizawa. He hummed as he walked back the former number 1, closing the door behind him. There was no relief when he walked out. No weights lifted. No worries ceased. There was nothing. If anything, he felt more useless now he was free to do everything but what he wanted to do. Food sounded nice, but he had no appetite now. He knew there was a patrol happening around the surrounding streets of UA, but Aizawa shouldn't go on it, no matter how much he wanted to beat a villain's face in. Aizawa sighed, shoving his hands in his pockets. Excuses. He was just making excuses. Excuses to excuse crappy things called emotions. Midoriya did nothing, meaning Aizawa couldn't do anything to help him. He never spoke a word, never cried, never even moved, yet somehow he tugged and pulled on the heartstrings Aizawa never knew he had. Midoriya did nothing, so Aizawa couldn't do anything. He hated it. The teacher dorms came quickly, as did the locked door blocking his mindless path. Aizawa fished out his keys, kicked off his boots and slugged himself up to his apartment. He needed to get to his students. He can't help Midoriya, but he could still help his class. They needed him, and somewhere in his now lukewarm heart, he needed them. Aizawa got out his second ring of keys and unlocked his door, letting the lanyard hang from the swinging doorknob, gently bouncing off the apartment's wall and coming back to close. Aizawa's shadow was elongated on the dark wooden floors he'd never bothered to clean, while several boxes labeled, Aizawa Should a Hero Course TD, sat in the middle of his empty apartment. His furnishings all pushed to a wall. It reminded him of his first apartment he rented back in his second year. A 50k yen rent split between two high schoolers was manageable. After all, it wasn't the money that was so bad about that apartment. Aizawa sighed, tossing his keys on his couch and walking to his bedroom, which was empty of everything but a small dresser and a naked mattress. He needed to eat. To drink something other than coffee. He needed his sleeping bag and a blanket. His kids need to be checked on. They needed him. He can be there for them. He can do at least that. Get a hold of yourself, Aizawa whispered to himself, looking around the barren place. He's going to stay in the student dorms tonight. There is no way in hell he's letting any kid out of his sight again. Aizawa then started searching all of his boxes, ripping the tape off each one both from his living room and in his bedroom. He was opening his bedding box when something yellow popped out at him. His sleeping bag. Aizawa wrestled it out of the box and threw it behind him on the bed. He was about to set the box back down and get to the student dorms when something else caught his eye. Hero analysis for the future number 9. Age 8th April, XXXX. Property of Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa frowned. He recognized the notebook from the ones Midoriya would write in during class. According to prying eyes and loudmouths, the notebooks are filled with hero information from someone's fighting style to their support items. He's never read any of them, but apparently, they are very well written. Aizawa debated, looking down at the notebook. It was weird that it was in his stuff. He carried no notebooks in his own belongings, and the notebooks were clearly Midoriya's. From the very childish-looking handwriting, no doubt written when Midoriya was younger, to the well-used condition of it, Aizawa doesn't store notes like that. Very easily could this have been mixed with the kid's stuff. Everyone was in a rush to get everyone's belongings out of the dorms, and even if teacher and student items were separated, All Might have had Midoriya's notebook for some reason or another, and his stuff got mixed in with his. That was the most logical, probably reason why his student's notebook was in his own belongings. Said notebook just happened to belong to not only his student but his missing student. A missing kidnapped student whose case has left the entire police team and UA clueless. A hero in training who was watched and stalked by this criminal who probably knew of this particular hobby. His belongings had no other person's belongings on his own. Not even Hisashi, who basically lives in his apartment. So his missing student's notebook winds up in his belongings, no, in his sleeping bag box where he would for sure find it. That was too big of a coincidence. Maybe it was his itch of curiosity or his painful withdrawal from this case, but his mind took over. Aizawa grabbed the notebook and opened to page 1. Time, Sunday, 5:34 p.m. Chapter text. I don't want to die. It was the last thing he said out loud. In the minutes, hours, days that have gone by since then, Midoriya hasn't spoken a sound. Not a cough, not a cry, not even a stabilizing grounding breath. Half of it was because he didn't have the time. The kidnappers said he had 5 days in this box, but they could be lying. Midoriya had nothing but a recording's word to believe. And all they said were words. Phonemes. Mixed with morphemes. Formed by syntax. Said with syllables. That was it. They were just words. And it scared him. It made him feel vulnerable. Naked. Helpless. Everything that person, criminal or villain or whoever they are, they just spoke words. Words that can lie. Words that can deceive. Midoriya truly thought about it. He didn't know anything. Words. Sounds. Phonetics. That's all they gave him. He couldn't trust their word. He couldn't do anything. Midoriya listened to that recording time and time again, trying to decipher any code, any warning, anything from it, but it was just nothing. No hostage demands. No threats. No warnings. They didn't want money. They didn't want him dead. If anything, they wanted him alive. They gave him water and enough air to survive this long, but Midoriya couldn't find the bright side of this situation. If there was nothing else to the kidnapper's message, nothing else to this situation other than the words they spoke, then Midoriya would just have to accept those loose-fitted words as truth. That he will stay trapped. That he will not be let out. And that he will be powerless to do anything. It's what shook him to his core. He couldn't do anything. Nothing to do. Nothing to say. No one was listening to him. No one was seeing him. He was completely blind, deaf, and dead to the world. He couldn't save himself. He never had the chance to. This fight was over before it ever began. Helpless. He was in every way helpless. That was the second reason he didn't speak. He was tired. In this numbed state of emotional and physical fatigue, he didn't have any energy to spare. No energy to beg for help, scream for someone, fight and lose again. The realization of reality hit him hard before. This is just the fallout. The consequence of being helpless. His adrenaline rush dissipated and his fight or flight instinct withered away. He was left cold and numb in this tiny metal box with only his thoughts, his pain and the feeling of impending doom to soothe his shaking soul. The panic, anxiety and general overwhelming tide of fear pushed away any kind of hunger or thirst, but he knew that time would come. He still had the 2 unopened bottles of water, but he never touched him. Midoriya thought they were his out. His one-way ticket out of his hellish situation. His willing death. Chances are the water is poisoned, and the minute he drinks it, he'll die. His kidnapper probably put them there to show how weak he is. To show his cowardness. To show just how much his beloved heroes failed. Death by suicide. It'd be another nail in his coffin. But he wasn't ready to give up just yet. Not in this moment at least. Before his last awakening, he tried to be optimistic. He tried to sit tight and wait for his heroes like a child patiently waiting to be found in hide and seek. He thought about class, the essay due Wednesday, the unfinished homework on his desk. He recited Friday's school lessons, visualized hero formations, analyzed quirks while his fingers would tap the song his mother used to sing him to sleep. Yet, the more he thought about his friends, the more he felt lonely. The more he thought about his teachers, the more he felt like a burden. When his mom would pop into his mind, guilt would add to the shame. Each thought just proved that he couldn't hide from this reality. He wasn't naive enough to believe he'll make it out in one piece. He knew that. Even more so now that the fog of panic and thunderclouds of fear cleared from his mind. Right now, in fact, in this simple, numb state, everything was clear. His pathway to the future was unmistakably crystal clear. He knew exactly where his life was going. It would only be so long before hunger's spindly hands stabbed and clawed at his insides. So long before thirst wrung out his throat and mouth like a rag. So long before his sanctity slips from his hands, never to be seen again. Only time will tell. And maybe that was part of his fear too. The only thing worse than facing your biggest fear is dreading it, knowing what will come and being powerless to stop it. Midoriya has nothing but the future to think about. His lowly 5 days of a future. 5 days until he might die. 5 days until the hunger and thirst settle in. 5 days until he'll breathe his last breath. Will he go crazy? His thoughts were already jumbled and jumping, trying to squeeze themselves to his mind's forefront. Would those thoughts start fighting each other, killing each other, taking a piece of Midoriya Izuku with each fallen thought? What if that 5-day limit was another lie? What if instead of his limit being cut short, it was extended? He'd have more than 5 days? All his body truly needs is water, and he has 2 unopened bottles sitting tauntingly next to his hands. What if he actually lives? What if the heroes don't find him, but he stays alive? What if he lives buried alive for days? Weeks? Months? Laying in this box. Darkness downing him. Every thought, dream, nightmare, wish, sin, desire, fear, what if they all just continue? He'd rather die. It was almost laughable. 5 days. 5 days. 5 days. When did 50 years of life shrink to 5 days? Was it when he saw All Might's debut on his mother's computer? Saving over 100 people in a day with a smile on his face and laughter overtaking the fear in the air? Maybe it was when he saved Kakin from that slime villain and All Might offered his quirk that day. The wind through his hair, the sunset's rays on his tear-streaked face, the gravel on his knees, he remembered it like it was yesterday. Maybe it was when Aizawa-sensei said that expulsion threat was just a logical ruse on the first day of school? When his first legal step in the hero's pathway was almost ended by one man. Was it the USJ? Stain? The training camp? Camino Ward? Overhaul? What was it? When was it? Midoriya couldn't help but feel disgusted with himself. He didn't like this kind of thinking, this self-pity type of emotion. He was half inclined to just scream right there and clear his extremely loud and buzzing thoughts, but again, he needs his air and he needs his time. Neither of which are promised another day. So he stayed quiet. He shut his mouth, shut his eyes, and lost himself in his. Thus, the future would tell its own story. Time, Sunday, 1:31 p.m. Person whose heart outweighed his mind, who acted in the present and atoned in the future. An impulsive hero who could do anything to save the day and do it with that stupid grin. A voice quietly rang through the hall. It was coming from the room at the very end of the hallway, the watch room as everyone had dubbed it. It was the smallest of the conference rooms, perfect for Aizawa and Toshinori's part in this case. Toshinori arrived a bit early to switch out for Aizawa. They agreed to switch every 8 hours or so, giving each one time to themselves before jumping back in. It was only 5:20 p.m. But as he walked closer to the conference room, the voice got louder and clearer. Tashinori recognized it as Aizawa's, which surprised him. He didn't expect Aizawa to be talking with anyone. The voice was muffled and soft, but Tashinori could hear him enough. He was someone who anyone could rely on, who always had your back and always was there to hold yourself up, even when you can't do it on your own. He raised a brow. Was Aizawa talking about Midoriya? He's never heard him speak so fondly over any student. Maybe Naomasa was there? He knew those two used to work together before Aizawa became a teacher. But he was also someone who grew up too fast and paid the price for it, the voice sighed. He was my best friend, my future agency colleague, the third musketeer in our little band of heroic misfits. He was a student, a friend, a hero, a child. I didn't see it back then, but we were only babies compared to us now, Shirakumo. Shirakumo? You really are just children. Children aren't supposed to fight. They aren't supposed to pay. They aren't supposed to die. Back then, we were only wannabe heroes ready to die for a cause we didn't know. I'm the hero now. Not you. Not Midoriya, none of my students. They're children, not heroes. Heroes die. Children don't. None of you are supposed to lay down your lives for me. Why can't you stop being the hero, Shirakumo? Tashinori stopped outside the door, the voice on full volume. He looked through the door. Aizawa was standing in the room, staring sadly at the screen. You two both have similarities. From your personality to your intellect to your heroic heart, but one thing is certain. I won't lose Midoriya, Aizawa said fiercely. I won't lose this time. He pushed the door open. I can't. Aizawa? The man jumped ever so slightly before throwing a quick response. What? It's 5:30, you're free to go, Tashinori said quietly. There was silence, a stiff air between the two heroes. Tashinori moved into the room as Aizawa spoke. How are the students? He asked. His voice sounded off, more rough than usual. Going. Midnight is watching over them until you arrive, but they're all right. Detective Tsukachi talked with them about Friday just to let you know. Tashinori looked up at the dark green screen. Midoriya was either laying very still or asleep once more. Tashinori hoped for the latter. I see, Aizawa whispered, still not looking at him. I wrote everything down. He hasn't said anything. My guess is he is trying to conserve his air supply. Tashinori smiled. Smart boy. He looked over at his coworker who looked more tired than normal. Eyes half shut, jaw clenched, shoulders tense, Aizawa's actions said everything his words didn't. Get some sleep, Aizawa. Aizawa hummed, gathering his things and walking out. The door shut with a click as Tashinori was left alone once more. Just he, himself and his thoughts. Before he arrived, he was watching the dorms. Being the comforting shoulder to some, the old number one hero to others, but all the students' outward emotions seemed to be a one-and-done thing, especially after Naomasa left. The boys seemed to go in one direction and the girls another. He didn't try to intervene. Pushing any of them would just push them away. He wasn't their parent either. Just a retired hero. A teacher. Human. A human who makes mistakes. A human who can't fix them. A human who has no choice but to live with what the past gave him. He was the top hero in Japan for decades. He's fought the worst of battles, lost the most horror of wars. Some could say he's dealt more damage to the country than the villains heroes fight every day. Just in Kamino Ward, the death toll totaled higher than the criminal-related mortality rate in the past year. Family, friends, neighbors, classmates, no one was spared in his battle. Property damage reached digits Tashinori would have had to work decades to repay should he had been anyone else but the oh-so-mighty number one hero. And the outcome? One villain apprehended. Though that entire night was centered for young Bakuga's rescue, the showdown with All for One was not. The century-old villain who was the very reason of society's underbelly was unplanned for, and for that, Tashinori and hundreds of others paid the price. The public didn't know that. They didn't know anything Tashinori knew. To them, a villain was captured. A person rescued. And Japan's favorite hero retired. Everything else didn't matter. Tashinori walked away from that fight with battle scars. And so did Midoriya. Midoriya. his successor, his mentee, the light of his life. He was there too. He was the one who rescued young Bakugo, the one whose smarts outwitted both the law and villains. He wasn't hurt and he didn't hurt anyone else. His plan, while not foolproof, succeeded. Without him, Bakugo Katsuki may have never been free again. Midoriya was the unsung hero of Kamino Ward. The same with the training incident with the wild pussycats. The young boy would have died and the world, a family, would have lost one young soul. The hero killer would have killed Ida if it wasn't for Endeavor and Midoriya's help. Young Todoroki wouldn't have seen his own potential if Midoriya wasn't the hero of that day either. Aizawa would have walked away from the USJ with more than just a shortened quirk time, and Toshinori himself would have completely missed the green-haired boy he's become so fond of. All without Midoriya Izuku. And that is why Toshinori doesn't understand. Midoriya is, in his opinion, a true hero. A hero already greater than All Might. A hero fit to be number one. Already at age 15, the boy has saved so many lives, he forgets his own in the process. Too busy, too worried about everyone else, Toshinori himself has to sit him down and remind the boy to breathe. Midoriya Izuku would break himself to save. Sacrifice everything to save everyone. Every bone in his body, every part of his heart, everything he can do with whatever he has, he'll do. He'll be. So again the question comes, why him? Why this young child whose dreams were just to save others? What did Midoriya do to demerit this? Why in a class of 20 in a school 175 professional heroes did they single? Why Toshinori's boy? Why Midoriya Izuku? If this kidnapper took Midoriya because of whatever shoddy hero work they've experienced, why take a hero in training who could be better than their image of heroes? Shouldn't a person mad at the hero society, mad at UA, go after a professional licensed hero? A teacher? Someone affiliated with a higher position within the school than just a first-year student? If they took Midoriya because of his connections, as the kidnapper said, wouldn't taking someone who had threads with the government, hero agencies, the top businesses in the country, not be more logical? Toshinori sighed, looking up at the still screen. He knew the answers to all his questions. He just didn't want to admit it. Taking someone like Toshinori himself, Principal Nedzu, even one of the teachers, it'd be more logical to make an impact on the country, but this kidnapper wasn't looking to disrupt society. They weren't looking for a bang, but for a whimper. It's probably why they went after a student and not a teacher. A child, not an adult. Because while adults had power, children had influence. Naiveness. A kind of innocence that weighed more than any amount of money in the world. The kidnapper must have known this. They knew where to hit and they weren't going for a knockout, but for an endurance fight. They want UA to lose by their own exhaustion, their own dehydration, their own ticking time. It's cruel. It's mean. It's brilliant in every way that it shouldn't be. This case wasn't a logical one. It broke every rule in the criminal catching textbooks. It didn't follow the thieves' code of conduct. It, in itself, wasn't trying to be a crime, and maybe that's why everyone was struggling with it. You don't deserve this, Izuku, Toshinori whispered, finally taking a seat at the end of the table. He closed his eyes and breathed. You don't deserve this. It was around 9 o'clock Midoriya began moving around. First, it was a loud grumble of the stomach, next was the whines of hunger pains, then came the inescapable anger of discomfort. Midoriya's voice was low and tired, filled with restlessness and desperation. I can do this anymore. Midoriya's voice cracked across the speakers. I want to go home. Let me go home. Toshinori looked up from the computer. His fingers curled into useless fists. I get it. I get it, all right? Let me out and I'll go. Believe I won't come back. Just let me the F out, Midoriya panted, an arm tossed over his eyes. Just let me out. Just let me out. Just let me out. Izuku, Toshinori whispered, watching Midoriya anxiously bounce his leg against the end wall of the coffin. His toes tapped quickly to no beat but his own panic while his thoughts spilled hushed and jittery. His hand moved to his broken arm and viciously rubbed it, trying to gather some warmth. His voice muttered too fast and too incomprehensible to be understood. His quick breaths and nervous twitches reminded Toshinori of someone coming down from a high, while his whines and unrest kicks resembled a young child too tired to eat and too hungry to sleep. Midoriya's legs soon began hitting the walls harder, whether the boy knew that or not, to the point where it was shaking the camera. Through the shakes and loud thumbs of skin on metal, Toshinori could make out Midoriya tracing the ceiling with shaking fingers, his mouth going a mile a minute. It was intangible. Frantic, afraid, spooked, berserk, alarmed, frenzied, agitated, tensed, delirious, anxious, panicked, quiet. It felt as if the longer Midoriya's mumbles went on, the more condensed they got. The denser, the more complex. Emotions collided with each other like dying stars, desperate to feel something other than the overwhelming fear freezing time to a standstill. Toshinori wasn't claustrophobic. He didn't mind small spaces. He wasn't even in a small space. But just watching Midoriya, anxiously tapping his fingers, anxiously bouncing his leg, anxiously mumbling his mind away, it's enough to get his own heart racing. It went on for hours. The sound of Midoriya's stomach cramping and grumbling filled the silence of heavy inhales while quick words fell from dry lips. Until, eventually, Midoriya Izuku began crying of hunger, of pain, of everything. It was the hardest thing Toshinori had to listen to. He's heard Midoriya cry before. He's heard the boy's tears of joy, tears of pain, tears of panic and tears of fear, especially this morning. Yet this cry was completely different from all the others. It was silent, absolutely silent. The only sound coming from the speakers was his raspy gasping and deep exhales, filled with shaky and wheezing pants in between. It was then Toshinori knew what this deafening noise was. They weren't looking for a bang. It was the sound of death. But for a whimper. The sound of Midoriya Izuku dying. As time went on, the pauses of silent crying got longer and the breaths got shorter until Toshinori heard a catch of breath. "Please, just make it stop." Midoriya cried. "Just make it as a dash." Toshinori leaned forward, trying to figure out what was happening when Midoriya quickly turned to the side, wedging himself as much as he could between the bottom and top of the box, and heaved. Twice. 3 times before Midoriya threw up. The horrible gagging sounds of Midoriya choking on his own mess filled the room's air while his juddering body filled the large screen. He heaved and heaved, over and over again, until all the contents of his stomach were emptied. "Pooh," Midoriya spat out, covering his eyes with a broken arm. He cried harder, angrily almost, curling into the tightest ball he could and forcibly shaking to get any sense of heat. The pen in Toshinori's hand felt heavy, though barely as heavy as his heart. He frowned at the projector, looked down at the notebook, and copied down the time, waiting to watch what comes next. All might. Someone knocked at the door. The door opened a bit more as the smell of hot food entered the room. Present Mike popped out from the hall with a bag of very late-night takeout in his hand. "Mind some company? We just ordered a buffet of sorts," Mike said, grabbing the nearest chair and collapsing in it. Toshinori cleared some of his papers and waved him in. "Long day." "I've had longer," Mike said. He pulled open the bag and set out all the containers. "Hungry." Midoriya choked and gagged as a loud splash rang through the speakers. The screen illuminated Midoriya's shaking body, his arms folded against his chest. Toshinori could hear his boy suffering. Crying. Dying. Alone. Cold. Without. "Not right now, but thank you," Toshinori interrupted his thoughts. Mike silently studied him but nodded. He took the container of udon noodles and tried to stretch out in the tiny plastic chair. "It's not fair of me to ask, but how is the kid? How's he hanging?" "He's hungry," Toshinori said, frowning at the screen. The boy exhausted himself once again, snoozing within his own realm of reality. "But he's still going." Mike looked down at his own food and put it down. "Ah." There was a brief silence before Toshinori cleared his throat. "How's the investigation going? Are there any leads?" "We've been at the same point since this morning," Mike sighed, taking up the conversation. "Every lead we have ends nowhere. But the morning patrol group should be coming in soon. Hopefully they have better ideas than us. Until then, it's a break." Give our brains time to recharge. I understand. We'd be hypocrites to our students if we couldn't follow our own direction. Toshinwar smiled, remembering all the times he told Midoriya to take a break from training or studying. It'd be then they'd go for leisure swims in the ocean, go for nightly walks or crash whatever restaurants are open at the late hours. It'd be then Toshinori and him would make true memories, the times he cherishes the most. Please, I feel we wouldn't be human if we followed our own rules. I remember back when I was a student here my teachers would say things and do the complete opposite when they thought no one was looking. As a teacher now, I can truly verify that, Mike chuckled. What were your UA days like? Toshinori asked, glancing at the slight bags under Mick's eyes. It looked like he could use a change of topic. From what I've heard, UA has changed since my time. Not too different I guess. Geez, it really has been 15 years though, Mike shuddered. I don't like that. I feel old. They both gave a gentle chuckle. Though it was 3 years to remember. My teacher was more like Vlad than Shoyuta, which I am grateful for in every way. If Shoyuta was our first-year teacher, I'd probably be on suspension number 9, Mike said sheepishly. What do you mean? Wasn't Aizawa in your class? Yes, but we were more lenient when it came to rules, Mike reminisced sweetly. The rooftop, for example, is closed to students because of us. Our group of friends would always go up there, skipping this class or that. Toshinori smiled. Sounds nice. It was. It helped that one of my friends had a cloud quirk. It made for quick escapes off the side of the building. A cloud quirk? What's their hero name? It sounds like a good quirk for heroics, Toshinori asked. Midoriya would be all over this conversation. Mick's smile lessened. He didn't graduate. Oh, Toshinori said, reeling back. He didn't drop out if that's what you're thinking. He might have had the worst grades in the class, but his intellect laid in other places outside academics. He had a good heart and a quick mind. Sho would always call him impulsive, but I didn't think so. Everything he did I think he knew exactly what would happen, Mike said softly. He sounds like a good student, Toshinori said, connecting a very similar conversation to this one. He was, Mike said, readjusting his posture. When we were in our second year, we planned on opening our own agency. It was when we didn't know how much work or money or time it took to actually open one, but we could still dream about things like that. Toshinori looked at Mike. Can I ask what happened to him? He didn't graduate? He died, Yamada said softly. He rescued a whole ton of people in the process and he'll always be remembered for that, but death is still death. I'm sorry for your loss, Toshinori said quietly. Yamada waved him off, leaning back and sighing. As I said before, it was 15 years ago. It's in the past. Toshinori thought of his next words. Was his name Shirakumo? Yamada looked at him surprised. How'd you know? I overheard Aizawa talking about him. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but from what I heard, you three sounded close. Yamada slowly nodded. We were all best friends. Shoyuta took his death the hardest, but he was there when he died. It was more than understandable. Toshinori's eyes widened. He knew what it felt like to watch someone die in front of him. He's lost thousands of people before his eyes across the decades of hero work, but he was an adult. He was a professional hero. Even when Nana died, he was in his 3rd year and halfway across an ocean when All for One killed her. Aizawa, it sounded like, was right there. As a child. Cruelty in its finest form. They were doing their 2nd-year internships when a villain attacked. Details aside, Oboro protected a class of children from a falling building. He died in the most heroic way possible. Honestly, he reminds me of Midoriya sometimes. Midoriya is more awkward than Oboro in terms of personality, but I know neither of them would hesitate to jump into a fight, even in the ones they can't win. Every hero has their own stories about their bodies moving before their minds could think, Toshinori said, remembering another moment in time where he said that before. Yamada laughed. Don't let Shoyuta hear that. He pushes self-preservation more than anyone I know. I think it's because of Oboro that he's so hard on the students. Being a teacher who has to somehow teach that feeling of risk and loss to 15-year-olds still stuck in their hero worship, it's a hard concept to learn and not experience. I understand, Toshinori said sadly. Sometimes he forgets they're just children. He doesn't want to lose anyone. The room fell to silence as Yamada ate and Toshinori drank. Midoriya laid still on the screen as the sun slowly returned to its home under the horizon. Large pink, violent red, and soft blue clouds painted the golden sunset. Any other day, Toshinori could have appreciated the view. All of our students, I think they'd all make great heroes. Yeah, they would. Yamada sighed. But for now, let's focus on getting Midoriya back. We aren't going to let him die. No teacher should have to bury a student. It's almost as cruel as Dash. Yamada stopped, his words lodged in his mouth, hands frozen in midair and his eyes blown. Yamada? Are you all right? Toshinori asked. I'm fine. Yeah, I am okay. I have to leave. Holy sheet. I have to go, Yamada quickly muttered, shoving all the empty food containers back into the bag and racing out of the room. Toshinori frowned at the slammed door but didn't ponder on it too much. The man had his own worries to deal with. Time, 10:59 p.m. Aizawa flipped through the notebook. He thought there could be clues left behind by the kidnapper in the book like messages or a code, but Aizawa found nothing. Nothing at least pertaining to the case. It was an old thing, filled with colored markers, spelling mistakes and water rings. Little Midoriya noted as much as he could about heroes. He wrote their hero names, their quirks and a rough sketch of what they looked like with small statements or questions on the side. Aizawa recognized Midoriya's current handwriting too, going back over his old notes and adding details to certain heroes as well as more analysis to their quirks. It was impressive, to say the least, especially with the sheer number of heroes. When the notebook was written, Aizawa was the nocturnal underground hero who slept through the day and drank his way through the night, coffee of course. Though he did pay attention to hero names bouncing around the news. He knew some, like the rope hero, Jump, the shadow hero, Nox, and even the book hero, Lang, from team-ups or overlapping patrol routes. Others, like the water hero, Waterhose, he knew from the news and from the Pussycats. And a select few he's met outside of costume like the copper hero, Cucu. Cucu was the homeroom teacher of 2A before Aizawa. He was supposed to teach Aizawa how to, teach before his retirement, but under medical circumstances, his time with the old teacher was minimal. When Aizawa took over, he switched to 1 as teacher the next year. Aizawa did get to look over Cucu's class during the entire forest fiasco a few years ago. He only watched them for a limited amount of time, but it made him honestly rethink teaching high schoolers. They were loud, uncoordinated, and extremely cliqued. Classes have cliques, even his current 1A, but that class took it to a new level, ostracizing anyone who didn't fit in. From his view, they would have all died the minute they got placed in professional hero team-ups. Granted, he didn't really know them. That night, he was an invisible bodyguard of sorts and his duties were called to other areas later on anyway. Aizawa flipped through the rest of the pages until he hit the end, and the clock struck 5 p.m. He'd been reading for close to 20 minutes. Damn it, Aizawa grumbled, picking himself from the floor he somehow relaxed into and grabbing his stuff. He knew Namuri was watching over the class until he got off, but Tsukachi probably needed her help. Aizawa held her up enough. He quickly changed into new clothes, stocked up his hidden holsters filled with the weapons of a paranoid teacher and left with his sleeping bag under his arm and Midoriya's notebook in hand. Aizawa scanned his ID at the Heights Alliance. Eraserhead, access granted. Aizawa's hand stopped as a pang of fear jittered through his bones. The last time he heard the computer-automated voice, his entire class was drugged. Unconscious and vulnerable. His student went missing and everything in the past 2 days began. He mentally slapped himself. His class was physically fine. They were all 19 of them were all there. He knew that. Namuri would die before someone touched the students, so unless he walked in on another friend's dead body, they were safe. Just as Aizawa shook his thoughts, the door opened itself, smacking Aizawa in the face and knocking him off the stoop. Oh. Boo-hoo, Nemuri said, leaning on the door frame. Her brow was quirked as she looked from the door to Aizawa. Is it pretty? What? Well, I saw you staring pretty hard at this door. I was wondering when you were going to ask it for its number? Maybe a night for drinks? This door must be something special to catch your eye, Shoyuta. You're ridiculous, Aizawa grumbled, pushing past her into the main area of the dorms. Yet, I'm not the one who spent the past 5 minutes staring at a door, Nemuri hummed, locking the door behind him. Aizawa ignored her as he did a quick scope of the dorms. It was empty. The couches had no one in them. The TV was off. No radio played in the back. The kitchen was silent. Not a dish in the sink or a pan on the stove. The dining tables were polished, clean, and vacant. Overthinking. Go drown yourself in a coffee and get some food in you. You look like a feather could knock you dash. Where are they? Aizawa whispered, looking for some kind of evidence his students were here. Nemuri stopped her rag on his health and sighed. All up in their rooms. All Might said they've been away since Tsukachi questioned them. They're physically fine. And mentally? Nemuri sat on the couch. They're a tight-knit class, Shoyuta. They take care of their own. They wouldn't let another fall behind, especially in a time like this. They've asked about Midoriya? Occasionally. Seems like you've scared enough logic into those heads to teach them cases don't get solved in a day. What about 5? Aizawa said, sarcastically. Nemuri frowned at him. Sorry. How's he doing? Aizawa thought back to the silent room where his own voice, a sore throat, and old memories surfaced. Quiet, Aizawa said, sinking into the spot next to Nemuri. The cushions felt like heaven and hell on his body. He was just quiet. Smart kid. Appears to be the general consensus. Nemuri got off the couch as Aizawa tried not to shut his eyes. He was tired, despite sleeping yesterday away, but he couldn't sleep if he tried. His head wouldn't let him that small pleasantry. He didn't deserve it. Instead, whenever his eyes shut, flashes of Midoriya's smile would pop up and that heavy guilt he thought he could carry would crush him just a bit more. Are a mess. Someone flicked him in the forehead. Aizawa glared at Nemuri, who was holding a cup of coffee and a muffin. A student made muffins and coffee for you. Like breadcrumbs to lure their sleepy butt teacher back to them. Aizawa eyed the muffin on the plate and looked up. This entire thing started because of a dessert. Forgive him for being cautious. They're not mint and Bakugo made them with stuff the kitchen already had. Recovery Girl did a check of all the foodstuff so it's safe. Sato did not use any of his personal ingredients. Thanks. Aizawa wafted the muffin and flinched at the strong peas hitting his nose. Definitely Bakugo made. Nemuri smirked as she settled down with her own mug of coffee. She nodded at the notebook on his lap. What's that? Aizawa stifled a yawn. Midoriya's notebook. It got mixed up in my stuff. In the end, it didn't look like the notebook actually mattered. It made Aizawa feel guilty for looking through the kid's private stuff and bad about himself, so paranoid to the point he was jumping on any train of thought. Netsu was right for taking him off the case. He hated that the principal was right. Oh, Ida and Uraraka were asking about a notebook, Nemuri said, sipping at her drink. I was actually going to ask the others if they had it. They redecorated his dorm and everything. They both stayed on the couch a bit longer. He could hear footsteps through the ceiling, which calmed his nerves about whether or not his students were alive. Nemuri turned on the TV to fill the silence Aizawa's grown so acquainted with. Skies and warm weather all through this week, the weatherman reported, smiling at the camera while animated clouds danced behind him. We think the kidnapper trespassed on campus before. Monday, we got a high of 57 degrees and clear skies, same with Tuesday. Wednesday, high of 60 with a chance of thunderstorms. Aizawa looked at Nemuri. I'm not part of the investigate dash. They knew your class, she interrupted. Netsu suspects they stalked Midoriya for a while. They knew his routine. I checked the security tapes around the school, but there was nothing. We're waiting for the next group of heroes to come in for any update. Keep a raincoat with you, ladies and gentlemen. Wednesday could get rough. Thursday, we have a high of Why are you telling me this? And a low of 42. Because, Nemuri smiled softly. You should know. The weekend looks much better with sun and warm weather. Hotter than last year's September, but it is a year of change, after all. Back to you in the studio. Thanks. Thank you for the weather, Koichi-san. For some happy news to shadow our sunny weather, this Wednesday marks the 7th anniversary of. They both fell to silence, absent-mindedly watching the TV when Aizawa's eye caught the time. It's 5:30. He looked at the overly large grandfather clock Yaoyorozu initially brought for her bedroom but was too big to fit. It took up the entire corner of the room, leading to several moments his students tried to stack themselves in it. Aizawa fondly remembered walking in on 4 16-year-olds stuck inside a clock. It happened to be noon too, so when the hand struck 12, said students had to go to Recovery Girl for ruptured eardrums. After that, Aizawa made the clock off-limits to his class of high schoolers, preschoolers. The fire, one of the largest in Japan's history, destroyed thousands of acres of forest as well as damaged the Naru district. Nemuri looked at her phone. It is. Is that important? Only thanks to heroes, officers and medical personnel alike who bravely fought against the flames that day. Twaimo-san talks with one of the paramedics who worked on the front lines of the fire. No one's come down to begin dinner, Aizawa said. Every dinner group comes down at 5:30 to eat by 6. Sundays, Wednesdays and Fridays are class dinner days, yet no one has come down. Give our biggest thanks to all the heroes that day, especially those at UA. A woman wetly smiled on the screen. You know your class well. The day was truly disastrous. A teacher doesn't go through the amount of sheet we have and not know their students. They've gone through too much. I'd go crazy if I couldn't save one of them. The things lost in that fire could never be replaced, not even by the heroes of UA. There was silence. An awkward one. Both knew how naive his words were. You're a good teacher, Shoyuta. Say it to the 2 kidnappings my class has had. Nemuri muted the TV and faced him. How could you have done anything differently? Everything that's happened has been out of your hands. You couldn't have done anything more. It doesn't matter, Aizawa frowned, watching the news helicopter pan over a fiery forest. Somewhere in his mind, he registered the night he first teamed up with UA. You and I both know how today goes. They'll look for a scapegoat. This will be my responsibility. Don't think like that. Nedza-dash. No one is invincible, Nemuri. Shoyuta. Aizawa gave her a tired look. The minute Midoriya went missing, he already knew what was going to happen. Hearing Nemuri say the kidnapper snuck onto campus multiple times, studied his class and stalked his student, it didn't paint a good picture for Aizawa's position. If Bakugo's kidnapping landed him begging on his knees in front of the UA's Ministry of Education, Aizawa might as well dig his own grave with Midoriya's. Chances were, if it wasn't Nedzu, then it'll be the commission. God knows how much power they have over UA. And if it's somehow neither of them, then it'll be the public. By then, Aizawa could kiss his hero career goodbye. Who'd want to be rescued by someone who couldn't even save their own student? You are a good teacher, Shoyuta. Better than most. Your spot at this school is here to stay, Nemuri said sternly. None of that matters. Not right now at least, Aizawa said. Honestly, if it took Aizawa losing his job and license to get Midoriya back, Aizawa would drop all he had for the kid. He'd erase the name Eraserhead from the world forever if it meant Midoriya was safe. But life didn't work like that. They both fell to silence once again just as the elevator dinged and out walked Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari and Siro, the Sunday dinner crew. Aizawa looked at the clock, then at Nemuri in a told-you-so way. Nemuri rolled her eyes. Sensei, you're back! Kaminari yelled, running towards the couch. Aizawa-sensei. Sensei, how are you? You're here, Bakugo said, looking Aizawa in the eye. I'm here, Aizawa said. Nemuri glanced at both of them before getting up. I'll talk to you later, Sho. Try to get some sleep tonight, she whispered, patting him on the shoulder and walking out. Bye, Midnight-sensei. Kirishima waved. Bye-bye. Kaminari yelled. Nemuri blew a kiss and left. Aizawa got up from the couch and chucked his sleeping bag in the corner as the four boys shuffled to the kitchen. Sensei, how are you feeling? Is there any update on Midoriya yet? No, Aizawa said simply, watching them set up whatever they're making for dinner. Oh, Kirishima cut back. How are you, Kirishima? Your classmates? We're pretty good, Kaminari smiled. We're all pretty much back to normal. Mineta and Aoyama are a little loopy, but nothing a good dinner can't fix. Baku-chan? Don't touch me. Bakugo growled, slapping Kaminari's hand off him. Go be useful and make the rice. You sure you want him on rice, Bakugo? He set it on fire last time, Shiro asked hesitantly. It's only because Freezer Burn himself was next to him. Goddamn idiots set off an electrical fire, Bakugo mumbled to himself, redirecting Kaminari to the cabinets of pots. Boil the water. What if I set it on fire? You can't burn water, Kaminari, Kirishima chuckled nervously. He looked at Aizawa. Right. How these kids can fight tooth and nail against criminals and villains alike, yet still be completely vulnerable against a stovetop. No, Kirishima. You can't burn water, Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples. He went to refill his coffee. Bakugo huffed, pulling out a huge bag of potatoes, carrots and onions. Kirishima and Shiro, help cut. Kirishima, you're on onions. Shiro, get the carrots. I'll be on potatoes. Make sure you actually make them somewhat even. Aizawa watched as Bakugo commanded the kitchen. They all got into action and worked in tandem with each other, with the exception of Kaminari, who was stirring the water with a spoon. Everything was going well until Kirishima cut right through the onion's root. As expected, the teen's eyes welled with tears, which only got worse when he rubbed his eyes with his hands, which were filled with onions. Gah! Kirishima cried, running out of the kitchen to the bathrooms. My eyes. Dipshit cut through the roots, Bakugo grumbled, looking at Kirishima's workstation. There were onion pieces everywhere and juices overflowing the poor cutting board. Ha! My eyes are dying, Shiro smiled, blinking rapidly as he was right next to onion hell. Would you like some help? Aizawa asked. He'd been watching this go down for the past 10 minutes. He figured he could lend a helping hand. You know how to hold a knife, old man? You still want to be the #1 hero? Bakugo looked surprised at him before smirking. Hell yeah, I do. Then you have your answer. Aizawa washed his hands and picked up Kirishima's discarded knife. He was glad the kid didn't run down the hall with a knife too. That would be another disaster inside a disaster. Cut the onions then. We have everything else, Bakugo said, returning to his potatoes. The kid was already halfway done with the 40 potatoes while Shiro was still peeling his carrots. Don't you need the gravy? And the rice? Typically, these groups have a 5th person in it, Shiro shrugged, casually hacking a dull knife at the carrot. Who's your 5th person this week? Aizawa asked, cleaning up the station a bit. Deku. Aizawa didn't have to look at Bakugo to know what he was feeling, nor did he have to say anything. Bakugo, as opposite as he was to himself, was easy to read. The kid was obsessed with winning, bleeding pride and leveled confidence in the cuts of his cocky facade. If Aizawa wanted to connect with him, he'd do in the most Bakugo way possible. Through competition. Alright then, Aizawa yawned, grabbing the knife and hitting the cutting board. I can make up for our losses then. With that, Aizawa began to chop at the onions, cutting each one in beautiful even cubes that'd make even the professional chefs cry with admiration. Kirishima thankfully peeled all the onions, so Aizawa didn't have to stop his little rhythm. That was until Bakugo took notice of the number of onions he had done. Bakugo's knife began hitting the board a bit louder and faster. Aizawa followed, chopping quickly. 1, 2, 3, turn. 1, 2, 3. He cleared the wood with the knife's flat while grabbing another. Bakugo sliced the bottom, top and sides of his potato in easy strides, cutting sharply down the middle before quickly slicing them in even squares and dicing them into perfect cubes. He too cleared his board with a simple knife swipe as he restarted. I take no prisoners, Bakugo, Aizawa said, kicking up his speed once more. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Isn't that what you said on the first day, sensei? Bakugo smirked, clearing his board once again. I said a lot of things on the first day, Aizawa said. With your power, you can't be a hero. Take your last throw, Midoriya. Soon enough, Aizawa's onions were all diced before Bakugu's and, because he knew Bakugu could handle the challenge, Aizawa began helping out Shiro, who was still peeling carrots. Bakugu was hot on his tails as they both rapidly diced their carrots in perfect ways, ending simultaneously. They called it a tie as Bakugu crowned Aizawa a competent sous chef. Kaminari cheered in the back while Shiro clapped because he didn't have to cut carrots anymore. Bakugu trusted Aizawa with the pork while Shiro began the rice and Bakugu with the gravy. Dimenit. Bakugu yelled, chucking a taste-testing spoon in the sink. Sensei, the gravy's too thin. It needs to be thicker. You like thick? Kaminari threw an eyebrow at Bakugu. Aizawa took the meat off the heat and moved to the shared stove where Bakugu and Kaminari were. Bakugu handed him the wooden spoon as Aizawa stirred it a bit. Add a slurry. Equal parts flour and water. It should thicken it up. Oh, I got it, Shiro said, jumping for the flour on the top shelf. Aizawa saw disaster before it struck as Shiro fumbled with the open bag of flour and accidentally knocked it towards Bakugu, dousing him and the entire kitchen in a culinary snowstorm. Bakugu stopped, his arms half raised to help out. His hair, already blonde, sat a powdery white. Both his and Aizawa's black clothes were covered in flour while Bakugu's face looked like it ran into a makeup store with double-sided tape. Shiro, Bakugu whispered unnaturally calmly. Why Baku-chan? I'm going to give you 3 seconds to get me a wet rag and a 10-second head start before I blast your butt to the moon. Yes, Chef Katsuki, Shiro yelled, quickly running for the sink, only for his slippers to slide on the floured floor. He fell and tried to grab Aizawa for support. Aizawa managed to stay on his feet, but not Shiro, who now laid in a half-created flour angel. His fall created a mushroom cloud of flour, coating everyone in another blizzard of white. After that, all hell broke loose. Bakugu exploded and tried to go after Shiro. Shiro tried to run away, but both of them slipped on the ground, crashing into each other and coughing up flour. Kaminari, who was laughing to the point of wheezes, was now crying beside the stove. He laughed so hard, he too fell on the ground, accidentally turning the heat dial for the gravy. The pot began to boil over just as the rice maker began to loudly beep. Bakugu and Shiro were still wrestling on the flour ground as Kaminari somehow got dragged into it too. Kaminari, out of desperation, grabbed onto Aizawa's leg, pulling him off balance. Thankfully, Aizawa managed to stay on his feet again, fix the huge pot of gravy and break up the fistfight in this flour wonderland. Bakugu, clean up the counters. Shiro, get the floors. Kaminari, start wiping up the cabinets and walls, Aizawa ordered like he would an actual hero team, though without the urgency. By the time everything was relatively back to normal, Kirishima arrived back on the scene, stopping at his flour-covered classmates and distressed-looking teacher. What happened? It's only been 5 minutes. Kirishima asked, getting a glare from everyone in the kitchen. There is a reason, Aizawa began, that you are in UA's hero department. Make sure you stay with your strengths, yes. Yes, sensei. They all yelled. Kirishima walked over to the pot of gravy Aizawa was stirring, using the initially fallen flour to thicken it up when he looked over at the large pot of water still sitting on the burner. Hey, sensei, is that burner supposed to be on? They all looked at Kaminari. You didn't definitely turn on the heat? I thought I did. Plus, you only said to grab a pot of water. To boil, dipshit. Bakugu yelled, throwing the wet rag at the teen. You think it was for decoration? Then started another argument which Aizawa quickly broke up. He put Kirishima in charge as they got everything ready, and boiled the water, while Aizawa cleaned himself up and went to notify everyone. He also returned Midoriya's notebook to Uraraka and Ida, who thanked him endlessly. They all came down and they all ate together, Aizawa surprisingly included. The room was tense and hesitant, but, like the making of the dinner, everything soon loosened itself into the chaos that was Class 1A. People were smiling. Others were laughing and, like All Might's little story in the hospital, Aizawa's job was completed. It was close to midnight now. Todoroki looked down at his phone, his thumb hovering over the send button. My friend is missing. The police need your help. Send message? The detective said the police had it handled, but so far, he hasn't seen anything on the news about Midoriya's disappearance. Todoroki thought it was a secretive case like with Bakugu's where information was known and hidden from the enemy. Right now, though, it seemed they knew nothing. The interviews the detective conducted weren't very useful, nothing case-breaking at least. It seemed only Jiro and him had the most information. That was worrisome. Then comes the notebook which walked off alone. Todoroki knew Aizawa-sensei had it and returned it to Ida and Uraraka. He understood too. In the midst of another villain attack, things were bound to get mixed up. But to the point no other 1A student had it? Also, why was it one notebook that got misplaced and not any of the others? Why the notebook Midoriya ran back to get Friday night? Why'd all? Everything felt like a big coincidence. Todoroki read his text again. My friend is missing. The police need your help. Send message? Todoroki wasn't a licensed hero. This wasn't his place. But honestly, when has that stopped him? Any police call would be piled with the others in Endeavor's agency. By the time any of the sidekicks got it, it could be too late. But if Todoroki made the request, Endeavor would see it instantly. My friend is missing. The police need your help. Send message? If he didn't disobey his father's orders in Hosu, both Midoriya and Ida would have been dead. If he, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu and Ida didn't rescue Bakugu in Kamino, his classmate could have either died or been taken to a place no one could track. All Might could have suffered more consequences than just retirement if it wasn't for their efforts. Last time was foolish, Yaoyorozu said. We were just stupid kids who thought we could do more than we knew. Last time we were almost killed. If it wasn't for Midoriya's geniusness or Todoroki and Ida's quirks, we would have died. If we were to go in irresponsibly, we could screw everything up. We could die. Pros could die. Midoriya could die. For once, we all need to let the others handle this. Todoroki frowned. Deep down he knew she was right. He was only a 15-year-old hero in training. He was a student. He didn't even pass his license exam. He couldn't talk on matters like this. But, again, how much would they have to go through he has to go through to be called a hero? He wanted to save. That's all he's ever wanted to do. Sometimes, doing the most for the ones you care about is doing nothing at all, the detective said to him. While you are well connected, any means to recruit Endeavor will be purely through his agency and the police. Todoroki wanted to save his friend. But he wasn't the only one looking for him, was he? The heroes, his teachers, an entire police force. Todoroki had to trust them. They knew more than he did and, as Yaoyorozu stated, they all had to accept that. My friend is missing. The police need your help. Send message? Todoroki set his phone down and sighed. It was late out. He had nothing going on tomorrow, maybe finish the essay he hadn't started, but nothing too early. He could sleep the entire day if he wanted, but some part of him felt that was wrong. Laying down. In a warm bed. In a safe place. Surrounded by friends. It didn't feel right. He locked his windows and door and laid down. Sleep almost took him when he remembered to turn on an alarm. Very hazily, he tapped around for his phone, clumsily swiping out of the Messages app and setting his morning wake-up. Todoroki was asleep by the time his phone went off again. My friend is missing. The police need your help. Understand me. Sent 11:34 p.m. Dad under? Tell me what happened. Sent 11:44 p.m. Dad unders? Talk with the police tomorrow. Sent 11:45 p.m. Dad under? Have a good night, Shoto. Sent 12:12 a.m. It was a rather cruel way to end Sunday night. When his phone went off, it was sad how fast NG dropped everything to read it. Just by the tone, he knew it was his son, and by the late hour, he knew it was something serious. This, though, he would never have expected. Shoto, 11:34. My friend is missing. The police need your help. As much as he wanted to be the hero, there was protocol to follow. And as the number one hero, he of all people had to follow it. He asked Shoto what he knew, reassured his attention on the case, and offered emotional support. Granted, his son was his son and not a disaster victim in need of heroing 10, but it was what Enji knew. As a hero, this was professionalism. As a father, it was as much as he could do directly. Anything more would come across as too strong, and anything less would look like he didn't care. So, he was left here, standing in front of the police station at the crack of dawn, bending protocol as much as he could. Enji hadn't heard anything about a missing person on the news or over the Hero Watch network. He assumed all of Shoto's friends were his classmates, which would make them all UA students. And a missing UA student would definitely make headlines. Like last time. He wondered if this was the League of Villains, possibly going after that Bakugo kid again, but he couldn't see them striking for the same person. Bakugo, other than his sports festival performance, had no name. Not like the Ida or Yayarozu students who come from influential backgrounds. But even then, Enji didn't know who Shoto's friends were. There was only so much objectivity and rationale a father could have about his son. Endeavor! Someone yelled. The entire lobby snapped their necks to look at him. One step into the station and already his subtle cover was blown. Endeavor? Why the hell would Endeavor? Oh, shit. Enji walked past the chatty Cathus in the waiting chairs to the reception desk. It had been a while since he'd done things so old school, but anything else would take too long for clearance. It was Criminology 101 that the first 24 hours of a missing child were crucial. Enji had no clue how long it's been since this friend went missing. A young receptionist nervously blinked up at him. What can I do for you, Endeavor-san? I'm looking for the detective in charge of the missing UA student, Enji said. The entire station instantly quieted. Enji eyed the officers around him as the receptionist typed something out. Detective Tsukachi is not here right now, but Lieutenant Sansa is available? Your matters can be discussed with him. Otherwise, I can take a message for Detective Tsukachi and contact you when available. Enji figured it was Detective Tsukachi handling this case. If his memory served right, he worked the Bakugo case too. I can talk with him. And so Endeavor was sent to the waiting room. It was quite the experience sitting in the waiting room. Being the number hero whose size fit his reputation, it was awkward to say the least. The kid staring at him across the table didn't help either. Hey, mister, the kid yelled much to his mother's discouragement. Hey, mister. What? He asked in his softest voice. His PR team suggested doing fan service with the public to boost people's confidence in him. The more they trusted the number one hero, the better everything would. I don't like you. Go. Enji looked at the kid. She looked abnormally small, maybe coming up his knees at most, easily puntable, but her white hair and blue eyes reminded him of Fayumi. He bit back his remark. Cursing at a 4-year-old wouldn't do well with his image. Or his consciousness. Choco, don't say that to people. It's rude and hurtful and dash. It's all right, Enji said softly to the mother. He looked back at the girl. Can I ask why? With no fear or hesitance, she listed off all the reasons she did not like him. Too warm. Too big. Too tall. And I don't like your beard. All Might is tall too, you know, he said. Enji had to duck under door frames. All Might, though, it was practically limbo for him. Well, I don't like him either. Oh, well, now they could agree on something. Then who's your favorite hero? Genist. She shook her head, her white ponytails flying like a spin drum. Then who? Wash. She yelled with the excitement of, well, kid. Enji blinked. The washing machine. He, the Hellfire number 1 hero Endeavor, was bested by the bane of his last week's paycheck. Maybe the times really have changed. Is it because he's short? But no. It's 'cause he makes bubbles. And they can change color. I have fire, Enji tried, holding a small flame in his palm. And I have bubbles, the girl mimicked, wiggling her fingers as bubbles slowly rose from them. Endeavor, sir, no quirks in the station, someone coughed behind them. Enji turned to Sansa awkwardly standing in the lobby. He quickly extinguished his flames and stood. Miss, he bowed to the mother. Little girl. I still don't like you. The girl giggled. He sighed. He tried. Talk with a fan? Sansa asked, walking back to the private offices. Something like that? I'm here about UA's missing student, NG said, getting straight to the point. I'd like to offer my help on the case. I figured that was it. Tsukuchi cleared any hero willing to help. However, he is worried about public appearances. This case has not gone public yet. Too many heroes, big names too, may draw premature attention. Both UA's principal and Detective Tsukuchi want more information before a press conference. NG frowned. My agency is large enough to extend a few hands. Who else in on the case? A few surrounding agencies in Mizudafu, some of Detective Tsukuchi's underground hero contacts as well as Hawks due to the aerial ability of his agency. He was just here checking some details before you came in. He's going over to UA to give his report to Tsukuchi. I'll let him know you're headed his way too. They walked into a quieter side of the station. NG noticed the lack of officers in the cubicle desks. Before he could ask, Sansa answered. The majority of us are all on this case. We really need all the help we can get. And they're all at UA? NG made a note to send out more sidekicks in the areas where the officers are stretched thin. Sansa shook his head. We have teams searching the city for Midoriya. There isn't much of a geographical profile to work on, so we're stuck searching by foot. Midoriya? Briefly, a small and minor memory popped into his head, one during the sports festival when he first met him. I am not All Might. And Todoroki isn't you. A strong will to match a DMN's strong quirk. Tsukuchi can give you a better profile of this case at UA. I believe he's been there all night, so there may be new information. I'm headed there after the morning reports get filed in, Sansa said, pulling a folder from his desk. It's a quick overview of everything. Friday night, Midoriya Izuku was taken from the UA dorms. The police received a flash drive that linked to live footage of him. The kidnapper gave us a time limit of 5 days, or until this coming Wednesday. NG looked over the papers and frowned. Live footage but a minimal geographical map? Is he in a room? We believe he's buried underground. He stopped. What? NG pushed the station doors open. Buried alive? That was one hell of a way to hide a hostage. It made sense how Hawks was called in. According to the Catman, they had no perimeter to search, leaving the entire city or even the country open. He'll double-task his sidekicks on their patrols and hook them up to the station, but before that, he needed information. Acting on anything less than fact would screw them in the future. Perhaps he should call Hawks to see what he had so far. Knowing that bird, he's always a Yo, Endeavor-san. Hawks leaned against the station's wall, arms crossed and leg propped behind him. Joining the parade? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Is that what you call a missing person case? Then sure, he said, not stopping for the bird boy. He called up his driver as Hawks jumped in step with him. Shouldn't you be going to UA? Well, I was, but then I saw you. You're headed there too, yeah? I am. NG texted the case details to his sidekicks and began reassigning their duties. Come on, Hawks laughed, suddenly cutting him off. Gold eyes caught blue. We can talk about what others won't say. NG narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Not here, Endeavor-san. Hawks clapped loudly. He nodded across the street. Look at our audience. And sure enough, even in the early hours of the day, there was a small gathering of flashing cameras and floating phones across the street, all calling out their names. Oh my God, it's the number 1 and the number 2 heroes. Together. So cool. This never happens. Pause. Take a picture with me. Why are they outside the police station? Did something happen? Marry me, Hawks. Diamond the public. Luckily, NG's driver pulled up in front of the crowd. Before his driver even hit the brakes, NG was opening the door. Back to the agency, sir? UA. NG answered absent-mindedly. His phone began to go off with his sidekick's responses. Tell me what you know about the case, Hawks. And Hawks reiterated what he knew. Hawks was in charge of the aerial search teams, scouting out potential hiding spots and marking them for the ground team to investigate. His teams covered the city twice since Saturday but found nothing. I was actually headed towards the Jungso forest after my station stop. I'd offer you to join, but your quirk and that forest probably wouldn't go well. Enji turned off his phone. You haven't searched there yet? It's private property. I've been told not to look into private places because the police suspect Midoriya to be in a public access setting. It'd make it harder to find him, Enji said, pulling up a map. The Jungso forest, from what he knew, was Yue's neighbor to the west. It was a huge private forest, closed off to the public as it slowly began turning into a second suicide forest Aokigahara over the years. It was all a myth, but to the daredevils and such, many people got lost in its rough terrain, giving it such a name. A few years ago, the forest caught on fire and became the largest forest fire in history. Apparently, its anniversary was this week too. And the family that owns the forest plans to reopen it on the same day. True, however, I believe the private property would give them more secrecy and more time. Kidnappers who thoroughly plan out their settings need every second they can get, Hawks said, leaning forward. You've been snooping on private grounds? No, just flying over, Hawks corrected. Saving the information for a rainy day. Too much knowledge never hurt anyone. We can talk about what others won't say. Where else have you looked? Enji asked, turning his buzzing phone over. Private access-wise. Everywhere. Well, everywhere except one spot. Where? We're headed there right now. His eye caught Hawks's in the mirror. I don't know all the specifics of this case, but enough can be assumed. Midoriya was taken from the dorms, meaning the kidnapper had to be on the premises and in the dorms. From the last chat I had with the detective, he was trying to figure out how the kidnapper entered and escaped the dorms unnoticed in the short time frame they had, assuming they took the same way out as they did in, but dash. It wouldn't matter if they never left, Enji finished. My thoughts exactly. The kidnapper left a message for the police talking about Yue's teaching staff. Their problem lies directly with Yue. And with a grudge against Japan's pride and joy of a school, what better place to bury their student? You've given this a lot of thought, haven't you? Just want to solve the case, that's all. My student intern is classmates with the kid and I'd like to have him back for his work study. If this case goes south, Yue may shut the program down. Enji huffed. If this case goes south, it'll be more than just that program going down. While Yue was his alma mater, he held no real sentiment with it. Not like All Might or any of the other hero alumni did. He made his donations, supported his son, and respected it because it was, really, the best hero school in the country. However, beyond that, Enji of all people knew Yue's other reputation besides the academic hardship. It's well known that the Hero Public Safety Commission puppeteered Yue. Anything relating to the field of heroes has to run through the HPSC and, for the school pumping out the top 10 heroes every decade, its influence isn't as minor as they make it seem. He knew with the private funding, Yue had a percentage of its own power, but they were not their own body. The HPSC pulled the strings and Yue either went with it peacefully or risked getting taken over. More often than not, controversial policies pit the good of the school against the good of the greater hero society via the HPSC, leaving the ones it affects most the ones most hurt, the students. We're here, sir, his driver said, pulling up to the UA gates. Enji got out and looked at the overly large main building. It's been years since he was back on his high school campus. Though he had many achievements in school, they all paled in comparison to life as a pro hero. High school was filled with overeager teenagers, working their butts off for a big shot. Real life was realizing hard work didn't equate to success. Rather, it was about facing life's endeavors and persevering despite them that, in Enji's opinion, made the strongest hero. Strength like that was one thing no one, not even UA or the HPSC, could teach. Time, 7:17 a.m.